to Red Bull Battlegrounds. It's time to kick off day 2 of the grand final of the Battleground circuit in 2014. And thank you so much, Washington, D.C., for coming out to cheer on your favorite Starcraft players.
I am so ready, Nate. My body is ready, and it seems like everybody in the house is ready as well. We started off with 8 amazing Starcraft 2 players, and 4 of them are left. Today, at the end of the day, we will know who is going to be the Grand Champion of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2014. We have 3 Terrans left, and 1 very handsome and amazingly talented Protoss player.
All of these players had to qualify through the Battleground circuit this year. Each player a champion in their own right, a champion of a major StarCraft 2 tournament within the last year. Everybody earned their way here, and we had a really crazy first day, Roddy.
Yeah, day 1 was absolutely phenomenal. I think we could have wished for anything better. We had so many good series. Most of the time, there's always one game that really stands out. I think yesterday there were 3 or 4 games, or maybe even 5 games that really stood out. Everybody had different opinions about what was their favorite game, and I think we can only hope that today is going to be just as good, or perhaps, Nate, perhaps, I'm not sure if it's possible, but even better.
Oh, you know, that it's hard to say that, man. It's going to be a really crazy day to live up to. Some of the most unusual games that we've seen in the Battleground circuit. And I mean, going all the way through Battlegrounds this year, I mean, we saw Mass Reaper play, and we've seen all the craziest things building up, but this grand final started off with a big bang.
And it's a surprising top 4 as well, because players like SOS and Dongregu are already eliminated, but of course we still have Bomber, we still have Trap, we still have Cure, and we still have Polt. So the open bracket champions are still alive from Atlanta and Detroit, and of course Trap won MLG Anaheim, that's how he got here. And then we have Cure, who won the Battlegrounds Online, which was already a very stacked tournament, so perhaps no surprise. Let's just take a look at the groups of yesterday, how they played out. In case you missed something, well, let me just tell you, you missed a lot, but this is how Group A played out.
Yeah, we kicked things off with Bomber versus Dongregu. Bomber, in true Bomber fashion, just smashed through that series, played a fantastic match. Then we got to see SOS play up against Trap, where, you know, you could say the first real upset of the tournament occurred. Yep. SOS had a lot of momentum coming into this group.
Totally. Not only was this, you know, obviously a big opportunity for him to do as well as he did last year at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Final in New York back then, but he really needed those WCS points, but he lost twice against his teammate. Trap was able to advance from that group, just like Bomber was, as he just steamrolled the group in Bomber fashion. Group B was just as exciting, or perhaps even more exciting, as it started off with that ridiculous TVT series between Polt and Cure.
I mean, that's just a series that people are going to be talking about for a long time. Game 3, the Raven, the little Raven that could.
Commander Raven.
the stimless Terran managing to take the game, and then Scarlett parting. I don't really have words to describe how insane that series was.
No, you know how they say that a cat has like 9 lives, well, Parting had 74 in that game, and somehow he didn't win it in the end, but he was able to hang in there like a champ. And of course the games between Scarlett and Polt, they were absolutely amazing as well. Overall, yesterday was an extremely fun day. We started off with 8, now we have 4 great StarCraft 2 players left. And let's just take a look at what they're playing for, as it's, of course, you know, it's not just all for fun. No, Nate, there's a lot on the line over here.
Guts, glory, and fat stacks of cash, Rotterdam. The 4 players we have left, you're guaranteed at this point at least $4,000 US and 375 WCS points. But man, the stakes go up exponentially as you move forward in this bracket.
Yep, just winning your semi-final will at least guarantee you $10,000, and of course if you win it all, then you will walk away with $20,000. So much money on the line, and all of these guys, well, they have all earned a lot of money, but it's always a good day, Nate, when you went to Washington, D.C. and you walk away with 20 grand in your pocket.
Yeah, man, you get to come out and see the nation's capital. It's my first time here. It's been really cool. The guys, everybody that's came out, we got a chance to talk with some of you in the crowd here today before we kick things up. You've all been pretty awesome. I'd say you deserve a hand.
Yeah, definitely. The crowd has been amazing, and I hope that they are going to be as loud today as they were yesterday. So far, you guys are starting off well. I'm surprised. It's nice to know that everybody went to bed nice and early yesterday, because it's still early here in DC. It's a little bit past 11 in the morning, but the energy levels are up there, Nate.
Yeah, everybody is wide awake and ready for some awesome matches. We have a pretty Terran-heavy lineup today. Our first series is going to be a TVP, though.
That is correct. The first series of the day is going to be Trap versus Cure. That's going to be a big one. And of course, during the games today, we are going to run some polls as well. You guys can all participate in those polls. Yesterday, the polls started off serious, and they got more ludicrous throughout the day. And I'm not sure what we are going to vote on today, but go ahead and go over to battlegrounds.redbull.com or redbullbattlegrounds.com. Both works, and place your votes. It's important, and it's fun it's fun for us as well.
Yeah, some of those poll results got pretty interesting. Quite a few people agreed yesterday that Protoss was the strongest race, and now I'm getting all these tweets like, "So, Mr. Tarrant, how do you feel about the current top four?" I'm like, I don't know, Kev.
You know, I had my questions about that all along, Nate.
You know, Todd saw it coming, I'm sure, from a mile away.
More than a mile away. He was already, even when he was in France, he already saw this coming, and he didn't even cross the ocean yet. Anyways, like we said many times already, yesterday we had a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys had a lot of fun as well. But in case you missed something, we threw together a highlight reel of day one. Take a look at some of the most amazing things that happened yesterday at day one of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Final 2014 in Washington, D.C.
Just seems so confident, and he's just playing maybe the best Starcraft he's ever played.
He just walks into the main base.
Oh,
there's nothing here.
Trap will advance to the semifinals as well.
GG Trap!
This is going through the audience, high-fiving everybody. What a champ. And will this be the first time that Scarlett is going to take a map of parting, or maybe even more? GG, just like that.
Completely caught Spotting off guard, and us as well, and just beat him 2-0.
Cure becomes your third player to advance.
I don't know about this. This is going way too deep into Polt's territory. GG! Polt advances!
Bomber, obviously, is going to be his first test, but if he can beat Bomber, that would set himself up big time for the finals.
Not the top four that a lot of people expected, but definitely a very well-deserved top four.
I think the greatest stories come by when the favorites are eliminated.
It was madness, and I truly think that yesterday was a day to remember. The crowd was obviously insane, but it's hard not to go insane. If you love StarCraft and you see games like that, then you're just losing your mind, you know?
What a day one it was, and now it's time for day two with me and Todd casting Cure vs. Trap. Oh, this series, Todd, it's gonna be good. I mean,
those two guys, they've been playing really well. They recently became teammates, and this is gonna be some very high-level PvP, which I'm a big fan of.
yeah, and I mean, the fact is we've seen these players be able to not die when they should be dead. The games keep going on. They keep pulling these moves to hang in there. They've delivered some amazing games, but they're two players that I think might be lesser known when compared to Bomber and Polt.
Yeah, I guess you could say that Bomber and Polt definitely are some of those big fan favorites, whereas Trap, you know, he's just won one big tournament in MLG.
Yeah.
Nobody really expected him to do that well there, or at least predicted he was going to win. Cure, the new guy on the block, who's just taking names left and right. The possible Cinderella story. I was laughing a lot yesterday when you kept on saying that.
I know you brought that up in the pregame show, and I was like, nice, I'm going to use that in every single game.
It's true, though. If a player comes out of nowhere like this and qualifies for BlizzCon at the last second, can you imagine he's ranked 51 right now in the WCS World Rankings?
I mean, this is really similar to Deer's story last year, where he won the WCS Season 3 Grand Slam and then went straight to BlizzCon and got a huge fan base as a result. I mean, these are two players whose skill levels are at the top in Korea and are also performing well here today. And no matter what, we have the greatest crowd ever to start off the event. I see you in the corner with the senpai notice me. I notice you, Kohai. And I know Trap, Cure have both gained so many fans in the last few days. And thank you all so much for coming out. The theater is completely full. Oh my God, I love you as well. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you feel the same way too. This was a really private moment we got to share on air. There's Trap.
Sharing a smile with us, a brief smile. He was just informed he could do something if he wanted to. A little bit shy, surely. It's difficult, you know. Not everybody can be a natural like you, Day9.
Oh, well, thank you,
When looking at a camera.
Oh, you make me blush, goodness. But one thing that I love about these players is that they show off their flair in-game. I mean, Cure, he did do really standard play. The crowd loves the thumbs up. I mean, he did do what you might call standard play, but he is so good at staying, I'd almost call it like hyper passive, where he's all the way withdrawn back. He invites your army to the front gates and does some of the most unusual counters. I mean, we talked about the little Raven that could, your favorite Raven of all time. We talked about the 50 Marines swinging around. I mean, the obvious misstep occurred and he lost all of them, but it's those sort of counterattacks that get him chances back into the game.
Yeah, these two actually, they have the main go-to style that they like to go into playing this matchup, which I will go back to in a second and elaborate a little bit more, but I think it's time to get into the game here in a second. We're going to be playing on Catalina first. I did a bunch of research actually on a lot of their recent VODs, and this was not one of the maps that I got to watch how they play Lycon, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to most likely use that main style that they like.
Yeah, it's a reasonable map for standard. Few concerns on the Terran side. In the left-hand corner. 51st in WCS ranking, but still has a chance to qualify for the World Finals. If you'd like to see him do it, make some noise for Cure! And in the top right corner, a Pro League All-Star, an MLG champion looking for another goal to put under his belt. His name is Trap!
All right, Cure, he's been doing pretty well versus Protoss these days, which is funny because actually lifetime, he has a below 50% win rate in the matchup. Can you imagine that? But out of his latest matches, he's just beat a lot of good people in general. You know, he recently beat Zest in the GSL. Doesn't really get any better than that. Zest probably currently the best Protoss player in the world. And already we're seeing his main go-to build, which I think actually this might have been a Gas 11 out of him. So he's going to want to rush that first Reaper very quickly. It makes sense, you know, it's Catalina. Those Reaper openers are very strong on it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have that ramp wall, or excuse me, the wall right next to your main makes it very easy for the Reaper to get up, but I think most importantly, makes it a little dangerous against Blink Stalker plays because it's pretty far away from the expansion ramp. So you're going to wind up having a little bit of a tricky spot to position your Marines.
What Cure likes to do in TVP is almost always open Reaper.
Yeah.
And just going to an expansion, going to a lot of the time basically 3 racks and bioforces, later on get medivacs. But there's one thing that he does very differently than other Terrans. It's basically skip that third base for the longest time. He gets it very, very late.
Yeah.
Usually around 12 minutes 30. And because of that, he gets 2 additional barracks before that. He goes up to 5 barracks quickly and then starts dropping everywhere. He's so aggressive in this matchup.
Yeah,
he loves dropping.
I mean, this is a really interesting thing you bring up. There's always the big decision moment that happens around 8 to 10 minutes. And this is the point where Protoss starts to be on the back foot. Medivacs are out. Protoss has to hold. Protoss is trying to get up a third, dealing with all these stims. And Protoss doesn't have tons of warp gates, tons of Templar, Colossus, just kind of has smaller army. So some Terran players say, great, this is my chance to take a third. But I like what you say. Kira says, well, hell, if this is my advantage with these medevacs, I'm going to devote all my resources to hurting them here. But of course that means you have to deal a lot of damage.
Yes, which usually he's very good at. Actually, there was a game against Zest in which he dropped Medivacs, 6 Medivacs, literally on top of 10 Stalkers. He didn't even care that they were there and ready for him. He dropped on top of them, killed the Stalkers, even though he lost some Bioforces doing it. It was still a cost-effective drive, and then from there, he just powered through with the next few attacks. And in this game, Cure has opened with just 2 barracks so far. Ooh. Probably going to be skipping on that third one for some time because he wanted to get a bunker. I think he saw that Mothership Core maybe moving out. And Trap usually scouts at 13 right after his gateway, but since this is a 3-player map, he kind of skipped on that for quite some time. So this Mothership Core harassment here is not supposed to do anything, but I guess the Marines are delayed. Look, they're running for their lives.
I love it. I love it. Trap scouting with the Mothership Core and getting maximum value. Will dart in, will hunt those Marines down. These are the little edges that make Trap and Cure such a delight to watch. I mean, this Reaper has already gotten an extra kill. This Mothership Core is probably going to get 4 kills total.
Oh, the Mothership Core needs to get away here. And the Polt, as we see, Bomber, the big fan favorite here. A lot of people think he's gonna win it with Polt second. This is gonna escape. Come on.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. Wow, what a close call. 14 health, 3 shots left.
Something's up here. Trap made a Stargate in his main, which is gonna be scouted very easily, by the way. But on the other side of the map, he's getting a pylon by itself. If he drops down a bunch of gateways here, maybe he could be going for like some very strong all-in, which on this map will make sense. So we'll see. I don't really see him make anything here other than possible gateways, maybe a Twilight, but I mean,
such
you
value.
might as well make it at home.
Very slick moves from this Reaper. I mean, getting 2 kills on probes, just extremely precise timing. It would be cool if Trap built another Stargate at the hidden pylon.
I was thinking about that. But,
tricked him with the mind games. I'm not going Stargate. Surprise, double Stargate.
He saw one he never expected to.
Yeah, and that's my own strategy, but note that I'm a commentator, not a round of 4 player.
Hashtag mind games.
Hashtag mind games, indeed.
Okay, the Reaper, as long as he keeps it alive, Cure he has a lot of information as to when Trap will finally move out, but Oracle, even though it wasn't spotted, we always have Marines in position in the main and natural, so I think he's going to try to fly around and kill a few walkers here and there. By the way, I don't know if we realized yet, but I don't even know if Cure realized. He has double factory on the way.
Oh, there.
Even though he's getting steam. He cancelled one just now. Oh my god, what's going on
there?
I thought for a moment we might see some kind of biomech, which against Protoss we never really see, so big mistake here already, which is very uncharacteristic from a player like Cure.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that we can see Cure pull it together and begin to do more of his trademark mid-game aggression that you bring up. This Reaper is the most value Reaper I've ever seen. He's killed 3 probes. He's gotten a full scout twice, and it looks like he's probably going to escape. No, not after that shot.
Oh, come on. After we start hyping him. Oh my god, Trap? He's going into charge and ground armor level 1. Is he seriously gonna play charge lot Templar style?
It's a style that's okay because once you get a 3rd base, your second, your natural, is pretty well defended as Protoss, and you can rely on just deflecting drops from the edges. But I mean, like you say, Colossus and Blink are a pretty natural choice on this map. There's a lot of high-low ground stuffs going on.
It's actually it's a map where it's very difficult to defend against drops, so maybe if you go into some Templars, then you can just spread them out, make sure you have the feedbacks ready against those Medivac drops. And I mean, if you've done a minimum of homework on how Cure plays against Protoss, he loves those drops. He will almost always go into racks 4 and 5, and which is, right now, is going to go down. And he delays that 3rd base a lot. 12 minutes 30 is usually the time he drops it down. And he has about 5 Medivacs out with a lot of Bioforces, and he starts dropping all over the place. This is probably one of the better maps to go for that style on as well.
Definitely.
So I'm pretty sure that's what he wants to go into and trap. He's going to have to play very defensively on 2 bases for a very long time. If he takes a little bit of damage here and there, as long as Cure is trading, I think Trap's going to be in trouble. So it's all going to be about defending very close to perfectly for Trap to have a chance to win here.
Got to be very careful as Cure. He does not have combat shield yet. There's no combat shield. Trap is making such short work of the front line of Marines, and immediately Cure has lost so much momentum. He's getting mines. He's continuing to apply more pressure to this frontal assault. And the big question is, can he pick off the key gas units? Can he get sentries? Can he get Templar?
Look at how fearless Cure is. He just gets in there, even though he knows that the photon overcharge could go up any second. He's even gonna get a pylon, targets the sentries, and then pulls back. This guy's bioforces are not normal.
Oh, wow! The mothership core falls, and I mean, it's just like you said, Todd, he's standing in range of the photon overcharge. Why? He's gonna lose mineral units and force his opponent to lose gas units. And what does that mean? Eventually, it'll be an army of bio versus not many Templars, not many Archons. All the high-value units will be gone, and the Widow Mines popping in immediately put a clock.
So much for that perfect defense that Trap needed, man.
Yeah, right?
He's lost so much, kind of fell apart, and he's loaded up a War Prism with an Archon and 2 Zealots. As good as it is to counter and do some damage across the map, he's gonna have a very little chunk of army back at home. Oh my god.
Slick move from Cure. If you go Stargate into Templar Archives, very unlikely that you have detection.
The Nexus on the natural. If he goes for it, he's gonna go for it. And I think he's gonna get it. The army was out of position here for 1 second. Cure anticipating perfectly.
You can't be serious. I mean, these are beautiful reads. When do you get to kill off a Nexus of a 2-basing player? And here comes Trap's answer. He's going to step in with the Warp Prism. This must deal enormous damage. There's not a lot of important buildings back home to defend. Trap can afford to warp in. And the Archon, the huge damage dealer, the core piece to this harassment, is staying strong.
Trap is not remaking the second Nexus. He was blocking it here for a moment. And he's not even moving out for an all-in or anything, so the Oracle's gonna come back in, but it's not gonna do anything really. Then that Nexus, he needs to remake it. Oh my god, it's so delayed. And now Cure, being well saturated on 2 bases, he lost almost no walkers. I think Trap killed like 6. And his production is just gonna be ridiculous. From there, he can just move across the map. He's gonna have so much. There is no Storm.
I mean, there's a lot of...
actually Storm finished, but there is a single Templar. I mean, how much can one Storm really do? Well, I guess sometimes a lot.
He's going to have to channel the powers of Reach to get one of those sick Mudang Storms out. I mean, right now, we're seeing in the production tab, +2 is getting started. I mean, did Cure even get +1 armor? I don't even think that he's going to do... Yeah, wow, +1 armor as well. He's staying so low on his tech. He's instead favoring getting reactors, add-ons.
And I think it's the right move as well, just because he needs to keep on making a lot of units. Oh, that Archon actually... SCVs! I don't know if this is a fight you want to take.
I know, it looks like the Marauder Marine Force steps into the front.
One storm is available.
A single storm, beautiful force fields to delay, just continuing to hold, 150 to 100 supply.
He needs the photon overcharge to have a chance, and if you look at the supply, Cure is just so far ahead. He wants to finish this game.
Where's the storm? Where is it? He's waiting for that perfect moment. Can he cause a walk up the ramp? Can he get a great storm? Is it going to be enough? We're seeing Mind Blast go off. The medevac count substantial.
72 energy on another Templar. If he gets another storm, he could kill a lot of units there.
It's going to be so close. In the main base, we see a little dot of red. Micro barely able to pick off the front line of Zealots, but now they are all gone. The Warp Prism not yet unloading, and it looks like Trap has held on.
He gets sentries to be able to force fields. You don't need those to fight. Cure has so many Widow Mines, by the way. He's got some back at home, like he's finally sending them across the map. He's got 7 Widow Mines right now against no Immortals and no Colossus. Good luck, Trap.
I mean, Trap is stretching every little advantage that he can.
Ooh, big force fields.
Those were amazing force fields. I mean, with medevacs out, most people tend to neglect the sentries. Smart emergency move from Trap. Don't want to warp in worthless Templar that can't do anything for the next 30 seconds. You need impact spells now. Goes with the sentries, but suddenly they're low on energy too. The mines are there. The Zealots are falling.
Yeah, Trap doesn't have what he needs to counter those Widow Mines, which is some Colossus or even a lot of Immortals. In this case, he's about to get... Oh, he just got his first one. He's going to get a second one. But I mean, what's his game plan from there? He's going to be defending the entire game. Cure is now on 3 bases. That War Prism was finally shut down across the map. There's still the Oracle alive, but there are turrets in good places, and I think Cure's just going to finish it.
Fearless micro from Cure, storming up the ramp, and Immortal's going to join in the fray. A second one, too, but I don't think it will possibly be enough. Photon overcharge, Storm, Immortals, Archons, the big guns of Protoss. It doesn't matter. Cure will not relent, but Trap pulling off amazing defense after amazing defense. 3 about to die. Medivacs suddenly fall.
Storm. He has a storm. He's gonna storm his own probes and some bioforces. What's happened here?
Jeez.
Trap. I mean, Trap's priority here should be defending back at home and somehow, at some point, finally taking another base. And Q is doing a beautiful job of attacking continuously so that Trap doesn't go up to something like 8 Templars with a lot of energy, which changes everything. But Trap somehow, I guess he figured that he has to be counter-attacking across the map. He has to do some economic damage to Cure, otherwise he's never going to win that game. So he gets another War Prism. Still has the Oracle. The Oracle is going to do a 1-on-2 against Widow Mines. Oh my god, barely gets away.
Such close decision making. And I mean, Protoss in this matchup functions a lot like a crossbow. The longer you get to wait and pull back, the harder you can punch Terran. So Cure is not going to let up. He's going to keep dropping, but he's walking straight into some potential
He's going to get feedback. Oh no, he spots it. He's way too good for that, man. Cure. By the way, Cure started stepping in those fights, or just in general. Remember yesterday against Scarlett on King Sejong against those Ultras. Like those Ultras never attacked, literally. Cure stutter stepping with his bioforces, probably best in the biz right now in Starcraft 2.
Because I mean, it's not just getting them to stutter as fast as possible, it's that pace where you are getting the perfect distance to fire and then retreat again and take as little damage as possible.
Man, he's getting a Ghost Academy, another CC. Cure just never goes really high in terms of minerals. And, oh, actually, right now he's not paying attention.
Perfect play from Trap. With Cure dancing all over the map, Trap is looking for those isolated armies where he can focus a Storm, his Zealots, pick up a little value, pick up a little value. He's down 40 supply, but he's at 120. A drop in the main and a drop at the third. Both players on point.
Yeah, Trap doing some counter harassment nicely with one Zealot sniping on some SCVs here, but the drop in the main, he's gonna, well, I was gonna say he's gonna do a lot of damage, but these Templars were well placed. And Trap, is he holding at a third base? Even though he's so far behind his supply, he's doing such a good job.
3 battles at once, only the Legend Observer Funka can follow this action. I mean, these players all over the place at once. Drops in the main, a battle in mid. We're seeing the Terran army also head into Trap's natural expansion.
Even
the Oracle moving back into the main base.
The Oracle wants a piece of the action here. There are some Widow Mines burrowed a little bit everywhere. And Trap is now moving across the map. He's closed up the gap in terms of supply. He has a bunch of Templars. Actually, he's just one of them with his army here. 2 more are coming in. So he has 3 big storms that he can try to hit the army of Cure with, as there is still no Ghost Town on the map. Trap, if somehow he won this, I can't believe he's fought this hard somehow. I really thought he was going to die any second. But somehow he's gearing up for a very, very scaring attack here.
Oh, Cure the fast-burning fire. The flames might be hot, but it'll never last too long. Main and natural mind out. Storms going down. Oracle assaulting the most important expansion. If that third falls, Cure is done in this game. Again, the Oracle stays alive. Kiting is going to be the only cure for Cure in this game.
Oh man, that Oracle. 24 kills and still going strong. I think Cure has had enough. He's just going to drop some Marines below that boss. He gets away! And look at the supply now, Trap caught up.
The supply counts are even. Look at the expansions, mains mined out for both. Natural expansions running very low. The mules almost hurting Cure at this point. He has very little funds. I mean, this is a nail-biting game, and we see at the south side, Warp Prisms next to the pylon. The Oracle, geez, 24 kills, Executor Oracle.
Trap's crisis management and multitask when there was all these fights happening in many places at once has been incredible. But he has no idea there is a force base for Cure, who's gonna go for another drop in the main. By the way, he's about to go for it. There is 2 Templars in position, ready to storm. The Mothership Core is actually at the third base. So rather than keeping it for the main for photon overcharge, he sent that there.
Well, looks like
he's not doing too bad upgrade-wise, by the way. He's got +3 armor, he's getting +2 attack now.
I mean, it's really interesting to see the slow move to Ghosts right now. Cure continuing to drop all over the place. Wow. Only the Legend Observer Funka, the witness of esports.
Funka has been maybe one of the MVPs here for sure.
Absolutely.
This entire thing, because we haven't missed much.
This Oracle is just like that guy that keeps inviting himself to your parties. He just keeps showing up. He's like, hey, I see all you here. Do you want to hang out? Here, no, I'll just be at the third, man. Let me know if you need me.
Trap right now. He's flanking with Templars. Oh my god, Kyo did not see that coming. We have the first few ghosts on the way. Oh, but that we don't mind.
Finally, it falls.
Oh, he gets 3 Templars.
3 Templars with 1 mine.
Trap right now is trying to squeeze out some Colossus, but he's just started the first one, and Cure is gearing up for a massive attack, even though his entire army is revealed. He doesn't even care. He scans, he sees the army. He's gonna want to look to stutter step and try and end the game here before he lets Trap get too many Templars, because even if there are ghosts on the map, if there are something like 8 or 10 Templars, you're gonna be in trouble. And right now there is 11 actually for Trap. I cannot believe how hard he's fought this game and that he may still somehow win it.
Trap is holding on as best he can. 11 Templar down to 9 with the Archon Warp. That's a great delay tactic. That will let you hang into the game until the ghosts arrive. Protoss really needs Colossus, needs Thermal Lance. Ouch!
And Trap is gearing up for some kind of counter-attack across the map as well. He's whopped in some Zealots there, and a single Templar ready to storm, maybe behind that bunker as it will get repaired. If he goes for that now, this could do a lot of damage. And Cure is really committed to this attack. He keeps on steaming a lot.
He has spent almost all of his medevac energy. He might have removed the Templar, but that bio army is fragile, all in the colors of orange and yellow. A storm goes down, the time warp, the counter attack from Trap. Massive storms! The 4th base in the top left, the only reliable expansions. Yet again, Trap makes the game go on.
Cure just lost 19 SCVs and he was held back across the map by Trap. The Immortals are still alive. The Colossus, he's chasing this ghost. There are still Zealots fighting everywhere, catching the ghost now in the middle of the map as well. Cure needs to save that. He's gonna need those to possibly win this game. Is Trap actually committing to this fight?
This is a remarkable defense from Trap, but I don't know if these attacks are wise. He doesn't have supporting units. It's Immortals and Colossus alone. Trap fumbles at the last second, and I don't think Trap even knows about the top left expansion.
And Trap is the one getting chased down. All of a sudden, some Templars come in. They don't have Storm yet.
No.
74.
Oh, no.
He gets EMP'd at 74 energy. Another one of those Templars has 2 Storms. Kinda missed the first one, and Trap has been held. Cure is now going to counter-attack and try and finish the game.
95 to 87. Neither player ever drifting close to maxed, always saying a little less than half supply. Zealot Colossus, this is the sort of army that Trap needs to grow in size in order to stabilize, in order to hold and get a 4th base. Let's take a look at the unit count. How many workers do each player have? 33 to 49.
Yeah, but they are not spread out very well for Trap. It's 4 at the natural and 32 on the 3rd base. The base that's already saturated, clearly. So Cure, in terms of pure income with his extra base, which just got scouted by an observer, he's in a great shape in terms of income, even though he lost so many SCVs. I guess he doesn't really care. He's got mules.
Gosh, 54 killed off and more soon enough. EMP to kill the observer. Nice technical move. Oracle heading to top left.
Oh, he's not the same guy.
No, don't worry.
He reincarnated.
It's a descendant.
I'm back. I'm back to the party.
I mean, this is a devastating blow to Cure's economy. You never plan on having to build extra missile turrets as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Yet another Oracle going down for Trap. And this is something that is commonplace of all the Jin Air Wings players. We see they hold back defensively and build lots of counterattack focused units like these drops from Cure. So brilliant. It scouts and it applies pressure.
He knew there was going to be a force base here, or there had to be, and if there wasn't, then he would be so far ahead anyway. So he goes for the single medivac drop, and he's going to get a cancel on that base. It's as simple as that. Even places a Marine up there to see the reinforcements coming in. The Marine was killed, but now he knows he can just pick up and leave. Blink finally starts. You need Blink and Blink Stalkers to help and defend these Colossi against Vikings, and both players, they are again assembling the army that they think is going to be ideal to try and win the game.
12 kills, Instructor Oracle en route to Executor Oracle. If we take again a look at the army sizes, we see that Cure has a pretty darned big army. 88 supply to 71. There's Ghost, Vikings, all the good bits.
The Vikings are hunting down the junior Oracle, who's trying to live up to the expectations of his father, that got so many kills previously. The drop still on the right-hand side, going around. Trap missing that here a little bit. He could take some economic damage. And you know, as much as Cure losing SCVs didn't really matter because he had mules and he could remake some immediately, losing probes here will be a big deal.
Yeah, when the base count is this low, workers suddenly become the critical target. Each one of these counts big. No blink quite yet, can't get that last bit of damage to pick off the medevac. Both players, though, they seem fatigued. They don't want to go into intense micro battles. They're going to sit, they're going to chill.
It finally slowed down the game.
Yeah.
They were fighting non-stop, and now they chose to sit back for a little bit, you know, work on their unit composition and all that. I love that Trap just made a War Prism and loaded it up with Templars. And, well, Oracle Jr. here, not going to do nearly as much as his father did previously. Yeah, that War Prism loaded up with Templars could do so much damage. If you look at Cure's army, it's very strong, but if 2 or 3 big storms hit it right on top, or even some feedbacks, his army will die very quickly, and he will get overrun completely and be behind.
Warp Prism with Medevacs, a rarely used tactic, a great way to guarantee no EMPs on the Templar. Trap's going to step in. He's got to be careful not to fly the Warp Prism into the Vikings, into the mines. Even the Ghosts and the Marines can pick it off with a good target fire.
One of the Observer gets sniped here. And this is it.
Oh! Perfect EMPs right on the ramp when the Protoss army was maximum clustered. That is when Cure chose to strike. Where's the Warp Prism?
He's going in with no Templars, with energy, and most of his army EMP'd. I guess he's committed to this fight.
Terran's trapped.
The Warp Prism's coming in.
Here it comes. He needs to target fire it down, but more EMPs. Unload! Oh, that's a terrifyingly thin play from Trap. He needs to get out, and he does in time. He throws down one storm, but it's still not enough.
Yeah.
The army's pulled in half. Trap now charges the group. The Ghosts, everything, it's too much. Good game, Cure.
What a fantastic game to start the day.
Game 1 of match 1.
Yeah, you know, I said we're gonna see some high-level PvT, but this was out of this world. Out of both players, literally. Like Trap holding on for as long as he did. I was gonna seriously, I kind of called the game. You know, I thought he was gonna die. I thought this was it, but somehow barely holding on the counterattacks. Perfect amount of Zealots and Archons across the map. That Hero Oracle getting a ton of kills really helped as well.
Both of them did very weird things in the current metagame. Like you said, the extremely late third base, we saw Cure chill on 5 barracks, even getting a reactor add-on to his factory. We saw from Protoss, from Trap, getting a Zealot Templar army, which most Protosses say you can't do it all now. Mines are just too strong, but Trap kept holding on, kept holding on. It was magnificent. I mean, this is one of the best ways to start a day 2 of a tournament.
You know what I think cost Cure the game is he overextended. He tried to finish Trap, whereas he could literally just have stayed down the ramp with Widow Mines in an arc and Bioforces on top of them, and never let Trap leave his base, do an eternal lockdown. And back at home, just keep a chunk of units here and there just to defend against those Warpism drops and Zealot Warpins, which, by the way, Trap was kind of broke on 2 bases against a well-saturated Terran on 3 bases. So Cure, he overextended. It almost cost him the game. He's going to have to be careful here. If he plays like this next time, he could lose.
If there's any mistake on either side, both players know exactly how to punish. We're getting a sense of their personality through their gameplay, but we also got the chance to talk to both of these players before playing against each other as they are teammates. Let's hear what they had to say.
저는 성우랑 저랑 뭔가 성격도 비슷하고 저랑 경기하게 되면 어떻게 될지 진짜 궁금해요.
도욱이는 되게 조용해요. 조용하면서 겸손한데 얘가 말로는 되게 약한 척 하는데
일단 저는 탈락하게 돼도 그렇게 막 크게 아쉬울 것 같진 않아요. 왜냐면 일단 정말 좋은 경험이라고 생각할 거고 그냥 탈락해도 그 해외대회 온 걸 즐길 것 같아요. 그리고 이렇게 4강 올라가고 하니까 좀 없던 욕심도 생기는 것 같아요. 그러니까 이번에 GSL 4강 올라오고 이렇게 레드불 대회 오게 되는데 솔직히 좀 편안한 마음으로 즐기려고 왔거든요. 근데 이렇게 4강까지 올라오니까 레드불도 우승하고 GSL도 우승하고 싶은 마음이 이렇게 생기는 것 같아요.
요즘 그러니까 도우기가 데뷔한 지 좀 됐고 이제 굉장히 경기력도 좋고 실력적인 면에서도 물이 올랐는데 도우기는 어차피 한국 가도 GSL 있기 때문에 이 대회는 제가 우승해야 될 것 같아요.
Two teammates with great respect for one another. I like Trap's suggestion. Look, you win GSL, I'll win this one. That's a pretty impressive display of confidence.
Yeah, I don't think he took BlizzCon into consideration, though. And a little bit surprised that, Cure said that if he lost, he wasn't going to be that disappointed. I think maybe he meant that he'd take it as a lesson. And also, it's the beginning of his career, as in, he's only really exploding completely as a player in terms of skills and results just now. So
yeah.
He's willing to take it slow. If he doesn't win a tournament, then sure, he can work more, come back stronger next time. But I do think that he's maybe the big favorite here to win this whole thing. He's just so impressive.
I mean, what's so cool about a player like Cure, many of the practice partner, the B-teamers that we hear from, struggle until they find their style. And once they have a style they're comfortable with, that clicks with their head, the wins pile up. In this best of 5, he is currently down 0-1. He's one of the most impressive Protosses on the scene right now. Jinair's Trap! One of the newest players to splash on the scene, and certainly one that could make a huge impact. Also from Jinair, it's Cure!
Cure, in his last 13 matches against Protoss, only lost once to Rain, and he beat guys like Wellmu, Patience, Creator, Myungshik. He took his revenge against Rain, and most notably just beat Zest in the GSL. Doesn't really get any better than that.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of funny is there's, you were talking about the fact that he had, what was a 47% win rate, less than 50% in TVP. A lot of times in the Pro League, there's that player who's solid, who you can count on, you keep sending them out. I mean, Cure, I think, was 19-26 in last year's Pro League. He's 9-12 in this year's Pro League. He's the guy that just gets sent out a lot and can probably get a win. And what we end up seeing is that their win percentage is a little bit skewed down, but in all that time that they're playing and all that time they're counted on as that reliable but maybe not top-tier player, they're getting so much experience. They're learning to be calm under pressure, and all those amazing names that you heard, names like Jaedong or Flash, there was a time when they were that player, the under 50% win rate, even called cheesy for a while, and we got the chance to see them explode once they found their style. And it's just a thrill to see Cure doing this style that we really don't see in TVP.
Yeah, actually Deadwing is very, very interesting. We don't see too much in Protoss versus Terran, and Trap, usually in most of his games, at least on two-players map a lot, he scouts on 13, whereas now he's been skipping on that scout a lot. And you know what?
Yeah.
Cure opens Reaper basically every single game. This may be why. Trap is basically saying, since I know how you're going to open, I'm just going to not scout because I already know kind of what you're going to do, or at least as far as opening Reaper goes. So this is even a pretty good map for Command Center first, but Cure, again, going for that Reaper quickly.
What's interesting on this map is outside of the natural expansion of Protoss, there's no ramp. That's just an even surface. So early pressure from Marines Marauders are a much more considerable threat.
I have this feeling that, Trap, usually he really likes to go into 3 Stalkers, a Robo, get some Observer outs, whereas in the previous game, he played some Charge Lock Templar style. Oh, the SCV barely get away as the Reaper is going to start its work in the main here. But yeah, I do think that Trap, there is a good chance he's going to go back to his main style here and not try to play Charge Lock Templar again, just because it's so hard to play this style and somehow pull it off. So even though Trap made it look pretty strong last game in holding on for as long as he did and somehow making it close, I don't think it's that good right now. But maybe he thinks that it's the best style to play to go up against Cure with.
I mean, it's one of those styles that I honestly feel like is reliable enough. I mean, especially given its ability to just push the game on longer and longer and longer. And I mean, if you're playing with players who are this aggressive, well, actually speaking of being this aggressive.
Yeah, Zealots and a Mothership Core here going across the map to try and get some kills. They need each other though. They complete each other against those Marines. If the Zealot goes in alone against 4 Marines, he's gonna get crushed. Same with the Mothership Core. But together they have a chance. Maybe with the time warp too, which would mean he wouldn't have fought on the charge if there was to be a counter-attack.
If you time warp to kill 1 Marine, I think you need to play a little more calmly. Zealot's gonna fall. He was not gonna be useful in the early game anyways, but all those units do count. And we see Kier doing pretty typical opening and interesting, going straight for the archives. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's a lot of the time when somebody does that, it's just gonna be for blink, which on this map, if you open like this, you can play something like the Zest build, you know, where you add on 2 additional gates, you go into a robo, you take a 3rd base, or if you want to go for the aggression to try and kill somebody, we've seen Trap actually previously versus Bomber, I think it was on Overgrowth, go for something like a lot of gateways. Oh yes,
Funka.
We love you for loving your job too, Funka. You do a great job.
The witness of esports, Funka.
And look, here it is, 4 more gates. I think there's probably going to be 1 more as well.
He might even go up to 6 gates.
And you know why? Because he scouted 2 barracks. He also probably identified that in previous games, it was 2 barracks for the longest time. So Trap says, you want to open 2 racks? You're not going to have nearly as much bioforces as you would have if you open with 3. I'm just going to kill you with some blink play.
Yeah, in particular, with only 2 barracks, you can't get an extra tech lab add-on and get Marauders. A lot of the reason 3 barracks can hold off those blink plays is that eventually you start getting Marauders. You struggle for a little bit, but you can swing back and crush hard. Here, very standard play from Trap, opening up with a mass blink play, and it may very well be the end for Kier.
Kier actually knows this is coming, so he's gonna try to prepare as best as possible. He's getting a bunker in the main right now. He saw all of the gateways, he saw the blink, getting research, so he knows there can be only one thing headed for him here, and that's death by Stalkers, basically.
Jeez, that's so many Stalkers. And what do we see Kier do? Well, he gets a +1 attack upgrade. This is a weird blink up from Trap. Kier is going to eviscerate the first set of Stalkers.
Usually you do that when the unit's out of position and then you time warp them out, but now he blinked into Bioforces. Trap has lost so much here and not killed all that much. Now there is a bunker up the ramp. There are bunkers everywhere. Like, the base of Kier is getting covered with bunkers. First medivac on the way.
This looked easy. I'm shocked that Trap.
I mean, it's not over yet.
Right up.
Yeah, Trap's gonna commit to this. He has no choice. He doesn't want to try to transition. He's just gonna keep on warping his Stalkers. He's gonna go for the kill. But Kier really setting himself up for the defense here. And as soon as those first few medivacs come and enter the field, it's gonna be so hard for Trap to possibly win. Oh my god, he blinks again.
Wow, right in between. He's hoping his Stalker forces are better than the Bioforce, and Trap may have done an excellent judgment call. Kier caught in the one place his bunkers are not. Trap continuing to blink out, but I think it's just not quite enough, and Kier might hold.
But that medivac, yeah, did so much healing. Now there is the second one out on the field. Kier is going to be able to steam comfortably. Trap is pushed back. He's down to very few Stalkers, just 5. Does he commit? No, he restarts pro production. He warps in some units at home, some Zealots. He knows he's probably going to be getting dropped very soon here. What does he transition into? He has absolutely no robo. Does he go into charge lots and a lot of Zealots, knowing he's going to be attacked and try and hold comfortably?
I mean, I almost feel like you've got to just add on probes and keep building gateway units. You could maybe transition to Templar, but you really kind of need that +1 armor upgrade for the Zealots to function properly versus Bio. Just trying to get value in these gateway unit assaults might be the best choice, but it's going to be a close call. Trap continues to warp in. He's target firing down Marauders and doing a damn good job of it. Never underestimate the power of target firing with Stalkers.
Kier is so smart. I mean, he moved out maybe a little bit too early here as Trap committed more and more units to this, and he's got some back at home. Trap did a good job of rebuilding probes. He's still ahead in walkers. And I really like that Kier, by the way, basically said this was held. He might get desperate and go for DT, so he made a single turret that is natural. It's just so good. That bunker, by the way, is a big bluff. It's empty. Not anymore.
Wow. I mean, I love those little moves, target firing, sniping, pulling away. Stims are a little bit of extra damage.
Ooh. Kier is getting too aggressive sometimes. Trap kind of turned around a few times here and fought this and traded units, but now Kier is finally reaching that critical mass that he needs to keep on fighting. He's got +1 attack upgrade. Combat shield finally started, and he's pumping out units very, very quickly. He's going up again into a 4th and 5th barracks. Never rushes that 3rd command center.
This is such an amazing follow-up from Trap. It fell apart his initial attack, but he's been doing great control ever since. But Cure is relentless. He's storming forward. This is still a significant gateway force. And I think if Trap controls this well, he's going to be in good shape.
There was 3 Zealots. One of them attacked once. That's miraculous here, considering Cure is just so good with his bioforces, but they might be a little bit too much for now. This is not a durable army for Trap. He knew he was going to be attacked here. That's why he warped in this many units. As a turn, if you know that, you just sit back, you mass up, and then you're going to be in good shape. That's why now Cure is just trying to pull back for now. If he can regroup and wait a little bit more, he's going to be in good shape.
With every Stalker that's built, that's 50 gas. That's gas that's not going towards Colossus, not going towards upgrades, not going towards Immortals, any of the big high-impact units. Cure looks like he's losing in these fights, but he is critically delaying Protoss. I mean, look at the infrastructure for Protoss. What is he going to get? Just a Warp Prism?
Yeah.
Very cute, very clever play, but there's no Colossus, there's no Templar, there's no upgrades, there's just now the Dark Shrine.
Yeah, and you know, Cure kind of anticipated that earlier with the 1 turret at natural, which surely should help a lot against this. DT drop, though, can be pretty scary. And I really like that Trap, even though he's very far behind. He basically knows that if he sits back and spends all of his time defending, he's going to be in trouble. So what he does is he gets a Warp Prism with some units. Oh my god, I think we're going to see the same move as in the previous game here. Maybe the Medivac distracting in the main, and he's going to snipe the Nexus at the natural. I have foreseen Day 9.
Oh my god, Trap is just in a worst possible position. We see Cure's forces move up. Widow Mines in the main. Widow Mines in the main are going to burrow. Trap's distracted. Oh no, Trap, who normally has amazing minimap watching skills, refuses to lose his expansion Nexus again, desperately trying to hold on, and Cure is unrelenting.
He even has a lot of units grouped up back at home, waiting for that Warp Prism, even possibly for DTs, because he has now spotted the Dark Shrine.
GG, Cure leads 2-0.
This man is a machine. He actually, like, Cure is just so eager to fight, he's just so confident in himself that even when he particularly shouldn't be, he moves across the map and keeps on fighting. And you know, when you get there and you see the amount of Stalkers, your reflex should be to pull back, but he just loves fighting and stutter stepping so much that he just gets in there anyway. We see even less Marines and Marauders than there are Stalkers sometimes. And somehow, he just stutter steps and brings himself back into the fight, never really overcommitting and losing everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's this middle ground that he strikes perfectly. You obviously don't want to be over-aggressive and lose all your units. You don't want to be too passive and let your opponent power up. The important unit to look for in Protoss in all of these games is the Stalker. Every Stalker that is built early game for Protoss is bad. It interferes with all the plans that Protoss wants because gas is the key resource for Protoss, especially given that Protoss is stuck on 2 bases early. So by continuing to attack, he forces more Stalkers. By continuing to drop, he forces more Stalkers. By building mines, he forces more Stalkers. And all these things eat in to the unit count of the key stuff.
Exactly, and remember, we see everything, whereas Cure, after he held the initial blink play, you have to wonder what transition is the opponent going to go into. You don't want to scan and miss the tech. So what he does is he counters attack, he sees how many units there are, and then from there he tries and guess. Because if you sit back even just 2 minutes and the Protoss somehow completes Storm and has 2 or 3 Templars out, it's already such a different game. You know, much like in the previous game, you can't just sit back, let Protoss do what they want. That's why he's always attacking, taking the info, and it just works out so well for him. He looks unstoppable right now, even in any matchup, in Protoss versus Protoss as well.
I mean, I want to say to Trap, play your long game. Look at what happened on Catalina. You were about to die. You lost your natural expansion Nexus. You pushed it to a 35-minute game and almost won. Trap's little counter-harassment move, his general game strategy, is amazing. That's his strength. Last game is an example of, hey, don't try to kill Cure early. He has an answer. And with the next map being Overgrowth, this is a good chance for Trap to play it slow.
I think, yeah, you're right. I think playing defensively against somebody who likes to be aggressive, if you defend well, if you tech properly enough, you can find yourself ahead. And you know, as much as Trap's very aggressive style worked out very well against SOS, who was completely thrown off his game by it. Against Cure, it's just not working. Because not only Cure reads everything perfectly. I mean, I've watched a lot of his VODs, and believe me, Cure, he just reads into situations and always reacts accordingly and properly.
Yeah, and the way he can do that is with the attacking. Because, I mean, it's a real false concept that you need to look into the main base to see what someone's doing, that you need to see the structures. Cure needs to see your units. And if he can see what units you're building, now he knows exactly what's going on the main base.
And he knows when he's going to kill you a lot of the time as well. He decides down that instantly. He's like, oh yeah. At the 8th minute, he's already like, oh yeah, 13th minute, he's just going to die to my timing. And usually, actually in this matchup with Cure style, the 13th minute mark is really where you can see where this is going to go. Because since he goes for 4th and 5th racks very quickly, that's when he's going to have a lot more army supply and he's going to start to drop. And even against Zest in GSL, there was 10 Stalkers in the main waiting for those medivacks. He boosted on top of them, dropped on top of them, and said, you will not leave Stalkers in your main by themselves because they're not safe. I'm going to drop on top of them and kill them.
Such a smart point. I mean, with that many units on the Terran side, how does Protoss normally defend everything? Well, by being a little cute, you know? I'm going to put 2 Templars here, Mothership Core will Photon overcharge, and then everyone will run away. Not when Cure's in charge of the army. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, an MLG champion on the verge of elimination here. From Jin Air, it is Trap! And in the top right-hand corner, you may not have seen him until this tournament weekend, but he's a name you're gonna remember. Jin Air Wings, Cure!
Are we finally going to see a scout on 13 out of Trap? This is really what he does a lot usually. Actually, recently, he was eliminated from the GSL in the round 32, losing to 2 Terrans. He did play a little bit weird here and there, and he tried to play mostly standard. This might be why, actually, right now, he's just trying to play so much out of the ordinary in a way, you know, where he mixes up a lot of different builds. You know, he had a blink play in the previous game, so yeah, standard gateway 13 and no scout. So this seems to be the new thing here out of him, or just like I said before, since he knows that Cure loves to go Reaper anyway, which he's going for here again. He's just not bothering to scouts, at least early on, you know. A little bit of a later on scout, maybe at about the time he throws down his Nexus. You can go around that Reaper and then get the scout that you want to know if it's 2 additional barracks or just 1. If you think about it, actually in the previous game, if the execution out of Trap would have been better, I do think he would have won. A lot of Protosses in this situation who are very good at blink play would have won that game, but just the first blink kinda decided how this was gonna go, which was not well for Trap.
Yeah, blink plays are one of those strategies that a lot of Protosses are aware of being good, but you still need a lot of experience with the control because much of the strategy is not the build order. It's the judgment of when to blink, what angles to go for, and that can really decide games. And last game, like you say, was a perfect example of
Usually what you do is you fly into the main with the Mothership Core, and if the army is not there, you blink in the main. If it's there, then you blink into the natural and snipe a bunker. And which in this case, he saw the army in the main, maybe a little bit too late, you know, with that new vision on the Mothership Core, you can miss it, and then he kind of blinked inside of those units, which was a big mistake. I do think he saw the army. So, well, on this map, I would love to see some standard play finally, as you mentioned.
Well, over on RedBullBattlegrounds.com, we ask you, what is Trap's chance to come back in this series? And it looks like about, wow, that's a lot of confidence in Trap. I mean, being down 0-2 is an extremely hard position to come back in because, you know, even if you have an 80% chance of winning every single game, you got to do that 3 times in a row.
The poll just started, so we'll see where this goes. Actually, it's going up. The Protoss Nation is rising around the world. We've had enough of getting bullied. It's time to rise back up.
Or maybe Nathanius is down there spamming like Protoss OP, spam, spam, spam.
There was like one guy screaming in the room here.
Ooh, I love this. We're going to see a very fast factory play. You know, best of X series, it's so important to keep your opponent on their toes, especially when you have a lead. In Trap's position, he can't take a risk. He has to play his best style. Cure, though, can say, let me go ahead and try to give factory play a shot. Let me get some mines thrown at you early. Let me play very tricksy.
All right, the poll ended. 63% of people, probably all Protosses, think that Trap can come back, or at least they wish so. Okay, Trap is going into a robo, and I feel like Cure is going for that quick factory. He's kinda hoping that basically Trap would do the same thing, maybe with a quick Twilight, or take a risk here and there, maybe a quick third with no robo. So he's trying to catch some kind of no detection off guard. Whereas now, going for this build, usually the Medivac drop hits the Protoss base with some Widow Mines. Sometimes actually we've seen Cure in the past do a similar build. I think it might have been against, it was against Zest on Nimbus. He hit around 7 minutes 40 with, I think it was 2 Widow Mines, 1 Hellion, and a Medivac in the main and Marines in the natural. And this can do a lot of damage if Protoss messes up here and there if he does not see it coming. So Trap's gonna have to be on point with the scouting and with really seeing that coming as much as possible. But you know what? In terms of build orders, he's getting 3 Stalkers as Wobget will finish. He's gonna be getting Observers, so he should be fine.
That was a pretty incredible display of Reaper scouting again. I mean, the Reaper, it's kind of like a formality, you know, like where we take 10 paces and we turn around and then shoot, and everyone's sort of aware of what everyone's doing. You know, the Reaper, it's supposed to go back home. It's supposed to not be able to get in, and every game Cure has gotten in against Trap, who's like one of the best Protosses in the world.
What a boss that Zealot is. You might have Reapers, but I have Zealots. Puts one there, spots the Medivac, even the Observer confirming the direction that he's going for, which is the main. Trap still staying on one single gateway. Okay, he's finally gonna drop down some extra ones. Right now against Stern, you can't afford to be as greedy as you were before. You know, a lot of Protosses for some time were going Robo-Bait, Twilight, Double Forge, and then adding on gateways. You need to be careful nowadays. You can take a lot of damage if you do that. And yeah, 740, at about 740, that's about the same time as it was against Zest. But Trap being in position, I think you might just abort for now.
Very calm play that we see out of Trap. If we actually look at where the Observers are and what they're doing, we see one is in mid-map, the other's heading over, and I think those are the only 2 Observers.
Oh, he has 3 total.
Or 3 Observers, and they're all on the other side of the map. Is there a 4th? No, he's just convinced those mines aren't going to get in. There's no Observer in the main.
And they are going to get in there. He's not going to die on time. He has to restart an Observer Trap.
Oh.
His Robo-Bay already finished. Ideally, he would have liked to be getting a Colossus right now.
Oh, Trap getting flustered.
And he's not mining for the longest time because of this too, because he didn't want to sacrifice a single probe. So finally going to defend that, but lost a lot of mining time here. Trap, his income was down to 800 for the longest time against 1500 for Cure. Cure has to be happy. Actually, double Observer in the main of Cure.
Yeah,
not for double the Scout, they're in the same place. And again, going for racks 4 and 5 before going into any kind of third base.
And the factory's still getting add-ons to make sure that those can kick into gear right away. This is the aggressive style that I actually think Trap's build is best against. Notice that Trap is not getting a forge, he's not getting upgrades. He is going to go toe-to-toe with Cure in production.
He's going to go up to 5 gates, which I think ideally he would like to go into a third base, but I mean, those drops from Cure, everybody knows they are coming. I knew they were coming, Trap knew they were coming, but they keep on doing damage, and I don't think he plans on stopping doing that.
Well, the Colossus is under fire, easily retreats, excellent defense.
This is the first time that Trap never really lost anything against this. Even going for the 6th gateway, I think he might have just identified that just 5 might not be enough for him to keep on making units and defending well to take that base. I really like the Observer by Trap, by the way, on the 3rd base of Cure, which those look like. Usually he throws it down at around 12:30. Might take it a little bit earlier in this game just because of the way things have gone. Trap actually lost 0 units so far this game. We just changed.
That's
he just lost the first one.
Zealot, yeah.
So perfect defense with some standard play so far. Pretty interesting to see how well he's dealt with that, but Cure is still ahead on supply.
This is such great defense out of Trap. And I mean, he has just 1 forge. Again, he is not going for heavy upgrades. He's going for gateways, for units. And with this 3rd going down in the vulnerable spot, Trap might delay his own 3rd.
Yeah.
He might continue to make probes till he's at 60 on 2 base, and then just do a mass transfer.
He's getting a cannon in each mineral line. Cure always threatening to drop some Widow Mines, has forced Trap into spending 300 minerals. Ideally, you don't want to spend here. And the first big Doom drop here. Oh, actually, he misses the Observer. It was a little bit too far, so he's not going to be able to kill that. I think Cure is going to start dropping all over the place with big doom drops, maybe hitting the main, at the same time trying to deny that third base with the reinforcements that we see moving across the map right now.
You got to give a lot of respect to Cure here. Trap has 3 observers, 2 observers just ringing his own base. Most of the observers are inches outside of his own main because he is that scared of the doom drop.
Cure just saw a big chunk of this army on the third base. This is his cue to drop in the main.
Down goes nothing. No medevacs fall. But Trap's in a good position. He has the Colossus, the Warp in. The Colossus hasn't fallen yet. He's created a Pac-Man route that all those Marine Marauders have to go through, and they are falling fast. Great defense from Trap, but amazingly, Cure is still even in supply.
You know, from the start, I thought this is the way you need to play against Cure. 2-base defense for a very long time. You delay your own third base, you make sure you don't take damage, which is kind of impossible, to be honest, against this guy. Just because he manages his bioforces and medivacs so well. But right now, Trap has been holding on. He's going to be able to start his third base. He's got +2 ground armor about to finish. He needs to start charge here very soon. You can't skip on charge for as long as that. And he's moving across the map. What is going on? Does he feel confident enough to actually attack?
This is such an action-oriented series. I mean, these players are attacking non-stop. There's a Widow Mine in the main base, and the Widow Mine is going to... It missed. It shot at a probe that was going into the assimilator and didn't deal any damage, and now suddenly it's Trap moving into the assault.
He has his army spread out. It's nowhere near the Mothership Core. We doesn't even have a recall, so he left himself exposed to another big doom drop. He's gonna go for the base trade. He's counter-attacking. He's had enough of these drops. It's time for him to try and kill Cure back at home.
Oh no, this is never base trade a Terran. This is going to be a disaster for Trap. He needs to have some solution to go for a long play because Terran can float buildings. And is this going to be his play?
I cannot believe that Cure has thrown Trap off this game completely like this.
Oh, not the sentry,
There are 4 observers having a meeting in Cure's main.
Oh,
what is happening?
This? Oh, Zealots are assaulting the third base, and it looks like Trap is going to say, hey, 2 base to 1 base. No, is he going to be able to defend this? Is he going to be able to keep the Nexus alive?
He's going to lose the Nexus. He might try to cut the retreat of those medivacs here if he could with some of his stalkers that he has with his main army. Actually, killing that CC will be good. The 4 observers just get scanning the main.
No, the 4 observers are down. There's no observers left. The robot facility, we're seeing the transition to charge, to +3, to Templar, and this is an amazing play from Trap. In an incredible turn of events, Trap has taken down the expansion command center, and he blinks onto the natural. Trap is playing out of his mind right now.
He needs to go around. He needs to go into the main. Those stalkers, I think they're all going to die. Widow Mine even burrows on top of there. Actually, some of them might be able to escape here.
Is one of them going to escape?
The last of its kind.
He's going to get home to his wife's stalker and say, honey, I had the worst day.
It's time for the counterattack. Cure identifies that he's very far ahead in army supply, 98 to 56 right now. He's going to move across the map with his 1-1 upgrades. 2-1 will probably finish before that and probably charge, but no +3 for Trap, who never remade the Nexus in the main.
Oh my god, he's building the Dark Shrine in the one place that can be scouted. There's a Widow Mine right there. Can it see it? Of course it can.
And he has no photon overcharge here. When you're behind in army supply like this, you need photon overcharge.
When behind Dark Shrine, but also photon overcharge. This is all going to be about
there's some units in the natural doing a ton of damage. A Widow Mine as well. Cure is everywhere. I did not even notice that one. And the Mothership Core is going to die before it can use photon overcharge. Charge is still not finished.
We're seeing probes pull off. It's all up to these Colossi. Only a pair of Vikings. The single pair of Vikings is all that's keeping him alive right now. But Cure, without any mining bases, might have closed this out. A clean 3-zip. Colossus still alive. They're kiting. Only 1 remains, and it's gone. Cure has slaughtered the 3rd expansion. There's no more main left for Trap. Is he going to rely on Dark Templar? What is the play? Widow Mine's MVPs of the game. Who goes Widow Mine against Colossus? Cure does. He manages to find all the weak angles. Trap, without any detection, has no hope of dealing with this. The army rampages in. And remember, Cure might not be a name you knew going into the tournament, but this is a name you are bound to remember. The Cinderella story continues. 3-0, Cure advances to the finals.
Fantastic performance. 1 main opener with the Reaper, but then from there just constant dropping, constant stutter stepping, always getting on the aggressive side of things, never really backing down, to be honest, except when he really had to. This 1 or 2 times, you know, when the attack wasn't working, but somehow always making these drops work. And again, everybody knew he was going to drop, but somehow Trap still not enough. And even though he had the perfect defense at first year on Overgrowth, started kind of falling apart with that counter-attack, which didn't really make sense, to be honest.
But it was crazy the way that we saw Trap take out those 2 bases, pull back, and suddenly it was no mining bases for Cure. In that position, you can play defensively, but it was that observer mistake that Cure punished so well, planted mines all over the place. I mean, God, what stressful games for Trap.
4 observers.
That's
were
so
above
much gas.
Cure's army. And it's funny because if he hadn't noticed, they would have maybe moved out all over the place, and they would have been able to detect the Widow Mines as well and all that. And you know, Cure, even at the end, he had a lot of army supply. Instead of just attacking the 3rd base and winning, he said, you know what, I'm going to distract you and I'm going to do something even better. I'm going to drop some Marauders plus Widow Mines into your natural, kill that cannon.
Such a weird play. Like, Marauders to kill the cannon and Mines to kill the workers sounds like one of those combos that sounds good on paper but doesn't work in practice. Cure makes it work in practice. It was a terrifying series from a Protoss perspective and an amazing one from Terran. Dude, Nate, Roddy, tell us what you thought of this series.
We're pretty much on the same page as you are, Sean. Just a very, very, very solid series from Cure. I think game number 1 was phenomenal, Nate. That was a really good game to kick the day off, I'd say. Trap just hanging in there like a champ, but after that game, it kind of just went from bad to worse for him.
Yeah, a crazy start. And, you know, as a Terran player, we saw what those mines did in the 3rd game. Generally, that shuts down the Charge Lot Archon openings. We don't see them. They're not really as much of a thing. But he used his early game plays to keep things even in that map. But once Cure got rolling, I mean, he just did not make a lot of mistakes. And it's a tough position to be in for Trap because Cure just looks so damn good. There's a reason he's in the semifinals of the GSL Code S.
Game 1 was still the highlight for me, though. I think that is a game that's definitely worth watching once more, or maybe even a couple of highlights. Like, I thought it was a really cool game, especially because Trap should have died, like, pretty much at minute 10. That's pretty much the story we had yesterday as well, the Red Bull Battlegrounds. Like, you even said it as well. You're like, ah, well, even though he just hold that attack, there's no way he's going to win this game.
It was like 12 minutes. I was like, well, he's dead. We're like straight joking behind here, and then he's just, no.
And suddenly, you know, he was still in a position, and I think that he could have actually make stuff work. This is in a phase in the game where things start to look down. This is a really cool fight because this one Colossus is an absolute game changer. Of course, Funka, our amazing observer, pointed it out as well. And, you know, there's not a whole lot here for Trap, but everything that he has hits so hard. And then he's doing this as well.
He was at 170 supply at the start of this fight, and then he's behind once you get in 115 to 105. Like, Trap took advantage of a lot of really crazy opportunities.
And I think this is where it went wrong, and this is where Cure took control again of the game. This was just awesome. There is no pylon over here. Trap, where are your pylons or your War Prisms? And then you have all these really expensive units, and look at Cure. He's going to pick up some units in these medevacts. He's still trying to land EMPs on these High Templars. Now he picks up a couple of units and he drops them, and he's going to kill 2 Colossus with it. And, you know, that gives so much momentum, because if Cure would have lost that game, that is just like, oh man, like I should have never lost that game, and that can really change the entire outcome of that series.
Resetting the Colossus count when your opponent has Templar with Storm is so important because as a Terran, as a Terran player, it's not easy to build Vikings and Ghosts together. They take up a lot of gas, and if you're doing both of those things, it's harder to get upgrades. You're certainly not going to be able to afford to make medevacs at the same time because your production's tied up. So being able to focus on just building Ghosts because you killed all of the Colossi for free because, as you said, there's no reinforcing pylons, so there's no way for the Terran to get flanked by Charged Zealots. It's just a really good opportunity that Cure took advantage of.
Yeah, and I also want to compliment Cure on his marine positioning in game number 2 and the bunker positioning, because it looks so easy when these Terran players are defending this Blink Stalker openings from Protoss players like Trap, but it's not at all. You know, Trap is going to make this work against the majority of the players he will face, but Cure just didn't make any mistakes. Sent the right amount of units on the high ground, sent the right amount of units on the low ground, always had a bunker that was going to back up. And you know, this first attack didn't go too well. The second blink, I was kind of on the same page as Day 9 was. Like, I think he might be able to make this work, but then he kind of blinked a couple of stalkers on the low ground as well.
Yeah.
And on a certain point, he stopped microing on the high ground. But once again, I just want to give compliments to Cure for having the right amount of units in the right place. Because the moment he took out these Stalkers over here on the right side, look at this one Marauder. He's like, yeah, Big Papa is here, and he shoots a couple of these Stalkers.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that was the the nail on the coffin, and from that point on, it just felt like, all right, Cure is really in control of this series.
There are a few units that will wreck Stalkers harder than Marauders, especially in those low unit count situations. It's very close. It's a very dangerous position to be in when you're up against Blink Stalkers, especially once the bunkers aren't a factor. And we saw Bomber in a very similar position against Trap yesterday. Made it work as well, but that map certainly gave a lot more opportunities. Just, tough for Trap because Cure just didn't leave any holes open.
No, exactly. Just a really, really good job by Cure, and overall an awesome semifinals by him. And I can't wait to see how he will do later today in the finals. And of course, I can only assume that he is very excited. And I know that Alex is standing with him. So Alex, take it away.
Thank you, Kevin and Rotterdam. My name is Axel Toss. I'm here with our winner of that first series, Cure, taking the 3-0 over Trap. Very impressively done, if I may say so myself. Also, James, the translator. And I'm going to ask Cure some questions. So we're here on Sunday. This is the final day. A lot of the players might be nervous coming into this. Only 4 players left, $50,000 on the line. And you get a nice, comfortable 3-0 advantage against a really good Protoss player, your teammate. Did you kind of expect it to go that way? And how did you kind of prepare for that?
사실 인터뷰에서 김도욱 선수 해외대회 처음 나온 거라서 떨리기도 하고 사실 뭐 1월까지 계속 경기를 할 수 있으면 좋겠다라는 얘기도 계속 하면서 좀 꿈만 같은 것 같다라 그랬는데 4강에 와서 조성호 선수를 3대0으로 압도적인 승리를 따내시고 또 이제 결승으로 이제 진출하게 됐습니다. 어떻게 뭐 이럴 거라고 미리 예측은 하셨습니까?
전혀 예측은 못했고 경기가 잘 풀리다 보니까 정말 신나게 경기했는데 경기가 엄청 잘 풀린 것 같아요, 그냥. 네.
I didn't expect 3-0 at all. And as I was playing, I felt like I was catching some kind of rhythm within the game. And I was just trying to have a lot of fun. Which made the rhythm a little smoother, a little more fluid. And I think it just kept piling on, piling on.
Well, you certainly looked good. 3-0 victory over one of the best Protosses out there. It certainly set you up well for the final. Speaking of which, you're going to play either Polt or Bomber. Can you give us some thoughts on the two players, perhaps who you would rather face?
이제 그 다음 4강전에서는 최성훈 선수랑 최인 선수 2명이 남아 있는데 김도욱 선수 미리 공부를 해오셨다면은 둘 다 이제 어떤 스타일, 내 생각에는 서로 어떤 스타일인 것 같고 나는 이 선수랑 하는 게 좀 더 편한 것 같다.
폴트 선수는 엄청 안정적인 선수인데 최지성 선수는 엄청 공격적인 선수인 것 같아요. 그래서 최지성 선수가 더 까다로울 것 같아서 폴트 선수가 올라왔으면 좋겠습니다. 네.
Polt and Bomber, they have very two different styles. Quite the opposite. Polt is known for his defensive, more conservative kind of play style versus Bomber, the one that likes to, I don't know, aggress really hard. So I think it's going to be a difficult one to play against Bomber. So I hope Polt comes up.
Okay, and of course we have a very lively, giggly crowd this morning, which is great. Here in Washington, D.C. Do you have any words for the crowd? Perhaps give us some expectations as you move forward on Championship Sunday.
So I couldn't hear you at all.
Impressions or basically any words for this crowd to kind of build them up and give them some expectations for the final.
You guys are too loud. I couldn't hear anything. 자, 이제 일요일에 온 정말 살짝 정신줄 놓은 것 같은 시끄러운 팬들한테 이제 한마디.
제가 올라올 줄 예측 못 하셨을 텐데 결승전 재밌는 경기 하도록 하겠습니다.
I hope your finals and your Sunday, I hope I could make it worth it. And bet you didn't see that coming, did you?
Best of luck to you, Cure, as you move on to the finals. Up next, we got Polt versus Bomber. But first, we're going to get some words from them before their match.
군단의 심장에서는 제가 좀 더 졌고 전체적으로 보면 5대5고 그리고 가장 최근에는 제가 아틀란타에서 3대1로 이겼기 때문에 비등비등한 것 같아요.
If I win one time, then he win one time, then I win one time. Like we both know it'll be so close. I can't say I'm gonna win it.
뭐 저도 그렇게 생각하고 있고 최성훈 선수 스타일은 항상 똑같지만 기본기도 좋고 운영도 상당히 좋기 때문에 하지만 저는 뭐 태태전에 기본적으로 자신감이 있기 때문에 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Since my play is very predictable, I can abuse it, I think. If my opponent sees the beginning only because I will block the scouting anymore, then he will just get confused and die to my strategy. It's possible.
그날 제가 뭐 경기가 잘 되기도 했었고 그리고 이거는 뭐 저 개인적인 생각인데 그때 최성훈 선수가 좀 게임이 안 풀렸던 것 같기도 하고.
I just played bad when I played against Bomber. Even if I knew what he was gonna do, but he's got a bit of lucky and I don't really mind.
뭐 성훈한테는 뭐 개인적으로 별로 그렇게 도발하고 싶진 않고 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Among the 4 players right now we have, I think Bomber is the strongest one. 4-0 record today. So if I beat him, I think I can win this whole tournament.
우승하면 은퇴해야겠다.
No, Bomber, no, you cannot leave a piece like that. You better not do that to us. We are, of course, really excited for the semi-finals as well. Nate, they were talking about it. They have a pretty even record over the history. It's actually 10-10 among these two. And this year, because I find that most relevant, you know, it doesn't really matter. They've been playing against each other since 2011, 2012. But this year, they went up against each other 3 times. And actually, I casted all 3 series. The first time, we had high expectations. This was WCS America Season 1, round of 32, I believe. I think we casted the games together, or it may have been Season 2. And those games, well, it was kind of a bop. Polt won very one-sidedly or very decisively, 2-0. A few weeks later, they played against each other again, back then at the Lone Star Clash in Austin, and Bomber played so much better, but he lost the series 2-3. Even though I think that was really deceiving, because I felt in 2 out of those 3 games that he lost, he actually had a major lead. He just kind of threw it in a weird way. And of course, the last time, well, that was in Battlegrounds Atlanta, and back then, Bomber was on the money.
Yeah, we had some really crazy games at that tournament, and the finals for Atlanta were a bit crazy. That was when we started to see a little bit more of these faster-paced, high-octane TVT opening builds really having a huge impact. But this is a match with both players having so much experience against each other, it's impossible to call. And I have to say, it's hard not to be on top of your game when you've got a crowd this awesome cheering for you.
I couldn't agree more. Of course, both of them have so much experience in playing in front of crowds, so there shouldn't really be any nerves, and hopefully we'll just see some top-notch TVT. You know, Nate, so far over the last 2 days, I felt the TVTs that we saw, they were actually not as short as most of the games that I've casted over the last 2 months. Do you feel that the Terrans in this day and age are starting to have a slightly better read on how explosive and how crazy this matchup has become?
I mean, when most of your games end within 12, 13 minutes because of these aggressive builds, you get a lot of practice versus them. So Terran players seem to be figuring out ways to force games past that mid-late game stage. I'd say one of the builds we saw, I believe it was Polt use yesterday, even though he wasn't able to defeat Cure. In that series, we got to see some very defensive gas first builds, which is something that we hadn't really seen a lot of until Flash busted it out against Tasia at the Intel Extreme Masters. And a lot of Terrans agreed that Flash kind of showed there are ways of dealing with the very aggressive builds, because that's what we saw out of Tasia quite a bit and in a lot of the recent tournaments. So it's hard to say. There should still be some very explosive starts to these games, but both players have had so much practice. They've played so many TVTs in the last few months. They've definitely got a picture in their mind of how they can survive that early game and bring us to that, you know, that really meaty stage that we were able to see quite a bit yesterday.
And of course, that's what we're hoping for as well, as TVT is still a very beautiful matchup. And I'm actually very excited for it as well. You know what they say, Nate, you're a product of your own environment. And since you are hyping TVT around me 24/7 over the last few months, I am starting to dig it. And I also feel that The Terrans are starting to get better and better at reading it, kind of like you said, you know, not only because Flash has shown us, but one of the things I also feel is that it's very hard to be extremely consistent in this matchup right now. Even though they are starting to have a better read on what are the most popular orders and whatnot, some of the results, if you just follow the trend of results, they don't really make sense. It's often, you know, rock beats paper and the other way around or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. A beats B, B beats C, and then C beats A, and then you're like, well, so who is actually the best Terran player? I think that's why, or that reason alone should be reason enough for this to be perhaps a very close series.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Terran versus Terran. Most people would say in the old days when every game went long, of course, you know, it's a lot about the skill, a lot about who is the best player. These days, in the early game, there's a little bit of chance involved because the build orders are so strong. Terran players have really ironed out the best ways to get an early lead, be it through one sort of variety or another of gas first builds, but we've also seen in some of these finals the proxy builds come into play on maps like Overgrowth. I distinctly recall Bomber, I believe it was against Hart in Season 2, WCS holding off. Or was it against Polt, too?
Yeah,
he held off proxies from both of them.
Exactly. It's actually funny that you mention it, because even Polt against Bomber, Polt proxied Bomber on Overgrowth in the finals of Battlegrounds Atlanta. And Bomber was very far behind. He was kind of contained, and that is when he had that massive flank on the top side of the map, because he elevated out some units. And even though that was a game that Bomber really shouldn't have won anymore, if you have 16 Stimp Marines running into 5 unsieged tanks, well, then life is pretty good if you're a Terran player.
Yeah, that's, I couldn't have said
the one with the Marines, that is.
Well.
Not with the unsieged tanks. Bomber just needed a minute, but it seems like he is good to go, so we are almost good to go to hop into our second semi-finals of the day. After this, it's worth mentioning as well, we do have a third place decider, as there is a price differential between third place and fourth place. I believe third place gets $8,000 and fourth place will walk away with $6,000.
Yep.
Of course, the second place finisher in this tournament will walk away with $10,000, and if you win it all, you will get $20,000. Beautiful American green dollars.
It's a lot of money to fight for, Rotterdam. As these two players get ready to kick things off, Cure will be paying close attention as he is going to be playing TVT in the finals, no matter who wins this best of 3. But it's time to decide who he will play in the bottom right position of Nimbus. We have the red Terran player representing CM Storm. He is Polt.
A lot of support for Polt, but of course there is always a lot of support for this man as well. Give it up for Red Bull's very own Bomber. Bomber is such a cool guy. He was actually pretty humble in that interview because we have heard him off the record multiple times, but he is extremely confident. Whenever you ask Bomber about a tournament, most of the time his answer will be like, yeah, I think I will win it. It shouldn't be too difficult. It's like, well, Bomber, there are a lot of good players. They're like, no, my TVT is really good right now, and as long as I avoid, you know, X or Y, then I will be fine. Then again, he has excellent in-game reading skills, so.
Yeah, he's a very wise player, and we've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Bomber this year. Prior to that victory in Atlanta and his second place finish in WCS American, you said it about as best as you can. He exudes confidence non-stop. You go to get dinner, it's like, how do you feel about your match tomorrow? He's like, well, I'm going to win. Yeah. Of course. There's never a shred of doubt in this guy's mind.
It often happens that we ask Bomber about his quarterfinals, and his answer will be, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm more worried about the semis. It's like, well, Bomber, it's still best of 5 against a fellow Korean. You're going to have to be careful. Anyways, over here on the right top side of the map, we do see that Red Bull's Bomber is opening up with a command center first. Of course, Nimbus is one of the best maps to do so. It's one of the very few maps, actually the only map in the current map pool with an in-base expansion.
Yep, and he's going to use that barracks to wall off the front. So an SCV scout wouldn't do much, but with gas first builds, you generally don't SCV scout. You need every little bit of minerals that you can get as you see as this barracks finishes, orbital command starts, factory starts, and now it's time to find out if Polt how aggressive he wants to be. We might see the second gas for a Banshee, potentially a defensive Raven. However, against a command center first with these spawns, I really like Polt's position. You know, I envision a magical world where this is me on ladder. I'm like, man, this is such an easy path to get with a drop straight to my opponent's natural expansion. I can go right over. You can drop 6 Marines, drop 3 Hellions, and just go ham. And the Terran player on the other side, because they went for the fast command center, has such a delayed tech, such a delayed production, they usually just don't have enough units to stop an early aggressive push.
I kind of feel that the Banshee opening wouldn't be too bad either, but since he doesn't have a second refinery yet, I guess it's a little bit unlikely. Starport is going down, but still no second refinery, so for now it's just Marines and Hellions. Then again, Nate, Bomber is very good in you know, reading the state of the game and knowing what he has to worry about in a certain phase in the game. No matter how fast you do something, most of the time Bomber will expect that it's a possibility.
Yeah, and if you look at the way that the buildings are positioned in the bases of these players, it's very clear that they understand the associated risks with playing Terran versus Terran. You want to get a good amount of vision over the whole inside area. That bottom lip of the natural can become a threat. Of course, you can see here Polt has positioned his supply depot. He can see everything in his main. And look at this. He builds that one Hellion, which can do a little bit of scouting. He can run around with it. Goes straight into the Widow Mine, so it's going to be a follow-up drop. And honestly, there's not a lot here to fight for Bomber because he's building straight Marines. He won't have a reactor to build any good number of Hellions with.
Does the Hellion see the factory? Is the vision of the Hellion? No, the Hellion has not spotted that factory. Paul can assume that it was a command center first, but he can definitely can't be 100% sure.
Yeah, the factory or the starport could have already been done. A Banshee could be on its way to his base. Polt has to keep all of these things in mind, but like I said,
there goes the medevac.
Since he knows where bombers spawn, he knows it's a very short trip over to this natural. And
Bomber is
this
a little bit distracted.
This Hellion has Bomber's forces pulled over there, and this drop could do a lot of damage. Here come the Marines, the mines. I love this, spreading them out so that the SCVs don't have too much time to run away.
And there is probably no energy either, as a couple of mules just got called down. These Marines on the high ground are going to be extremely frustrating for Bomber to engage. He has to wait. Perhaps one Hellion will spawn soon. I think when he has two Hellions, he's just going to try to deal with this, and eventually a Viking is going to shut this down. But the economic lead that he had is almost gone already. You have to look at that mule, by the way. That mule is still mining. The orbital command, he needs to start repairing it in the
really
Widow
nice.
Mine.
Really nice so far. There, of course, with the medevac here, it's very easy to control, micro these Marines back and forth. That command center got dangerously low on hit points, I will say. Polt's going to pick these, pick these units up, but it's a very interesting way of doing this pressure.
Take a look at 3 SCVs went down. The Viking will shoot down that medevac, so that's a nice little pickoff for Bomber. As the orbital command is transforming right now on the other side of the map. This Widow Mine is going to shoot one more time. Pick off one more SCV. If we can take a look at the work account right now, we can see that Bomber is still in a minor economic lead.
He's attacking the depot so that the splash damage kills the Widow Mine for him. Won't need to waste a scan.
That's very smart.
He drops the mules in the face of danger. I will say, I mean, with all the the talk about fire, this orbital command is still a little hot right now.
Yes.
It's a little warm in there, I'd say.
I hope that Bomber is going to pay attention to that, because indeed it is getting harder and harder inside. Polt is ahead when it comes to tank production, especially because the add-ons for Bomber were very late and Bomber was occupied in dealing with that drop. Bomber, you
guys?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
He sent one guy to do the job. He's like, hey, fix that, man.
It's like the whole entire base could be saved by one guy. Just do it.
You are the chosen one, SCV, and he's like, I knew I was special. Bomber is actually having a reactor on his factory and he's pumping out 2 Hellions at a time. But Nate, he still does not have any tanks, and Polt is going to be able to siege up with 2 tanks right down this ramp of Bomber.
Hellions are not particularly effective against this. Bomber is setting himself up for a delayed mech setup. Usually he's done pushes like this before, he's shown me, and with the armory he could go straight into Hellbats and try to maybe drop on top of this, but right now it's Bomber's just at the mercy of Polt's patience. If Polt sits back and he says, I don't want to commit too much, Bomber's in a good, I wouldn't say good spot, but he's in an okay spot because he doesn't have anything that can kill tanks.
Polt could have actually been a little more annoying there than it truly was.
I think he could have put his tanks right under that cliff and ran the Marines up. Like there was a lot he could have done.
Yeah, he could have been in range of these buildings. Maybe not of the add-ons, but definitely of the buildings, and that would have been frustrating enough for Bomber to deal with. So now, at the end of the day, Bomber is at 47 SCVs against the 40 of Polt, and he's slowly but steady getting a few units by himself. Of course, Blue Flame is on the way for these Hellions.
The most important part of all of this is that Bomber should be able to get a faster third command center, and there you go. So he has it on the way. Actually, no, okay. Polt has his third coming in first. So the thing is, Bomber, because he wants to go for a mech-based build, his production is completely focused around his gas, and both players are mining the same rate of gas. So Bomber can't squeeze out too many more tanks than Polt, since he also only has one factory with a tech lab. This despite the economy, still means Polt has a good chance to get aggressive very soon. But let's see what these Hellbats can do.
Yeah. I think the only thing that Polt was worried about were those 2 Vikings, by the way, from Bomber. Perhaps that's why he didn't want to commit to anything and he didn't want to run any Marines up the ramp. Because he needed to have units up the ramp, or burn a lot of scans. So I guess that's why that he disengaged. Bomber is going to try his luck with a double medevac, double Hellbat drop. But when he saw that all of Polt's units are actually in the main base, he realized that it's not worth it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Polt also was able to see him with a couple of very well-placed Marines. The one on the right side died for the cause. And the missile turret's going up. It's always funny, on this map, the longer that we've been playing on this map in this season of WCS, everybody has just been slowly putting more and more static defense at that base. Yeah. Just realizing how effective drops are on this map.
First it was like, it would be really nice to get a cannon there or a missile turret, and eventually it turned into 2, and now suddenly we see 4 or 5. One of the command centers got temporarily cancelled, by the way. Okay, there's a good job that Bomber has resumed that.
Bomber is like, you know, this is usually a play I see come out of Flash's playbook, just incredibly heavy, overdoing it on Hellbat drops. If you surround all these Marines with those Hellbats, you can actually kill all of them almost instantly if you get in the right position.
Could maybe be annoying on these tanks as well.
Yeah, +1 attack, Blue Flame Hellbats will wreck Marines, especially since they don't have combat shield yet.
And the second armory is about to finish up for Bomber as well, as he has perhaps a little bit of catching up to do as the mech upgrades. They take a while. He has +1, he starts working on +2 now, and also starts up +1 armor.
Here's the best part of this setup. Bomber doesn't actually need this for anything aggressive. If Polt gets brave enough to go for something like a 4-6 medevac drop, now that his stim is done, now that his combat shield's finishing, the tanks are going to have a hard time sieging up. But as soon as those Marines drop out, Bomber can actually counter drop on top of the Marines with these Hellbats. This gives him what normally seems to be a very aggressive setup, but also the perfect defensive setup because his tanks are so slow because he's playing mech.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And he has a lot of missile turrets in that base as well, so the medevacs will die immediately. And as soon as you stim your bio units and you don't have your medevacs anymore, the last thing you want to do is have a couple of Hellbats around you or hug you real tight.
Yeah.
They pretend they come in love, Nate, but it's just not the case.
No, most of the time when Bomber has opened up with mech, it's been for very strong 2-base pushes. In fact, that was all we saw from him the last time he busted out this opener in Season 2 of WCS America, I believe. But he's going to try to grind this one out. It's a very standard, very macro setup play, and Polt needs to be very careful with how far he wants to move forward. These tanks are in a great spot to hold off any frontal assault, at least for now. And the sensor towers also give you enough vision, enough advance warning to say, okay, if I need to move my forces, it's not that difficult. And even look at this supply depot. This army moves up top, Bomber will immediately see this force.
Yeah, and I think Bomber is more than fine on the 3 bases that he's currently at right now. Polt has to be a little bit careful. Of course, if he can siege up in a good position, that would be fantastic. His army is a little bit more mobile. Here come perhaps those medevacs with these Hellbats in it. But Polt is also fighting very, very far away from his own base. So he has to be careful that he doesn't lose everything over here and not getting the damage done that he's looking for.
Polt's tanks are taking a little bit of fire here. This is a very tense moment. It's very important to point out that the tanks from Polt take 4 volleys to kill any tanks of Bomber, and Bomber's tanks only need 3 volleys because he has the +1 vehicle weapons. In fact, Polt's +1 vehicle weapons doesn't even matter because Bomber already has his +1 armor. So he's going to ambush, he's just going to rush right in here, and with the upgrade advantage with these Hellbat drops, he will clean up this bio force in convincing fashion. The Mechan player with a supply lead. Just a fantastic spot to be in for Bomber.
The Terran force field of Hellbats. That looked pretty intimidating.
Body blocking.
Now I think Protoss needs a force field upgrade. From now on it does static damage or something.
From now on it has blue flame.
I'd sign up for it. This is going to get a little tricky. Of course, Polt still had a lot of units at home. Once more, Nimbus is such a large map that by the time that Polt decides he wants to move out with X amount of units, he will have a lot of units behind it, or at least to fall back on. But he's only on 3 siege tanks, like Funka is pointing out. 3 against 9 tanks, this is going to get difficult.
Yeah.
This mech army is coming closer and closer.
There's so much meat, there's so many Hellbats here. How are you supposed to directly engage this when as soon as you take that fight, your escape path is cut off because there's Hellbats raining all over you? Bomber's going to have 1 Marine to spot this push coming in, and he has enough forces, just needs to get in position. If these tanks get sniped, things can get awkward very quickly.
Bomber leaving enough units at home. Unfortunately, he loses 2 Vikings immediately, so he will not...
He needs to get the tank sieged.
He will not be able to do some damage on these medevacs, so these bio units from Polt will most likely stay active for a while on the north side of the map. Skirmish going on as well around the Zellnager watchtower.
A very fast transition to battlecruisers. Polt is saying, hey, your army doesn't have a lot of things that shoot up. I'm going to build really powerful things that are up.
6 Vikings right now for Bomber. Bomber doesn't scan main bases very often, but I do think he will be able to pick up on this. He has played a lot of TVTs in the past, and this is definitely not the first time that his opponent is going to try to switch into battlecruisers. Bomber knows that he's maxed out, and with his mech army, he has to make the magic happen. Here come the Hellbats once more, and he will be able to trap these bio units again.
Really nice positioning on these forces. The Medivacs also drawing fire from the Vikings, and you know what?
Sick.
As long as Bomber can keep his Vikings alive, these battlecruisers do not have the range necessary to win head-to-head against Vikings.
And even if he has those battlecruisers, Nate, he has to choose either the Vikings or all the tanks and Hellbats that are killing everything that Polt has on the ground.
Bomber knows that the Viking production is not going to stop from now. We might even see him build Widow Mines, build Thors. Also keep in mind, his upgrades are so much better. These Vikings are going to kill the battlecruisers very quickly. I mean, there are 2 BCs here, man, but...
Yeah, as long as he kills like all the add-ons over here and he keeps killing SUVs like he does, even if Bomber doesn't win the game right here, which is almost unlikely from this point, look at the micro of these Vikings. It's so solid. Bomber makes it look easy, but it's not all that easy.
Yeah, they move faster, they have more range, but without Yamato Cannon, there is simply no way for these battlecruisers to close the gap. And even with Medivac stealing these Hellbats, it's taking forever.
There are a lot of tanks in range of that one starport as well, so that is very frustrating. He's gonna lose his Viking production. It's 3 against 2 Vikings now. You know, Polt might sort of be able to stabilize here, but Bomber has already dealt all the damage he needed, and Polt knows it. GG is called. Bomber takes a lead in the second semifinal.
Yeah, nice play by Bomber after an opener. That if you play Terran, it might be one of the reasons why you don't go command center first. A very aggressive push from Polt that almost killed Bomber's natural expansion. Dealt with in a stellar fashion, and the follow-up for Bomber was exactly what it needed to be. Polt trying to catch his opponent off guard. You know, this happens, I'm sure, to a lot of Terran players out there that like to try mech, but it's never a bad idea to have Vikings for drop defense. And Bomber, he wasn't focusing on any type of anti-air production. It wasn't really crossing his mind, but because he had those Vikings just in case, because they give you a little bit of air control during the fights, because they shut down drops, that allows him to keep his push going. Otherwise, Bomber has to pull all the way back to his base, then build Vikings or those battlecruisers. You know, there might be 2 of them, but if nothing is actually distracting or fighting against them, they can kill those tanks pretty fast.
What is worth mentioning as well is that both of these players are currently competing in WCS America, and both of them are still active in that tournament as well. So there is a chance that a week or 2 from now on, they will run into each other again, as the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of that tournament will be happening then. And it's just an ongoing story between these 2 excellent Korean Terran players, which one of them is living in America and the other one, well, he just really enjoys spending a lot of time over here.
I mean, these guys could end up playing against each other at BlizzCon too, since they've both got more than enough points to guarantee themselves a slot at that tournament.
It's an ongoing rivalry, that's for sure, but it's a friendly one, as there was a lot of mutual respect among the 2. They're very different when it comes to styles, and we even saw that already a little bit in game number 1. Bomber only needs one opportunity. He's like, all right, Polt, you've been around with those units on the top side of the map a little too long. This is when I'm going in. I have an upgrade advantage. He blocks those bio units, and from that point on, once Bomber attacks, I think 80% of his games just end.
Yeah, these are 2 of the old boys here. The older guys playing in this tournament, going up against each other. This man is up 1-0 in this best of 5. In blue in the top left. Give it up for Red Bulls Bomber.
And over here at the 6 o'clock position of merry-go-round, the Red Terran player representing Cooler Master Storm, it is Polt.
And this is a map where the Gas First play, you know, this is like the home of Gas First. You have a very wide angle to move in with units that fly. Even though there's that back window pane, which is annoying behind each player's main, you can't fly through this to the outer edges. There's still a lot of different angles to attack from and the other side, and that's what makes these fast, aggressive plays so powerful. Bomber choosing not to go gas first doesn't seem to be his style quite so much.
Bomber just does everything that other people don't do, Nate. We can, you know, it could be the largest map in history, and if you say this is a really good map for Command Center first, Bomber will do the opposite. So no gas first for Bomber. He will open up with a Rex, and he's going to drop the refinery a little bit later. So there is a chance that Polt is going to be the aggressor once more, but that Bomber will still have enough units to receive this.
Yeah, at this point, Polt's going to be the scrappy Terran. He's going to be the one looking to find a weakness in Bomber, and Bomber's goal is just going to be to hold strong. 14 gas is the opening he went for. Very conservative. This doesn't really have a lot of aggressive potential. He's going to be able to get a command center up a little bit faster than Polt, and I mean, depending on how aggressive Polt wants to be, we've seen him go for full-on one-base Marine tank Banshee attacks, and he's had success with them.
Yep, or just never go up to 3 bases, you know, stay up to 2 bases forever. There are so many unique builds that Bomber does. So far, neither player has scouted. No SCVs have been making their way across the map yet. I'm kind of not expecting Bomber to scout. I'm kind of just expecting him to wait and hope that Polt will give away in a weird way in where he spawns, just by seeing from which direction his units come.
Yeah, this, you know, the scouting on this map, right, you generally know where the other guy is once you see one base, but a second gas from Polt, I actually really like when you see, like if Polt, imagine if Polt doesn't scout Bomber, and Bomber's like, well, I don't actually ever scout. Both players, like neither of them even meet until they're maxed. I was like, okay, now it's time to fight in the center of the map. See you there.
So it's a pretty quick start point, most likely a Banshee opening for Polt. It could be a Raven as well, of course, you can never be 100% sure.
I mean, I think yesterday showed us the power of the Raven, the little Raven that could.
That was the Commander Raven. He will be forever remembered. Was a badass Raven.
He was, you know, man.
You know, there is like this achievement, right? When you play the single player.
It's called auto kill.
Yeah, the auto kill, but you need 40 worker kills with auto turret.
It's something, yeah, it's something, yeah, like that. It's really crazy.
I think Cure came very close. I think he was on like 31 or 32. So he didn't get the achievement, but he got close enough. I think that was the closest that anyone has ever gotten in a pro game of Starcraft 2. I have to admit, I got it against computer.
Well, I had some dark days where I made a lot more Ravens than a man should. And you kill workers pretty quick with them. Bomber does this thing, by the way. I love this at his ramp. We've been talking about and pointing this out randomly for a really long time because he does this almost every time he plays on this map or on King Sejong Station. He blocks off so you can't run. You actually can't squeeze Hellions through this. So if you wanted to, if your opponent goes for something like a Hellion run by with a Marine drop, they can't. You can't squeeze in.
Bomber is so smart up to this point. He is the one opening up with the Raven, and of course in the 6 o'clock position of this map we see that Polt is opening up with the Banshees, and Cloak is on the way as well. Most likely this Banshee will arrive right when the Raven pops, or maybe a little bit before or a little bit after, we'll see. The Raven is 20 seconds away from completing, but I don't think that Bomber is going to take a whole lot of damage over here, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, there's still potential. You don't have the range just yet until the Viking comes out after the Raven. But you know what is still important to keep in mind, despite how long that last game went, both of these players could still go into quick medevac or tank production. After the Raven comes out, we could see some drop play very quickly. We do have, of course, both players expanding, but that mid-game pressure is where things get nuts. Here comes the Banshee. That Viking is just about started now, so can he pick off a few Marines? Maybe a little bit here or there.
Yeah, losing a few Marines is a lot better than losing 5-6 SCVs though in this phase of the game. So, you know, even though this Banshee is being annoying and did a little bit of damage, he didn't kill any, or she didn't kill any SCVs. And I think that's the most important thing for Bomber. Good news is, I think at least that Rex number 2 and 3 have completed for Bomber in this game. So he is going to play Bio, as I think it's fun, it's exciting, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare the infrastructure, right, what Polt has looks like your standard, I'm going to try to maim you off 2 bases. I'm not thinking as much about the mid-late game just yet. I want to go for some variety of tank attack. And with Banshees, Marines, tanks, it's certainly possible. It's not a bad play, but you're going to have to move into medevacs at some point because Bomber's defenses, I think, are really good for holding a frontal assault. That being said, if Bomber doesn't take damage from any type of attack because his stim is already on the way, he already has 3 barracks, which is, you know, 3 barracks, starport, factory. That's your core setup on 2 bases. That's really all you need at this point.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to feel that Polt is going to have to make some moves in the almost immediate future, unless he's going to surprise us with the decisions he will make. But I feel that he is going to be the one that starts attacking first and tries to catch Bomber off guard. But Bomber actually has more than enough units, and above all, he's going to have stim a lot quicker, but Polt does have a small army supply lead, so he could potentially try to be annoying. Maybe just like pull the units out of position and then use those 2 Banshees to pick off some SCVs.
Yeah, this is a play where Polt needs to make some plays because Bomber is just set up in a really nice spot. So the first Banshee backs off.
Second Banshee's on the north side of the main base now. Is going to try to fly in as well, as this Banshee will most likely fall. But Bomber has Marines in position to deal with this Banshee as well, and he gets the double kill.
Really solid defense from Bomber, and now he has his reactors on his barracks. His Marine production is looking pretty damn fine, Rotterdam, and not even the 3rd barracks done yet for Polt. It's not a fun place to be, and you're just building less. This tank, honestly, I want to be alone.
Yes, he's like, all this fighting, it's getting way too much. Like, I want to be a Protoss.
He parked at the scenic view between the gas and the really, really high mountain.
Yeah, it's oh, I could have made a terrible joke. I'm not going there, Nate.
It's okay.
I could have said it was you in a car.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
It's like, Nate, where are you going? Nate, it's really time that you get your license now. And don't start off with a siege tank.
I think driving a siege tank would be pretty fun.
Hey, I'm not going to lie.
So Polt has 2 medevacs now. We could see a little bit of aggression. I think these medevacs are just moving out just to maybe see if there's anything nearby. There's nothing loaded in, so can't really do much aggression with empty medevacs, but maybe we'll see one of those pushes. I mean, he has the Raven. We've seen these attacks, but usually not this late, and maybe not game clock late-wise, but Bomber has enough set up to very, I think, easily defend those early push-type plays like the fast double tank drop with the Raven.
Bomber has been ahead a handful of SCVs pretty much throughout the entire game. It's not many, but he's been up like 3, 4, 5 workers. Polt is closing that gap now, and he's also going up to 3 bases a little bit before Bomber. It's been a slow and steady game, but I think it's safe to say that Bomber is happy with how this game unfolded. He got the guessing game right. He opened up with the Raven, followed it up with a Viking, and in the end he was able to shut down 2 Cloak Banshees that didn't kill more than 3 or 4 SCVs. So that's pretty much what you would sign for as a Terran player. And I kind of feel that the ball is in Bomber's corner now to do something with that minor advantage that he has built up over the previous 3-4 minutes in this game.
Yeah, there's something very important to look for in the next few minutes of this game, and that is whether Bomber decides he wants to get a 3rd base. We've seen a lot of Terran players go for these very committed 2-base, almost rally push styles where you just overwhelm your opponent before they can actually take that 3rd base, and it allows you to really just punish them for going for that economy. And Bomber is now moving out. This is a big opportunity for him. He has a lot of very well upgraded forces.
Yeah, Bomber has way more Marine production than Polt actually as well. He's producing 9 Marines at a time, while Polt is only producing 6 Marines at a time.
The crazy thing is, this all builds off of that opener where like I was saying, he had 3 barracks with reactors before Polt even had 3 barracks done, period.
Yeah, Polt knows what's up now. His upgrades are not ready yet for this either. So he definitely just wants to buy time for himself, and it's important that he puts his tank in a good position. He's going to try to get a couple of free shots off. Bomber has to be, of course, extremely careful and extremely cautious with how he wants to execute his attack. A couple of his reinforcements don't get blown up, but above all, he still has this army. Most of the units are still alive.
On the tanks. All right, not bad. He's going to at least pick one off. I like that he keeps one tank sieged up there just as a deterrent. But now that Raven given vision.
Tank count, it's 6 against 5. Now it's 5 against 5. Bomber has a massive Marine lead though, but it seems like Polt has protected his main and natural very, very well. Excellent job there by Polt, putting his tanks in the right position and not really undercommitting at any side.
It's a very interesting situation, right? As Bomber queues up a 3rd command center, the position of his army allows him to have a soft contain of sorts. And Polt actually moving out of his base has scared Bomber into heading back. Polt, he wants to take his 3rd base as soon as possible now.
This was really well done by Polt, because now he actually has that orbital command ready already to float off, and soon he will be even in upgrades as well, because that was a scary phase. He was down 30 Marines, he was down 2 upgrades, and he was down a tank.
Uh-oh.
Okay, this can get awkward really quick.
This is going to be really weird, man.
And I kind of like the play with the most Marines, because Marines kill things so quick. As good as tanks are, I kind of feel that look at the amount of Marines that Bomber has over here. He has to go for it as soon as possible. There are no tanks sieged up for Polt.
Yeah, I mean, that choke point on the ramp, though, it's so important for Bomber. You know, each player, the most important thing here is production. You cannot afford to lose your production. You're going to bank resources incredibly quickly. Bomber's heavy Marine count, like you said, is in tantamount to his defense. sense. Bomber has a tank siege up in his base. Polt's SCV is being pulled, trying to fight this. There's the Raven looking for Seeker. He needs the Seeker on that tank. Okay, launches the Seeker missiles. Was that one or just two, though?
I think just one.
Okay, two. Very important. That's a very big...
But the Marine count from Polt is just not that high. Look at the army supply from Bomber. He's been producing so many units of 2 bases for the longest amount of time, and he's actually going to try to save his main.
Yeah.
The cavalry is coming.
He's killed the production. Polt cannot produce any more forces at this point in the game, despite having 1,000 resources, because that's just what happens when your buildings are in the air.
Yep, oh, actually, if he loses all of his own buildings, though, no, he still has Vikings as well, so he will always be able to kill all of the buildings from Polt. Polt just doesn't have the same amount of Marines as Bomber.
Bomber, he can sandwich him with the medevacs in the forces that he has in the back of his main.
Maybe he should fly in the tanks?
It's
the tanks
really
are so
tricky.
slow.
He's got a little bit more Raven energy now, too.
Yeah, maybe a Seeker missile or two.
Yeah, how much energy does that bad boy have? Can't quite see key. Not enough for a Seeker missile. He can drop an auto turret, though, to soak the first shots.
Bomber just has units trapped. He has 67 Marines against the 30-something from Polt.
Is he in range? As soon as he's in range, okay, he's just got to go now. Just send everything. Spread those Marines out. Use the concave because these tanks are so weak.
This is so well done by Bomber. He could have rushed it, and I think it would have been fine, but he's doing this so methodical, so extremely well played.
It feels unnecessarily patient, but damn it, it's worked out really nicely. Sandwiching Polt's army. Bomber is going to go up 2-0 as there's nothing left for the CM Storm Terran player. Every last unit killed. Bomber takes game number 2.
Extremely well executed there by Bomber in the later stages of game number 2 on merry-go-round. Such patience and again such understanding of the game. He could have ran back immediately when he saw that army from Polt marching across the map, but he had so many more Marines than Polt had, and having Marines in a base trade scenario, that's pretty much what you want to have. Of course, tanks are awesome in controlling, you know, certain areas of the map and making it very hard for another player to engage, but when it's about dealing as much damage as soon as possible, Marines is definitely what you want to have in a number lead in.
Yeah, and it's also important he had a lot of medevacs too, so when he took those small trades here and there, he just lost less forces. The opening for Bomber from the very beginning, he had exactly what he needed to defend whatever pressure Polt could bring, and then if you get your infrastructure up faster in a Terran versus Terran, it is a very big deal. He ended up, what was this, 20 Marine lead, which it's not something to scoff at.
Well, game number 3 is coming up soon. It is going to be played on King Sejong Station. I am so incredibly impressed so far with the run that Bomber has had. He only had one shot at qualifying for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Final this year, or at least the first time he tried, he made it immediately. He was able to win in the Grand Final in Atlanta against Polt 3-1. And after that, Nate, he came here. He was in a group with SOS, with Dongregu and Trap. I thought it was going to be extremely difficult for Bomber, as he is just not a regular anymore, you know, in GSL Code S. He's been competing in WCS America, but he surprised, I think, pretty much everybody by just acing that group. 2-0 against Dongregu, 2-0 against Trap. That's very impressive. And now he's here in the semi-finals, and he's up again 2-0. What a run it's been so far. That is actually a magical journey.
It's just silly when people talk these guys down for playing outside of the Korean region. They still practice on the Korean server. They still play tons of games with the best players in the world. And we're seeing it here. They've gone toe-to-toe and advanced farther than, you know, your standard Kespa players that we expect to be at the top of their game. They couldn't beat these guys.
Nope, they are not here. But Polt, of course, he has won so many tournaments. So if anyone knows what it takes to make a comeback in a very, very important series, it has to be him. But he has to win 3 games straight against the man who almost looks unstoppable, and he makes it look so easy. But he is so extremely good at what he does over here in the left top side of the map. Give it up for Red Bull's Bomber.
Bomber, cool guys, had a great year. One map went away from advancing to the finals against this guy in the bottom right. The Red Terran from CM Storm, he is Polt.
And I feel when you just look at both players when they're sitting on stage, Bomber has such an aura of confidence around him. It's actually insane. It's not just words, but then you can see the nerves on his face. He really looks confident. I get confident by looking at Bomber.
Yeah, he's that. You just get those warm feelings where it's like, this man could protect me if a bear attacked. You know, he's got that that much confidence.
I know. It's like, I can go to the beach. I do have a six-pack. Thank you, Bomber. It's like, I just feel like
the world seems like a more beautiful place through Bomber's eyes.
Yes, it is. All right, we're going to keep a close eye on the openings over here as it's gas first once more for Polt. Nate, King Sejong Station. Bomber is delaying his refinery once again up to 14 supply. So identical openings to merry-go-round, but it can still play out very, very differently.
The gas is a little bit later for Polt. He got his barracks first.
Oh, okay.
So for this map, it's going to be a Reaper opening, which is still really good. So here's one of the interesting scenarios that can occur when these two build orders match up. Oftentimes, the Terran that gets that 14, 15 gas likes to just build 2 or so Marines and get right to a reactor, move up with their tech. A Reaper can beat 2 Marines pretty handily, especially since that Reaper should be there before the second Marine is in a nice spot to defend against this. If Polt can get in and do a little bit of damage, there's a chance he can secure an early advantage with these builds, especially since his SCV is going to get a great read on everything.
Good scout here by Polt. Of course, Bomber did not send anything out yet because, you know, this is kind of what he does. In that regard, the good old Swedish Terran player show was way ahead of the meta game. Since day 1 of Starcraft 2, he said it wasn't worth to send out anything because it doesn't really matter. Later on, that looked really silly, and then 4 years in the future, that suddenly makes all sense again when we watch Bomber play.
Yeah, and it's important to note that he is going to produce a 3rd Marine, and it's only a single Reaper opening. So there's not too much aggressive potential here for Polt anymore. It's just about scouting. It's good for him to see that factory going up before any reactors because it tells him it's a faster tech play. This second gas is going to tell him it's a faster tech play. And this guy's tweet is telling us our crowd is an awesome one.
And this guy is a wise man. You guys have been absolutely awesome so far. Having fun today? It is so loud in that crowd as well. We were actually watching a couple of the games yesterday when we were not casting, and I could barely hear the commentary.
Yeah,
actually,
I was gonna say, as much as I love listening to Todd's sweet dulcet tones, you couldn't even make them out amongst the cheers.
I know. All I wanted to hear was Todd say "Le lockdown" one more time, but I couldn't. The crowd was too loud. First world esports problems over here, Nate.
Yeah, Bomber going for a quick tech lab with that second gas. It's a very likely possibility that we see some crazy play here, maybe a Banshee, but he's going to expand. Both players expanding. The Reaper build gives you that faster expansion, but the tech just a little bit behind. His starport delayed about 50 seconds behind. Bomber's still, if you build a Viking, the time it takes a Banshee to cross the map, you can defend.
This is actually sort of Bomber's build, right? Where he gets a command center after the factory, and then he delays his starport a little bit, and he pumps out a few Marines. Isn't that the build he was bragging about, that it was his?
Bomber builds. He does brag about a lot of builds being his. You know, when you've been around as long as Bomber, I'm sure we could find some sort of game where he's done this before 3 years ago. Yeah. But I do think the way that it's set up is pretty nice though, because you do get a really nice amount of defensive units up, especially since that Banshee is always tricky to deal with, even with just a Viking or a missile turret.
This Reaper is going to fall, and of course the tweet that we just got in, I kind of mentioned his results, but I didn't really put it in those words, that Bomber has not lost a single map yet in this tournament. He aced his group, and now he's 2-0 in the semifinals. If he would win this one, Bomber would be 7-0 in this tournament, and he would make it to the grand final of a very, very prestigious event without dropping a map. That would just be ridiculous.
Yeah, especially considering the year that he's had. It's been really cool for him. He told us when we talked to Bomber throughout the year, his biggest goals going into Season 2, going into Atlanta, he said, I want to qualify for Battlegrounds DC because I want to make sure I rep Red Bull well. And he wants to qualify for the Kespa Cup and BlizzCon. He made it into all 3, and he's put up some really great games so far in all 3.
Exactly. Even though, you know, in the Kespa Cup he lost in the quarterfinals, he still managed to defeat a player that almost didn't lose a series in 2 months. So, of course, talking about the rain. Anyways, we are going to focus on this TVT because it is definitely not over yet. Polt is a man that's capable of comebacks, and he is looking for an opening over here. A few of the units from Bomber are a little bit out of position, so this might be a small window of opportunity that Polt can work with.
I really like this play from Polt.
Oh, that Widowmine could really hurt.
Oh, boy. These Marines.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. It's like, can you see if there's anything up there, Billy? Well, it's like, guys, everything looks clear. Billy? Anything else?
I think everybody has been in that position once where they tell you it's okay to go somewhere and then suddenly you run back really fast. Unfortunately, you can't outrun a Widowmine, but...
No. So this is a cool play from Polt because compared to the last game, he's getting his production up much more quickly than before. And even though Bomber wants to go for a counter,
to take some damage though, Nate.
Bomber's like, I'm just going to attack you. Polt has a tank. Polt,
I don't really like this yet.
He can make something happen here still.
No stim for Bomber. His stim is going to be extremely late. Polt still has these units alive as well. And Polt seems pretty ready to receive this attack.
How much energy is on this Raven? 2 Seeker missiles could really complicate things if he picks off this siege tank. Okay, not enough for 2. So that means this 1 tank for Polt can lock down his defense. And this is a really, really nice way to get some jabs in at Bomber. And oh, he's just going to try to move in on this. Seeker missile is on the tank. He just wants to focus it down. But at the same time, his whole force getting overwhelmed. The next tank is out for Polt. He has the high ground position. If he can clear these Marines out, the tank won't have any way to attack anything in Polt's base.
They're even in workers now, but his medevac is still active in the natural, I believe. I can't believe that they're actually even in workers. I really expected Polt to be a little bit ahead by now. Of course, he is going to have an upgrade advantage as his team is more than halfway done, while Bomber still has to rebuild that tech lab that's just about to finish up.
He has to rebuild that tech lab. He has to take new gas geysers. He has to fix his saturation. Polt has a lot of things that, despite the supply count being even, look very nice for him. And he's even going to go right up to that 3rd command center saying, hey, this doesn't need to be a 2-base game.
I mean, that makes so much sense, right? He picked off the tech lab that was researching stim, so what does he have to worry about?
It's like, how are you going to attack me without
Unless
stim?
your name is Cure.
Are you Cure? Is there a Raven I don't know about on this map?
Is this going to be one of those 18-minute... Hey, it did work against Polt. So.
You know,
Polt is like, I shouldn't have killed that tech lab, not again. I think it's going to be more than fine, and I think it's a really, really good call by Polt to drop that command center immediately. Racks number 4 and 5 are going to be a little later, but that's completely okay.
Yeah. So Bomber breaking down those rocks, we've actually seen him as that guy to take his 3rd base on the left side a few times in this map. He's done it in actually a lot of different matchups where he takes the unusual 3rd, but it actually opens up just another attack path before you have a 3rd. That Marine, he ate dirt.
Very juicy tank shot there. There's one happy Marine for Bomber in the left side, actually spotting this medevac. He will pay the price with his life, but that was a valuable scout.
Yeah, Bomber now just needs to be careful because Polt is the player that's got the aggressive momentum. He has to be aware. And look at this, Polt's looking for every single possible. He's like, this supply depot, if I can get it.
Oh no. They didn't even die in harmony.
The other guys fell into the abyss.
Yeah.
That's cold.
Probably very cold. Polt, of course, looking for openings because he knows he's a little bit more mobile right now than Bomber is. Supply is dead even. Both of them are exactly at 100 supply, but Polt slightly ahead in economy, at least in the near future, as he should be mining up 3 bases.
Yeah, Bomber's just now started his 3rd base. His stim pack is just about to finish, but Polt, his +1's a couple seconds ahead, his combat shields are a couple seconds ahead, and he maybe spots this medevac trying to slink past. I think he saw at least the one on the right side.
I double-checked it. He did see those medevacs pass by, and of course he has a sensor tower as well. So
well, that'll do it. This Ilnaga tower does give quite a bit of vision.
Yeah, what a vision by Polt here. Very well done. Bomber realizes that he has to take away some of this map vision because playing TVT with full map vision is a lot easier, and it's going to give you a lot of confidence.
You don't say.
Oh, Bomber can probably win this engagement because he has medevacs over here. Polt didn't. Or at least they were trading because they weren't as fast as the Marines were.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. In head-to-head engagements, the benefit of combat shield actually helps more than stim when there are no medevacs at play, of course. But you said it right. Having the medevacs gives Bomber a lot of fighting power. Missile turrets are going up. Polt's ready to take his 3rd. This is the part where, as a Terran, you really start to stretch yourself out. But Polt has done a lot of things right this game. First of all, he's got a sensor tower, but the Viking has been patrolling northeast of his base. So even if he tries to drop by the turrets, he still has that advanced warning, and even a Marine tucked off in the very center right side of the map. There's no way you can attack Polt without him seeing it from a mile away.
I don't think that Bomber really wants to commit to any of this anyway. I think he is pretty well aware of the fact that Polt will be ready to receive his aggression. I think above all, he just wants to keep Polt on his side of the map because he knows that, you know, his upgrades were a little bit later. He still doesn't have combat shield, and it's very unlikely that Bomber wants to go for a big fight without combat shield. But these units, having these units active on this side of the map, that will make Polt think twice about attacking Bomber. And I think that Bomber just wants to get on 3 bases himself, even though he just sent out 4 more medevacs.
Oh no! This could get awkward if he kills one of these medevacs. Polt, oh, he's just flying.
Oh my God.
That's a no-fly zone, Bomber.
That was a very good pickup. At the same time, Polt is sending his forces across the map via the left side over here. Bomber does have one Marine, has his own sensor tower, so he knows that this is coming. And I'm very curious to see how he tries to deal with this. He has a couple of tanks left behind. Oh, there are so many tanks over here from Polt, though.
Yeah, that force in the top right side for Polt gets cleaned up, but Bomber, without a good tank backbone, finds his natural exposed, and at the very least, he's gonna lose this refinery.
Yep, he's down in tanks. It's 8 tanks against 4. Bomber does have a few more Marines. I mean, a few actually mean like 20 or something. So,
yeah.
But a lot of them are out of position.
Those 4 tanks can really make up the difference either way. Yeah. It's a tense situation. Neither player can really attack into the other. Well, the counterattack is one way to go for it.
But of course, this time Polt is going to spot that a lot quicker than he was able to do that on merry-go-round. And let's not forget about the upgrade advantage. +2 for the Marines is about to finish up for Polt, while +2 for Bomber has just started. I think that Bomber needs to clean up these forces in the left top side of the map. How difficult that ever may be, he's going to have to go for it, because I think attacking the main of Bomber is even going to be more difficult.
In 10 seconds, Polt's Marines basically become gods compared to Bomber's. That plus attack upgrade. Just one upgrade difference is huge in this matchup. The numbers are going to be tricky. He has more Marines, but
okay, he might be able to pick up this base. That is a very most of the tanks are out of position as well. Marines have a lot of DPS. The orbital is taking a lot of damage. It's being repaired, but it will fall. Good pickup there for Bomber. Man, he just sees all the openings, doesn't he?
This is that was, I think, the best choice Bomber could have made. You can't fight into better upgraded Marines with tank support. You have to just look for something, and that was an uncharacteristic mistake by Polt to have that open.
Yep, 0 tanks left behind, 0 Marines. Bomber! Bomber, you have to unload those units really quickly. No!
Oh my God!
Oh, so smart! Oh my God! No, I'm not watching anymore.
What?
Wow! Wow! Just like that, Polt strikes back and wins a game on King Sejong Station just when Bomber was starting to catch some momentum after picking up that orbital command to just saw the snipe of the century. Oh, that is like finding 2 pots of gold at the end of the rainbow, Nate.
I don't know what to say. Damn.
Yeah, let's just take another look at it. And I want to point out,
my God.
Yeah, this is too painful. Actually, I closed my eyes. I'm not even kidding, because I couldn't watch. But what happened over there, I really like that instead of just shooting and Polt thinking like, hey, I can maybe kill a medevac, he moved commanded below all those medevac. He moved commanded, and when he was right below them, that's when he started shooting at them. Because of course, if you start shooting at them from far away, Bomber will get the alert, and he can still use the Ignite Afterburners, and he can get out of there. But Polt, being the experienced player that he is, he realized like, hey, Bomber might not actually be paying attention over here. So he moved commanded below all those medevacs, and that's when he started shooting at them. By the time that Bomber saw it, he lost 6 medevacs that were full of units, and the game, sick, really. Man, if you talk about a shift in momentum, Nate, this might just be one.
You know, when you look at why something like that happens, and Bomber definitely not happy with that. The thing is, when you go for a big attack or a big drop, any type of harass, as the player defending, you push it back, but you know it's such an active game that you know you have enough to defend if your opponent were to return. If Bomber can't actually bring those medevacs back to attack him again. So you naturally assume, okay, his medevacs are gonna fly away and we're gonna fight somewhere else. But Polt, just, you know, he just thought to himself, he's like, what if Bomber, assuming that I would just think he's gonna leave, goes to focus on something else because my army is kind of cutting off where he wants to go anyway. And it's a huge risk to just run up there like that, but...
I think even if Bomber would have unloaded the majority of his forces, even before the Marines from Polt were there, let's not forget about that upgrade advantage that Polt had. Polt knew that his Marines had better upgrades than the Marines of Polt, so I think he was kind of looking for an engagement anyway. And of course, if the tanks are sieged up, he's not going to run up that ramp. But it's still worth looking for the opportunity, because even if he just forces a couple of units to unload, he's going to pick those off. You know.
I mean, even in that case, at least Bomber would have been able to trade. That was a brutal slaughter of all of his forces.
Once in a while, you hit the jackpot, and that was definitely the jackpot. But this guy over here on the right bottom side of Catalina, he's still up 2-1 in this series. How will he bounce back after losing one map? Give it up for Bomber.
Oh man, this guy taking that last game with a move that will leave me stunned for a long time. In the left side from CM Storm, it's Polt!
That must have felt so good for him, Nate. I can't even like think about how good that must feel.
You know, you talk about things in a matchup that a player really enjoys, like getting a big storm, a Widowmine hit. The thing is,
those are enjoyable.
It's like, yeah, it feels good to kill a whole mineral line with Widowmines, but you know, the weird part is that actually happens every now and again.
Yeah.
You almost never just get to kill 6 full medevacs. Like,
Oh well, both players definitely went gas first this time.
What is this? What is this poll?
We have a new poll coming in as well. You guys can, of course, go over to redbullbattlegrounds.com and keep voting. What did Nathaniel say to Bomber's medevac pilots? What's up, girl? Kappa or wrecked?
Wrecked.
And knowing you, it would have probably been a Kappa HD, Nate.
Could have found a mix of all three. Who knows, man?
Sup, girl? You just got wrecked, Kappa.
Well played. Both players are going gas first this game. We're gonna see some of that aggressive play out of both of these players this time around. I love it. This map is so good for it that even Bomber, who we haven't seen go gas first yet in this series, says, "Okay, this, you know, playtime's over. Let's see if you can hold off what I've got ready."
Of course, once more after this series, we will move on to the third place decider where Trap is waiting. So Trap will go up against the loser of this series for an additional $2,000. Of course, everybody in the top 4 will have guaranteed themselves of $6,000, but after that, there will be $8,000 if you finish third. And that match will be a best of 3. And of course, as soon as that one is done, we are getting ready for the grand finals. And the grand finals, Nate, I know you and I have been waiting for this 4 different stops. It is going to be a best of 7, and that's of course what we want to see.
It's going to be epic. This series, both series so far today have not disappointed. We had a 3-0 to kick off the semifinals, but even that was still a very intense series with, well, that game on Catalina being epic. The last game we saw Polt play a TVT on Catalina was also pretty epic. I expect nothing but fireworks for the finish of this series, and of course, that awesome final we're looking forward to.
Both players are still working off one refinery. I think this is one of those maps, Nate, where I really, really love the Raven into double medevac, double tank drop with a bunch of Marines. I think this is one of the best ones out there. I saw Bunny do it twice against Polt at the Intel Extreme Masters in Toronto, and he made it work twice. But that's not going to be the case. Actually, one of the games turned into a draw, but he was very far ahead.
That game was...
He basically made it work twice. He could just only win with it once, if that makes any sense.
We shan't speak of that game, for it was that was just madness. Polt this game, and this is you know, I've been waiting to see, because I know Polt does this, but I've been waiting to see if he would do it this way, because he's been mixing in this Widowmine for the drop. This time he's actually committing to Hellions, and you know, the Marines are positioned so that the medevac comes out, immediately loads them up, and heads over to his opponent's base. Bomber is going to go for a mine drop, but the 6 Marine 3 Hellion push is more powerful in a straight up fight if you just avoid the Widowmine. But even this, he catches this Hellion.
Yeah, that's really nice already for Polt getting a couple of shots off.
And he has a wall, so the Hellion, the front Hellion can't
But
attack.
he doesn't really have any units at home. This might be one of these explosive TVTs where both players will lose a lot of SCVs.
They will both kill each other at the same time.
Come on, Bomber, what are you waiting for?
He's like, pull him towards that ramp. He's like, let the Hellions fight.
Oh, that's smart,
using the Widowmine against him would not be a bad idea.
Oh, don't shoot at your medevac. He does shoot at his own medevac and the Marines.
Oh, it's so
my
weak.
God.
Polt has everything in
Bomber
Bomber's
just
face.
killed himself pretty much. Bomber almost killed most of his units himself. He doesn't have the medevac anymore. GG! Wow! Are you kidding me? Within 7 minutes of Bomber being up 2-0, suddenly it is 2-2 and we are getting ready for game number 5 of the second semi-finals. Momentum, Nate. It's real.
Polt, man. Look at Polt. He knows the pressure is on. He is back from the brink of death. Now for the final game, one map to decide which one of these 2 awesome Terrans goes on to face Cure.
Cannot believe what we have just seen in the last 7 minutes. Poor Bomber, from playing a close to flawless tournament, he went to falling apart in 2 games. Look at this medevac. It not only shoots at the medevac, it also shoots at the Marines. It kills the medevac, the Widowmine, of course, what I'm talking about. That Widowmine just killed Bomber. It killed his Marines, it killed his medevac. That Widowmine is a traitor. Bomber should do something terrible to that Widowmine.
Yeah, that mine. Oh, man.
That mine should have killed himself instead, and it would have still been more useful.
Yeah, that was the last time I saw anything crazy like that, man. I've seen them be used. Yeah, I think I actually saw was like Happy used the Widowmine. He had it target on his medevac, and then he flew his medevac over all the other guys' Marines, and it actually just killed all of them because he had a heli in there. It was like plays like that, man.
Yeah, well, this wasn't one of those plays, Nate.
Well, this time you had the malfunctioning Widowmine.
This was one of the 4GG Widowmines that, especially in this phase in the game, every single HP is so important early on.
Yeah.
And a Widowmine just dealing damage to your own medevac and dealing damage to 3 out of 4 Marines, and not just a little bit of damage, but dropping them to red HP. It's game ending. It's absolutely game ending.
There's no recovering from that. And now it's all down to a map that's had a very interesting relationship for players in finals in the Battlegrounds events. In the bottom left position, still one map score away from moving on to the grand final. He is Red Bull's very own Bomber.
And on the right top side of Overgrove, he's had a very successful year, but he's still waiting for that big championship. Give it up for Cooler Master Storm's Polt.
I'll tell you what, after the start of this series, those Polt fans are about as hyped as they will ever be. A fantastic recovery in this best of 5 for the CM Storm Terran player. And this map, well, I'd say it's a smart thing that Polt's not proxying him because Bomber has survived that
multiple times.
A crazy number of times.
Yep, it is actually going to be a guess first for Bomber, so Bomber is going to switch things up a little bit. I still don't think he's sweating it too much, even though he can't feel as happy as he did 7 minutes ago. He's still Bomber, and he will still most likely just keep his head calm. He's so experienced, he's been in so many finals, and of course this would mean a lot to him, especially because this is a Red Bull event, and he is, of course, sponsored by Red Bull. He's an official athlete of them, but he has played a phenomenal tournament already, and he knows how it is to play under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Bomber has had a really powerful resurgence this year, and we're starting to get to that point as we reach the finish. I like this poll. Who you think has a better chance versus Cure? It's really hard to say.
Yeah.
I feel the grand final will be at least as evenly matched as this match.
This match has just been nuts.
Yeah.
It's been a little banana. So Reaper opening for Polt. Well, it is going to be a very, very quick factory. I think it's almost impossible without completely destroying your own economy to get a quicker factory than this. It was like 3 minutes sharp, maybe even 2:59. That's as fast as they come. Even for you, Nate, as an experienced mine dropper yourself.
Hey man, it's a fun way to play. You get that super fast tech. It puts the ball in your court for getting early game aggression.
So much fun.
Well, especially when you mine drop Protoss players.
I just wonder how you sleep at night, Nate.
Very well.
When you look in the mirror and you know that you are that guy that mind drops every game, how does it feel?
Feels good. That's how it feels, Roddy.
All right, I guess I can understand. I have my own guilty pleasures.
I've got the gold membership card at Mind Droppers Anonymous. Don't worry.
Alrighty, the Reaper from Polt is making his way across the map in this super important best of 1, basically, on Overgrove. It would be fantastic for the Reaper to hop in and get a good scout off. Because of course he wants to know whether or not Bomber is working off 1 or 2 refineries.
Yeah, the gas count is very important. Polt has already realized that he needs to make some concessions in this game. That quick bunker is his way of holding off a fast Hellion pressure, since of course you have to usually wait for the reactor, you have to wait for that factory.
That's a good scout by Polt.
And
very,
he saw that
good
right
scout.
gas again too, I think.
Yep, he did. I double checked. He saw that it wasn't taken, and above all, he saw the starport finishing up. He saw there were no add-ons on the factory. He saw there was no add-on on this Rex, and this Reaper is still alive.
Very important read for Polt, because it means he doesn't have to worry as much about getting an engineering bay, doesn't have to worry about getting missile turrets. He can focus on putting his resources into getting actual fighting units, which, I mean, for all intents and purposes, deal very well with what Bomber's going for.
Well, Bomber is, of course, going to be very aggressive. There will be Hellions and there will be Marines, and I think, Nate, he's going to send everything into the main base. I don't think he wants to worry about the natural, especially not once he finds out that there is a bunker over there. This Reaper, if it picks up the SCV, that would be really frustrating. It is going to get picked off. And these Hellions are also wasting very, very precious time. They have to get the hell across the map. And of course, I mean, of course they have to take care of the Reaper, but that's not what you want to do. You want to get these Hellions as quick as possible across the map.
Yep, here comes that medevac, of course, with the number of units here. Bomber, all of these forces, when unloaded, will win a straight-up fight. But he needs to actually unload those Marines.
We don't mind. What are you going to do today? Hey.
Mine versus mine.
Now this is awkward, Nate. I feel awkward.
Oh, yeah, he's doing it!
The plays!
The kamikaze medevac takes
That
out
was sick.
a ton of Marines, and I was just joking from that last game, but now there's just more units here for Bomber. And
Yeah,
Polt,
he still has to be careful, though.
He is forced to pull his SCV self-defend. He has his own Widow Mine to back him up. Oh,
what happened with the Hellions?
They were in that medevac, dude. They're gone.
I mean, okay, that was a really good play by Bomber.
If he got those Hellions out, that is pretty much game ending.
Yeah. But in the end, he didn't do that much damage. He's down 3 workers. He is going up to 3 command centers behind this. It looked amazing, and obviously it was really amazing. But I think after that, he slightly miscontrolled his Marines. He took a lot of damage immediately, and he didn't really kill a whole lot of SCVs. So Polt a little bit ahead economically.
Yeah, this is still a good position for Polt, mostly because those 2 Hellions were lost in the crossfire. If they get out of that medevac before it blows up over those Marines, you have this. I mean, they had a very close number of Marines, but then you have the Hellions, which can kill those SCVs that Polt pulled to defend.
If he has those 2 Hellions in the main base, then it's a completely different ballgame. Those
he's going to kill at least 10 SCVs.
Because all those SCVs were clumping up as well in that choke point, and just like 4 or 5 shots.
Oh no, the Widow Mine. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Widow Mine actually doesn't have a lot of vision once it comes through, but yeah.
Oh, that Marine, what a brother! Wow!
Yeah, I was going to say that the Widow Mine has very little vision inside that space. As cool, as hidden as it looks.
Alrighty. Polt is going to try to do some economic damage on the other side of the map. Once again, there is a Widow Mine, and Bomber has to be very careful here because there is a medevac as well. So there is a lot more. Oh, well, man, Widow Mines these days, they're just not what they used to be.
I mean, going ham here. Banshee tucked behind the mineral line. Bomber trying to kill some workers, deny mining. Missile turrets, though, they're pretty good at their job. Banshee's like, there's nowhere open, guys.
Alrighty. Polt does not know yet. I think that Bomber is going up to 3 bases, so that 3rd orbital is definitely going to help Bomber to even things up economically. He is going to cloak this Banshee in front of these Marines, so now Polt will know that this wasn't just a Banshee build. Oh, well, that Widow Mine made up for it a little bit.
Yeah, softens up a few of the SCVs, softens up the Mule too, but okay.
Oh,
now
he did see it.
He knows about the 3rd command center now. Let's see here. +1 attack starts up Polt. This Banshee still being very annoying with its harass. And yeah, both players are still, you have an even setup, but it's important to note that this game, Polt is that player with the advantage in terms of production. As that Banshee does get picked off, Polt has 3 barracks. Bomber with 3rd command center is nice, but some Widow Mine magic.
This time it did work. Bomber is just going to send his Banshee back home. Bomber is like, because he's able to produce 3 SCVs at a time now, he should be in an okay-ish position. His upgrades are probably a little later, right? Actually, not all that much. His team is actually going to be quicker than the one of Polt. Polt does have slightly more units to work with right now. It's 41 army supply against 27, but it's very, very hard to attack into a 2-base Terran. Scan goes down and one of the middle mines will get picked off.
Yeah, so the thing is, Bomber's getting his production set up now, so Polt won't have the production edge for too much longer. What really matters is how much this push can do. He's got the tanks moving up. We've seen it on this map before. You can park your tanks behind that mineral line, basically just right across the gap, and you can hit a lot of those forces pretty easily.
Yep, and Bomber's tank is a little bit out of position. He's dropping a lot of mules as well. He has to know that he does have that Banshee, but he needs to repair it. Oh, single shot from this Viking now. That would be very nice for Polt. Cloak is not going to help when the scan is already down. This is excellent for Polt, and I think that Polt will be able to do some serious economic damage over here.
Yeah, he's really capitalizing on this lead he's had over Bomber. With 3 Vikings, there's absolutely no way, no Vikings, no stim, You simply cannot break this. There's nothing you can do. He's just going to move out of his base.
He's going to try to counterattack, perhaps.
He could try to. I mean, he's going to go for a concave, but even that is going to be really difficult to execute when you have to. You're going to lose some medevacs. You're going to lose a lot of Marines too.
Okay, Stim is going to be ready though in 20 seconds. The good thing for Bomber is that he had one more orbital command, so he can actually just send his mules to that fresh base. He's going to have to siege these tanks up as soon as possible. Stim is almost ready, but not ready yet. But actually, I think Bomber has enough over here, Nate.
Yeah, he'll be able to throw a lot of it off. The problem is he still loses a lot in the midst of all of this, and Polt's production was going a little bit stronger earlier up.
Bomber is able to bounce back though economically because he's working off 3 orbitals. He's only down 3 SCVs. He did lose a lot of units, and army supply it is still 52 against 37. So I think the next attack, that is attack where Polt is going to have Stim as well, that is going to be a dangerous one. But if Bomber survives that one too, then he's suddenly in a pretty okay position.
Yeah, it all comes down to just holding it off right, because Polt is the player that we expect to be active out on the map, very aggressive, and Bomber, as good as he is, he's that slower style player. So at this point, you have to try to slow the game down, let your ability to out-macro your opponent shine, because right now, Polt still wants to push the advantage he had a little bit more.
I totally agree with that, but Bomber has really surprised us in the past. His TVT can be top-notch. He can really look like a different player in this matchup than he looks like when he plays against Protoss or Zerg. And that's not because he doesn't look good, he just looks very different and often a little stale in those matchups. In TVT, he can be an absolute god as well and just be at 5 places at once. We've seen it before.
Yeah, at this point, he's slowly edging this one out because he was able to get his 3rd command center planted so much faster. His SCVs, maybe he doesn't have a crazy lead, but they're spread out better. They can mine more efficiently, and that translates to income. Bomber's going to spot this potential push coming in here on the right
that's
side.
so well done by Polt. That is so smart, just sending 2 Marines at front, picking up that 1 Marine that was going to see this coming. And now by the time that Bomber knows, well, Bomber still kind of knows, because that's how good he is.
Bomber sieges up, his Marines moving in great
No
spread,
combat shield for Polt.
Getting some great hits
No
off.
combat shield.
Yeah, these Marines are just too buff. Polt's army getting clean, swept under the rug, and Bomber all of a sudden is right back in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, that was a massive victory for Bomber. Really unfortunate for Polt. Combat shield was seconds away from completing, but it wasn't ready yet. So smart by Bomber, because even though Polt did a really good job and just sending 2 Marines at front, Bomber is still just good enough knowing that there is more where that came from, and he picked up on that immediately. Man, what a sick game 5.
These Marines, man. Marines and medevacs have been an interesting tale in this series as Bomber prepares to posture himself on this 3rd base. His tanks are in a good spot.
Yep, he has a few more Marines as well. Polt is forced to abandon this location for now. He's going to try to siege up his 2nd tank, but the 1st tank will fall. Bomber is really taking control of game number 5 so far, but he's not there yet. He still has to be very careful, but he has 8 tanks against the 2 tanks of Polt.
Yeah, this gives him such a good ability to just hold this base down. SCVs being pulled for Polt. Is this his last chance to stop Bomber once and for all? He's lost the majority of his forces, still takes counterattack at the 3rd base of Bomber, and Polt not giving up just yet. He's down on supply, he's down on tanks, he's even on Marines though. This is really the last chance he has to try to bring this one back.
Yep, he's still active with this medevac. He's going to try to find some somehow some wiggle room in the main base, maybe pick up a few more SCVs. He is actually picking up a couple of tanks, and he's going to try to chase down these medevacs as well. 1 tank is left behind. He's like, please pick me up. Guys, come on. Oh, Bomber, not again. What are you doing? He's playing with fire over here, Nate.
Oh, goodness.
Bomber, you were so far ahead, and he's still in a really good position, but he can't throw away medevacs full of units.
Yeah, these Marines coming forward. Bomber's forces united are a bit bigger than Polt's. Nice catch on that medevac. Polt is now going to relocate that 3rd base to the southern side. But man, it's also important to note that Polt does have his +2 attack.
Exactly.
Bomber
doesn't even have an armory.
No, so these Marines should be more effective, and I think that's probably the reason why Polt didn't just completely collapse there, but still has a long road ahead of him because there's just so many damn siege tanks for Bomber.
Yeah, Polt has a lot, Bomber has a lot of siege tanks, and he has a few more Marines to work with as well. But Nate, you keep you always repeat this, and it's so important. Upgrades do really matter in this matchup.
Yeah.
But it perhaps just looked like Bomber just has a few too many units over here.
Bomber's got the numbers advantage. When the Marines are just fighting, it's better for Polt. As soon as the tanks come into play, though, that's when Bomber just absolutely annihilates. And Polt's on double factory. He's really trying to get that tank count back up. It just takes a while. They build slow. Tanks move slow. Tanks siege slow. There's nothing fast about siege tanks except when they're in medevacs, Roddy.
Bomber still having a lot of tanks over here. He's moving forward with his Marines. He's trying to reset the tank count over and over again from Polt. Polt is just not able to stabilize when it comes to his tank counts. He's losing most of the Marines, and here again, his third base is going to be extremely exposed. He's down 60 army supply. This might be it. Bomber got very, very unlucky in this series twice, but he is still holding on like an absolute champ in game number 5.
Yeah, up 100 supply. Bomber has taken the third base out. He's unsieging. He knows it is time. The tanks are sieging by the natural. Polt brings his Marines over one last time. It's not enough. Bomber will advance to the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds DC.
What a series and what a performance by Red Bull's very own athlete. The only Starcraft 2 player that's currently on their roster. Now, I can only imagine the amount of pressure that he must be playing under, but he's just such a cheeky little guy. It just seems like nothing really sweats him. It's like, yeah, take a sip, make him happy, Bomber. He deserves it. Man, what a class act.
After the last 2 games, that smile on Bomber's face, very well deserved. You cannot feel good dropping 2 maps like that, and then being able to seal the deal, though. That's really where Bomber was able to make it count, and that was a very close game. It could have tilted in either player's favor very heavily at several key points, namely the sieges on the third bases and the natural for Polt trying to attack Bomber.
Yeah, I think this series had everything. It had awesome moves, it had a little bit of drama, it had absolute madness, it had Trader Widow Mines, just overall a really fun series of TVT, and of course it is awesome to see Red Bull's very own Bomber go to the final, even though I would have been really happy to see Polt make it as well, because he's been trying so hard all year long. Polt has put so much effort and dedication in making it into Washington DC, and he finally got it after winning Red Bull Battlegrounds Detroit. That was an amazing victory, because that was a pretty stacked tournament, and I think in the end Polt can still be very proud of himself.
It's still an awesome result for Polt. He's performed incredibly well in every single Battlegrounds event that we've had this year. He's been a part, he's qualified to every single Battlegrounds event that we've had, and a top 4 finish at DC is certainly nothing to be, upset about.
No, I couldn't agree more. And of course, we will see Captain America himself, Polt, one more time, as after this, we are getting ready for the third place decider, where Polt will go up against Trap. That is a rematch of a series that happened earlier in this tournament, correct? Or no, they were in different groups. I'm confused.
Well, the thing is, Polt actually is the only player in the top 4 that has played and lost a series to everybody else in the top 4. So it's a rematch of some kind.
All right. Maybe I'm confusing it with someone else. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is what Day 9 and Le Tout have to say about that amazing TVT Best of 5 that they have just seen. So, guys, share your thoughts.
Thanks so much, Roddy. That's right. We matter down here in the analysis booth. And I got to say, that was a series of near heartbreak where Bomber, I really feel like, showed dominating performance in the first 2 games. And in game 3, he wasn't winning, but he wasn't way behind. He wasn't dead until he lost, 8 medevacs that were all full. And then suddenly game 4 was over so quick, and it was somehow tied 2-2. But what a relief for Bomber fans that he was able to pull that win off in game 5. That is such a close final match.
Bomber is somebody who, when he plays in a match like this, he doesn't really show too much emotions, whether it's winning or losing, up until it ends. And he looked really rattled. After that third game, especially after that 4th game that ended very abruptly, he looked extremely upset for a second here. And I was worried, that he might kind of start to fall apart. And in the last game, he was in trouble, but somehow climb back in it, And
yeah, I mean, especially with the tanks that were right next to his natural expansion. He didn't even really have a functioning third. And I mean, where Todd and I are standing right here is about 10 feet away from Bomber himself. So we got to see this moment when he charged forward. He had stim and combat shield. Polt didn't have the combat shield yet. And that little moment where he was able to break through, you just saw this calming. Before, his leg was shaking. He was shaking his head no. And afterwards, it wasn't even a celebration. You just saw relief in that smile on his face.
Even the siege at the third base, and then later on the final fight when he moved up that big ramp, killing the debris, which, by the way, Funka observed the hell out of these games.
The witness of esports.
both players were scanning a lot, and there was really a little bit of a lack of vision out of Polt, who really had not anticipated that Bomber could come up that big ramp, and then suddenly he's up there with a lot of Marines and tanks, and he's just closing it out with the army lead that he has. So just extremely good play. And you know what?
Yeah.
Going into this match, I really thought that Bomber was kind of going to ace it personally, just because his TVT is so insane. So now he goes up against Cure in the finals, where both of them have the sickest 10 versus 10 right now, which is, there is a funny thing here. When I was on the way here to Washington from the airport with Bomber, I actually asked him, he wasn't even in Cure's group or anything, but I asked him, if you have to play Cure, how do you feel? And I feel like most players, they're scared the hell out of Cure. They wouldn't want to play him. And he was like, no problem. My TVT, man, it's TVT, it's my thing.
Yeah, I mean, like percentage-wise, he's one of the few players who maintained over a pretty long period over a 90% win rate. People hated playing against him in TVT. I would be thrilled to see him do a nice long series versus Cure. But of course, we are going to have Polt versus Trap coming up. Trap went 6-0 against Polt and MLG in maps. That was not a close series. And of course, Polt coming off that very hard loss. That was a tiring series for sure, with a lot of emotional ups and downs.
Yeah, well said. I was going to say the same thing about the 6-0 and the fact that Polt might be, I guess, challenged in a way. He might be feeling like he's the underdog, but knowing him, he's going to have a good mindset going to this, with a fresh mind. He was actually... I don't know what's the right word, maybe distraught a little bit after the finals. I remember talking to him and him being really upset about the way that finals went at MLG when he just got 4-0 after previously losing 2-0 to Trap. He really didn't know what he could have done better and how he could have won. So we'll see later on here if he has found a solution to Trap.
Polt and Trap will get another chance to fight for third place, but the winners for the finals are now set. It's going to be Bomber up against Cure. Bomber, after that amazing win, we want to know your thoughts. Take it away, Axel Toss.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Todd. I'm Axel Toss. I'm here with Bomber, our winner of the last series. A very intense 3-2 victory for Bomber, and I got some questions for him here, James the translator as well. So Bomber, you were up 2-0, and then talk me through what was going through your mind as far as emotions are concerned, as you were up 2-0 and then you lost 2 games in a row leading into that final game.
뭔가 최희 선수 아틀란타라는 경기랑 다르게 오히려 이제 유리한 상황에서 유리한 고점을 거의 내주다시피 2대0에서 2대2 동점 상황까지 나왔었는데 이제 마지막 경기를 임하면서 되게 좀 긴장이 됐나요? 아니면 이거 지면은 우승을 못하는데라는 압박감이 좀 많이 생기지 않았었나요?
상황도 별로 그렇게 유리하지 않았고 좀 긴장을 마지막 경기에 해서 실수가 좀 많았었는데 성훈이도 좀 실수를 6시에서 탱크를 4대를 잃는 바람에 거기서 제가 많이 유리해진 것 같아요.
I did go into that series quite nervous and gotta admit I was a bit shaky and at the beginning I thought it was going to be okay or evenly matched. Then I made one mistake. Then Polt made a bigger mistake and I was able to climb up on top of his mistakes.
Well done taking the 3-2 victory. You will be advancing to the finals of Red Bull Battlegrounds DC to play against your opponent, Cure. I want your thoughts on Cure. It's going to be another TVT matchup. Do you expect a similar back and forth manner, or what's your confidence level going into the finals?
자, 이번 레드불 이제 마지막 파이널 대회에서 이제 결승전 진출하시면서 김도욱 선수랑 만나면서 또 다시 이제 태전이 성사가 됐는데 김도욱 선수에 대해서 뭐 어떤 비슷한 양상으로 흘러갈 거라 생각하시는지 아니면 플레이 스타일 이런 게 좀 달라서 뭐 생각하고 있는 게 있다든지 얘기 좀 해주세요.
I wanna hide my strategy because final match will be TBT. So, but score was 3-2. So, I just worry about that. I don't have any strategy.
Okay, well, best of luck to you. I have another question. Now, you're obviously amazing at Starcraft 2. You're so much better than me and probably a lot of people in this room, which means you must have wisdom that we just aren't aware of. So from you, I want to hear any words you might have for us as mere mortals. What can you tell us? Do you have any wisdom for us, Bomber?
최진 선수는 이제 폭격기 거의 이제 뭐 사실 프로 게임 하면 기계 같이 이런 시스템에서 열심히 하고 이제 게임도 이렇게 스킬도 좋고 이런데 이제 우리 양민들은 그렇게 못 하니까 이거 하나만 하면은 뭐 좀 더 실력이 늘 수 있을 것 같다라고 조언 하나만 해주세요.
I'm sorry, maybe next life.
Next time. Stay tuned. Maybe after the finals. We'll see. This is Bomber, guys. Let's make some noise.
Wait.
All right, so that's going to do it for this interview with Bomber. Best of luck in the finals. Up next, we have the losers match. I don't want to call it a losers match. The third, fourth place match between Polt and everyone's like, ooh, sorry. But we have a nice video package prepared for y'all, kind of funny questions to the players, so check it out.
SOS is the most handsome.
제가 제일 잘생긴 것 같아요.
미.
Party. Kira is the nerdy one.
Bomber.
SOS. 이삭이.
저요.
이삭이?
저? 미?
이삭이.
파링? 파틱인데 전 이삭이 좋아요.
파리.
이삭이? It's me. It's me. 이삭이.
You wouldn't invite Predding to dinner because you'd eat everything.
파티.
Yeah, party is too much.
폴. 성훈이요?
폴.
Polt is the most likely to become president.
오. Cool.
It's me. Only me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the dark. Oh, there you are. Welcome to the third, fourth place match. It's going to be Polt, the All-American, soon-to-be future president, against Trap, who is really pretty, according to himself.
Parting disagreed with that, though.
Yeah, Parting's like, me. The answer for all of them is me. I don't care what the question is. I'm that guy. I'm the guy you need. Now, we talked a little bit about the fact that Polt and Trap have had a history at MLG, the 6-0 that Trap laid on Polt. But Polt's known for kind of changing his style from tournament to tournament. What do you think about this match?
You know, I think he's probably had a lot of time to reflect on what happened, and also in terms of getting content from Trap to study from. Cure just 3-0 Trap. Surely Polt was watching this, probably thinking that if he may have to face Trap, there's probably a thing or two that he could learn about that game.
Like Polt sees the Nexus snipe, and he's like, that's a good idea. I'll snipe Nexuses this series.
The thing is, stylistically, Polt is so different than Cure. He will try to be in two places, harassing at once. He will not be like Cure in the sense that Cure just tries to attack and stutter steps endlessly and just try to keep the Templar count low.
Well, I mean, something that if you look at Polt about a year and a half ago, he liked to go for just 2 to 4 medevacs, very few medevacs, and then quickly rush to 8 barracks. So he'd wind up with the biggest bio army ever. He'd even neglect Vikings and Ghosts to pummel away at Protoss. So I think if Polt's comfortable enough, he's the sort of player I would think could benefit from watching Cure and then going, oh, okay, I'll go for a fast 4 and 5 barracks. I know how to play that style.
Yeah, Polt and Cure, they try to achieve the same thing, basically, which is not to let a Protoss go into the late game comfortably with too many Templars and cannons and all that out on the map and tech to everything they want to get their upgrades going. But they do it differently. Cure is with a lot of drops and attacks at the front and stutter stepping, whereas Polt, multi-pronged attacks. He doesn't drop all that much. If there is an opportunity to, surely he will take it as well. But usually it's really 2 big groups, 2 packs of units with some medivacs as well, going left and right and attacking back and forth. One thing about Polt though, if Trap was to make the same kind of move that he did earlier against Cure, where you move out on the map, you know, and not very decisively, you don't really have a good plan for defense back at home, Polt is very good at picking up units, dropping in the main, and going for, I'm not sure what to call it, a base trade or Nexus hunting maybe. It's hunting season for next side.
Big Nexus Hunters 2014. You know, the thing about Trap though, the way that he played against Cure to get the single warp prism, to send it to the other side of the map. In what position? In an extremely dangerous spot with Cure battering down the front door. That takes incredible discipline to be able to figure out how to send that warp prism, not to overextend, not to under-defend.
Not just discipline, you know.
Yeah. It also takes minerals.
Yes.
Yes. Now, see, but that counterattack, I think, is exactly where Polt will struggle against. Again, this is the guy that deflected the 2-pronged attacks from Polt to 6-0 him. And the weakness we see from Polt is he struggles against counter warp prism harass. I definitely think Trap should have a good edge if the game goes on long. And our game now begins.
A best of 3 to decide 3rd place. He may have fallen in the semifinals, but have another chance to cheer for him here. It's CM Storm's Polt! And in the bottom right-hand position, he's won the last 6 games they've played consecutively. Can he extend it to lucky number 7? It is Ginnis Trap.
How many players in the world can say that they have a record like 6-0 against somebody like Polt? I don't think too many. It's probably just Trap, basically.
And the crazy part is that it was all within the same period of time. I mean, it was
all in the same tournament, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same day almost for all of them. And that's the sort of thing where you get a lot of confirmation mentally. Wow, this player's better than me. I mean, if you lose 6-0 to someone over time, you can always talk about the strategy you prepared and what he prepared and all that. And there's always a lot of changes that will go on over a long time. But man, 6-0 on the same day.
Yeah, I feel like things have changed a lot since then, though. Not just with some patch and some changes, but in terms of Trap playing versus Terran, you know, he's been struggling a lot more. He's been really on and off in tournaments. He just got thrilled by Cure. And from his GSL games already, there was a lot of changes, you know. I've studied those games very closely. Back then, he was scouting on 13 almost every single time, and now he's playing so differently. I have to wonder, maybe it's because he didn't have really any or not much success, at least in the GSL. You know, he got eliminated by 2 Terrans, and he was like, well, I need to make a change. I'm going to try to play differently from now. A little bit less of a scout, a lot of mixing up with some Blink Stalker play, even bringing back, you know, the Charge Lot Templar style with the Quick Storm, which Cure just played beautifully against. So now, up against somebody like Polt, if he's able to take to Storm quickly and Polt gives him a little bit too much space, I feel like Trap will be in a good position to win the game. Be it whether he goes into a Colossus opener or Storm opener. Remember actually San against Polt from Detroit?
Yeah.
In the one game, I think it was on Foxtrot, San just defended perfectly, mostly with Templars, and just perfectly split units for like 20 minutes, and then from there was able to win a very, very close game. I feel like this is what you need. This is the best way to beat somebody like Polt. And Trap surely is one guy that can do that.
You know, it's kind of weird because in Terran versus Zerg, you're looking at the map. How does Zerg get base 4 and 5? Well, those are in the middle of the map. That's very scary to expand towards a Terran player. But when you're going for Templar Colossus, the sort of normal mixture of a Protoss player, as you're going into the middle of the map, it can almost be comfortable because you are walking towards the Terran will be walking into your storms to attack. You have a much tighter overall space. I think the scary part is going to be the usual time. 15-minute mark, Trap has the backdoor expansion, will also have the third base, and we know Polt loves to drill during those times.
Yeah, actually both players... Oh, the Stalker going past the SCV here.
Whoops.
Perfect scout from Polt, seeing that Robo. So Trap, he's reverted back to a basically fully standard style where you get the Stalkers, and you know, on this map, this is basically the most difficult map, I think, right now. Probably in Protoss versus Terran, maybe with Merry-Go-Round, or at least very high up there, Nimbus. Nathanias and Roddy, you know, even in TVT, they covered pretty well how easy it is to drop in this position, drop the natural of the Protoss, which really
brutal, yeah.
is the weak points. So Trap here, if he goes for Colossus and Blink Stalker, she's just going to be so hard for him to defend that third base and that natural at the same time. And even though Polt, as I said, usually doesn't drop all that much, in my opinion, compared to most Terrans, especially guys like Cure who do it non-stop. Yeah. Surely here he's going to see an opportunity to do it and do some damage. And we have a Stargate hidden out on the map.
Now, this is a Stargate after the Robo was scouted.
Yes.
And of course, if we look back into the main base of Polt, we see, or excuse me, into the main base of Trap. Sorry, Funk, I didn't mean to distract you there. Yeah, we still see the robotics facility there. And, you know, if you're a good Terran player and, you know, just taking a guess, I would say Polt's pretty good. You're going to see the ripple of the Observer. You're going to say to yourself, yep, he's definitely going to go Colossus tech.
Yeah.
Maybe he could go Templar tech. So this is a very risky play for Trap against anyone but a world-class player like Polt, who he can throw off.
Polt is actually entirely skipping on the eBay in this game. Rather than even getting a +1 attack upgrade early on, he's stacking into Factory directly from just getting a lot of Bioforces and Concussive Shell first. So he wants to go for a push, which means he's going to move out. The Observer is going to spot this army moving out most likely, and then the Oracle is going to fly into the natural and start basically trying to bring back the pain from that one game on Catalina we saw earlier with the 24 kills.
Yeah, Trap's going to spot it and is going to be very happy. As usual, Polt has a tricksy, somewhat unusual attack early on, and then he goes into a normal mode, and we see Trap sending in the Oracle.
Here we go.
It's an undefended expansion in the middle of the map, in the worst possible spot. Polt is neither nearby Trap nor near enough home to defend. SCVs are falling. Only 6 is the amount you need.
Okay. Trap has done a ton of damage, but right now he knows that there's a big chunk of army headed home. He cannot miss the force field. If he misses the force field, he's going to be in trouble. Oh, come on, it's Trap.
Wow.
How often does he miss the force field? He's only on 1 gate. He's going to have to whop in, I think, 1 more sentry. He does just that, even getting an immortal, so Trap is on point so far up against Polt.
He's not only able to nail those force fields, but 2, he has gotten just enough sentries to buy time for the Immortal. I mean, this was perfectly done.
He needs to warp in 1 more. Actually, he just moves back because he knows he doesn't have it. I guess with Photon Overcharge, now he's just going to have enough to just fight this straight up. He goes for a Twilight Council. You know, there was a time where when you open Stargate, it was really encouraging to go straight into Twilight Council. It was the standard transition with charge, but I guess he's still getting Colossus here since he has the Robo Bay. I wonder how much he's going to commit to Colossus. We almost never see anymore, actually, Protoss trying to get just 1 or 2 without Thermal Lens and then transitioning into Storm quickly.
Now this is interesting. If you look at Polt's base, same mix as Trap. 5 barracks before 3rd command center, mines being produced. It is the identical response that we see, or actually not response, it's the identical opening style from Cure. It looks like Polt has been observing and is saying, yeah, I like how that plays out. I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah, Terrans right now, it really feels like that's the way they prefer playing against Protoss. You know, when you play like this, again, there's going to be that 12th to 13th minute mark where you're just going to have so much more army supply and so much capability to do damage and start pulling ahead, which you always want to happen while you take your own safe third base. Or I guess not entirely safe, that Oracle's still around. Maybe looking to do some kills. Could have got a cancel already on the, or not a cancel, but slow down that CC. But look, Polt planned ahead. He buried the Widowmine next to that third CC. This is so smart.
Very neat play. Just usual Polt conservativeness. Look, he plays conservatively.
We got it, Sean.
Okay, good. He's not going to be barreling in with the mines. He's going to be positioning them to deflect and defray this attack. But I mean, look at this. Trap is not trying to look for free, easy SCVs. He says this turret is misplaced by 1 hex, and I can punish that.
Trap, by the way, figured out very quickly that there was a quick third base, or not quick third base, but I guess a quicker third base than from Kerr, here from Polt. So he decided to stay on 2 base a long time. If you take that third base too early, you can be in trouble, and he's leaving so many units actually at his natural, including an Immortal and some sentries, which we've seen Cure or just a lot of Tyrants these days dropping literally into Stalkers, and the Stalkers not being enough to just stop the drop overall. So this is really going to help. Having those sentries and that one Immortal is just going to have so much more damage with the capability of wiping in more Zealots. Yeah. Overextending here a little bit, so I don't think he's going to get that.
Gosh, that is a very close call. I mean, these sorts of attacks that we're seeing from Polt are exactly what Trap is excellent against. We saw Polt hurl these multi-pronged 2 medevac drops again and again and again and again, doing virtually nothing to Polt.
Yeah, Trap, I really like that he's not trying anything super special this game. He's just playing it standard, you know, safe, leaving units everywhere, just trying to leave enough, doing a lot of scaling. Finally loses the Oracle. Much earlier in this game than he did on Catalina versus Cure. I would like to see him pull back his Observer though. I feel like a lot of the Protosses actually, they leave an Observer out like this on the map in front of the Protoss, basically natural and third base, to see when SCVs are being pulled. Because the SCVs, they will always go through there, you know, they're not going to teleport somewhere or be picked up by Medivacs. So if you spot the SCVs, and you know just that long in advance is coming your way, you can start making a plan. You have like literally, I guess, half a minute, you know, to start thinking about how you're going to react to it.
Yeah, you can figure out exactly how to recover from the emotional loss of losing to SCVs.
Don't do it, Polt. Supposedly, yeah, you should go to the edge of that cliff here, see that there are Stalkers, and then just pull back. Yeah.
Yep, I mean,
exactly what's going to happen.
10 Stalkers, very easy amount to just pick off Medevacs. Polt playing cautiously, but again, this is the strong point of Trap. We've always seen him good at this.
I feel like Polt is going to pull SCVs this game, by the way. He skipped Armory, he skipped second eBay, and he's already on 2 Starports.
Oh, you're right. No Armory, no Ghost Academy. I mean, Flash.
Oh, there we go, actually.
Flash likes to scale. Okay, look, everybody calm down. There's an engineering bay, there's an armory, he's going to upgrade.
We come down first, maybe.
That's right. You know, I do think that this is, we've seen Flash skip out on getting as many upgrades and rush for Ghost Academy, and I really think that that's getting, well, gosh, there's a Ghost Academy, but it's not a super fast Ghost Academy. This is less of a timing where you push with Ghosts and more of a, I want Ghosts in my composition for the rest of the game sort of play. It doesn't look like Polt is planning an attack. He might just be trying to shut Trap out of a third base.
He's starting to kill Observers. This makes me wonder.
Yeah.
Does he maybe want to go for an SCV pull with the amount of production facilities that he's hanging on? I mean, he just started 3 racks, so I guess not. A little bit weird here. Rushing the 2 starport like this, I really thought he wanted to be aggressive, but so far, Trap has shut everything down. But as he moves out, this drops into his natural.
Oh man, Polt made this look easy. He's just waited. He hung out calmly. That Colossus is going to go down. Another Colossus is going to go down. This is exactly what Polt would have hoped for. This is a dream scenario for Polt. Knocking both Colossus to the ground, accepting the Zealots and the Stalkers warmly. The recall into the Death Trap.
This was so smart by Polt. Killing these Observers made Trap paranoid. Trap was like, oh my god, I'm about to be attacked. Maybe even SCV pulled at my third base. I need to regroup there. He regroups there. Polt, even before scanning, he was loading up the Medivacs. He knew there was probably going to be a possibility for him to drop into the natural and do a lot of damage. He scans, Merry Christmas, there is nothing there. Just drops and does a ton of damage from there. And now he's starting to pull very far ahead in supply. Traps feels obligated and compelled to make Archons rather than just Templars and taking to Storm. Yeah. Nice demining here with the hallucination.
That's such a brilliant point you brought up, Todd. Oh, here's the push.
And Polt is at it again.
Polt is going straight for the natural. It's absolutely undefended. Zealots are going to warp in just in time to see themselves die.
It's hunting season. First Nexus is probably going to fall instantly here as Trap is all in across the map with a very few Stalkers, 3 Colossi and a lot of Zealots on the ground. Polt is going to pull back. I think he just tries to defend in the main. He needs to pull SCVs.
Only 3 Colossus, what could have been 5, maybe even 6 now.
I mean, Trap is dead back at home.
Trap is not going to have a main for much longer. Polt is calmly upgrading, sitting on his high ground. He will lose these command centers, but command centers are a lot more replaceable than Nexi. We see the 1 Colossus. Nope, GG. Polt with the win.
We see the 1 Colossus eating up because he knew he was outnumbered against all of these bioforces. And Polt, with that scan and, you know, killing the observer, noticing where it was, just around the, basically the exit of his base.
Yeah.
He already knew everything that was going to happen instantly after that. He just picked up unit, headed towards the 3rd. He scanned the 3rd. If there had been units, he might have dropped down and went for the natural, sorry. He might have gone for the 3rd base, but he saw there was nothing at the natural. He's like, I'm just going to drop here and enjoy a good time.
And I really like the point that you brought up. I think that was the key moment in the game when you and I were freaking out because you said, oh my God, he's going to do an SCV pull. This looks exactly like an SCV pull. No armory, 2 starports, 5 barracks. He might be doing it this game. And then the scans happened and all the observers died. And that's the moment, like you said, when Trap brought all of his forces to the 3rd. Because, hell, even though Polt wound up getting the armory and the 2nd engineering bay, you made the completely logical read that Trap made. There is some huge, scary attack coming, and that is exactly what opened the window for the backdoor
I probably
drop.
would have done the same too, because when somebody scans like this, a lot of the time they don't want you to see the SCVs coming and what kind of big attack they are gearing up for. So Polt, just very good reaction here on that, you know, to go for the natural, even doing it very safely too. Like he didn't rush in there like a madman. He scanned, made sure there was nothing there. And again, if there had been unit and the natural still for Trap, Polt just regroups at the 3rd base and goes for the 3rd base instead. It's win-win. I mean, he always finds a way, you know?
And I mean, Trap's strategy, solid, would be working on other maps much more easily. But that map, a little bit of a unique case. And like you were saying, this is another very tricky map in this matchup. In the right position. He is currently down 0-1, having just lost his very first game to his opponents. From Jin Air, it is Trap! And in the top left side, having won his first in 7 to break his loss streak against Trap. Give it up for CM Storm Polt!
It is safe to say that things have changed since MLG. Polt looked absolutely hopeless previously against Trap. Everything that he was doing, I guess it was more Trap just basically making everything work, everything that he was going for. Whereas now, it was quite the opposite, you know? Polt just didn't rush things easier. He didn't go for the easy way with an SCV pull. He just macroed, looked for a weakness. Trap was solid for the first few minutes of the game, but then as soon as the first mistake happened, he got sanctioned. You know, Polt just got in there and started killing units left and right, forced a recall. Those Vikings went to town on these Colossi, and from there it was just the beginning of the end for Trap, who never really had time to take to something like Storm. He was forced into making Archons, but in the end, even though it's not enough for Polt's army.
Well, on this map, merry-go-round, it's very awkward as the game goes on because it seems like every single expansion is unsafe. Only really the main and naturals are easy bases. I mean,
you'd be surprised, even those.
Yeah, even those are pretty vulnerable, right? I mean, look at the 3 center expansions on the high ground. These are droppable from any side. Colossus can waltz up and down. Marines can easily drop behind the minerals. We have these kind of center expansions, the 6 that ring the map. They have a high ground right outside them. Very easy to access. These bases have a built-in high ground that were designed to be shot down from above. This is what makes it very, very much so a vision game. You'll see Protos's build. I was going to say you'd see him build a few more observers, but it looks like Trap might be trying to just end the game much sooner, or
No second guess yet. He's trying to dodge, since he went for late scout and not at 13, he's trying to dodge a Reaper. When he played Reality, actually in GSL, he already did something like that. He scouted the wrong location at first, and then rather than going straight to the other one, and maybe run into a Reaper, he hit his probe out on the map, and then went for a later scout. And in this case, well, Polt is going to find his way directly to the main off trap with his Reaper, but the probe at least should be getting across the map to confirm not only the CC, but at least the one additional barracks, which I guess from Polt is a little bit surprising. Usually it's always 2 barracks behind this.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit more of an uncharacteristic move.
Bit of a new trend from Terrence, you know, where you just stay on 2 barracks and take 2 medivacs quicker.
Yeah, I mean, that was popular for a very brief period of time, but Terrence kept losing to blink plays. And as we've seen, Cure was able to deal with Trap's blink play. I don't know if Trap will be examining this at all and giving a similar sort of judgment. I mean, geez, look at that factory. A 5-minute factory. Often it's 7 minutes when we see the factory go down.
Yeah. You know, Trap actually, back to his game against Reality on this map, he went for very, very, very standard. Robo Bay plus Twilight, Colossus plus Blink, double Forge pretty quickly behind this, even though he had already gone up to 3 gates, which you can't cut that corner. And he made 4 observers. He was going to play a very defensive Colossus plus Blink style. But somehow, it just didn't work out, and he ended up losing that game. So he might try to play similarly here, just with the way that he's opened so far, and just try to do it better.
I think we're going to see the same push that Polt used to squeak his way into the round of 4. He's going to be going for this bio-Hellion type push, which it makes perfect sense. Most Protosses think, dude, it's impossible to get a 3rd base. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do the double Forge that you talked about. I'm going to stay on 2 base and get Blinking Colossus for as long as I possibly can. I don't want to take any risks. What's the best way to get all those things up? To stay on 1 gateway for as long as possible.
Exactly.
So you normally use Photon Overcharge to deflect.
Robo-Bay?
Where's the Robo-Bay? Oh no, this is going to be a disaster for Trap.
At least 1 more gate. At least he has that going for him. This attack does not hit very late, though. It comes pretty quickly. And actually, back to Parting's game against Polt. I feel like Polt got very fortunate in that one in the way that Parting only went for double gates and didn't make many gateway units. You know, he tried to cut that corner where you don't make all that many units. And then in the end, his sentries just weren't on time to buy in time. But you know what? On this map, the ramp is so wide that you will need a ton of sentries to even try and delay this kind of attack. So now, all of a sudden, I think that if Polt, he scanned for the first observer, he didn't want to reveal that that's what he went for. And actually, the factory was revealed, but I'm not sure that Trap might be able to read into this well enough. But, oh, his supply blocked! Okay, no. Finally, the Colossus starts. If he somehow can get that first Colossus before this hit, he's going to be in good shape. But Polt's army looks massive, man. 32 army supply already to 18, and he's going to start moving across the map with the Hellions coming in from behind. Trap still has no idea. He just has an observer just outside of his natural, able to spot this, but is it going to be too late?
This is the moment where Protoss generally feels safest. They say, aha, you haven't attacked me yet. I have the mothership core with enough energy to overcharge, and all I got to do is get this Colossus before your medevacs come out at 10 minutes. But guess what? It's 9 minutes. There are no medevacs. It's the perfect strike timing, but the Colossus looks like it came out a little bit faster than Polt may have expected.
Yeah.
That's going to be the one ace in the hole.
Does he go? Yeah, I think he goes. Guardian Shield is going to be needed. I'm not even sure. He doesn't. He has it. Photon Overcharge really going to help. The probes are going to be the main target of those Hellions here.
Great warp-ins by Trap, easily blocking it off. 4 probes? That's it? 4 probes? It's a slaughter.
Beautiful hold here by Trap, who saw this coming early enough and didn't cut enough corners to, I guess, get punished. You know, he didn't get double forge, he didn't make them quickly. He made the Twilight a little bit late, but he kept on making gateways unit. He knew something was going to come, and spotting that Robo as early as he did, even though his observer got sniped, was big here. And now he's looking to counter-attack. He's going for a Dark Shrine behind this, and he's proxying pylons. What are you up to, Trap? I think he knows that...
Yeah, he knows there's going to be extended thermal lance done, and suddenly we have the Terrans stuck, forced to build medevacs rather than Vikings. It's going to be an almost guaranteed damage play.
2 Colossi out.
Oh, such an amazing backswing from Trap.
I mean, he killed a lot and didn't lose much trap, so moving across the map and going for a counter-attack could be good here. Actually, suicides the Zealot as a scout. He sees the size of the army. I'm pretty sure he's gonna go with 1 or 2 more Warpins. And actually, that Dark Shrine coming up behind this, there are no turrets everywhere. And Polt, he needs to spend his money to get more units. If he uses the mules and the DTs come in at the wrong time, or I guess at the right time for trap, this is gonna do a ton of damage. I think he even made a War Prism to basically DT drop the main. So I guess he's gonna pull back. He kind of chickens out to just attack now, and I guess there might be enough for Polt. Trap though, he could have prevented that 3rd command center from becoming an orbital command, in which case there would have been even less scans.
I mean, there are countless games you and I have casted where just because a player didn't check a 3rd, he wound up far behind when he would have been mostly even, or was ahead, and now they're going to be even. Here's the DT drop intended to do a lot of damage, and I think it may very well get a pretty good
There is not a single scan available.
Oh,
the orbital
God.
with the most energy is in the main with 45. It's about to have enough, but that means one of the bases is not going to get scanned. I think Polt might scan the natural because there is 2 DTs, but one of them split away, barely escapes the sight of that scan. And now the next orbital with the most energy is the one at the 3rd base, only 38. Those DTs are going to do so much damage, but they have to kill SCVs. They've killed 11 already. They still need to kill more for this to be worth it. 13, and it keeps going up.
This is a massacre. Trap deflected the attack with ease. 17 workers have been slayed thus far. We're seeing scans expended on DTs. The turrets still not down in the main. There's plenty of barracks done, but guess what? They are not producing much at all. In the meantime, Trap getting a 3rd. Trap throwing pylons down all around the map. Trap's lost hardly any units in this harassment and has caused massive damage.
We are down to 34 SCVs to 58 probes. That means there is 1,400 mineral income for the Protoss player, about 600, 700 for the Terran. This is a disaster of a situation here for Polt. And as much as he didn't pull SCVs in the previous game, since he's already onto Starport against Colossus Tech, I really think that in this game he should go for it, because he's going to be his best chance rather than try and come back in an economic game. But we still have DTs getting warped in, and that 3rd base was finally scouted, that 3rd base of Polt. And somehow he's moving across the map. Even though there are Colossi out, I guess he does have a large bioforce and a few Vikings to help deal with those.
But I don't think they'll be able to do very much. I think Polt's just said, you know, you've already done enough damage. You held off my attack. Your DTs have killed all my stuff. It's 60 workers to 34. I gotta win this here and now. And Polt actually has a fairly sizable force. He's gonna get 1 Colossus, mostly for free. 2nd Colossus is gonna fall down. Hey, that's looking better and better for Polt. Charge is not done yet.
Those Vikings really dealing well with this Colossi. The Mothership Core getting caught in the middle of the map. Didn't even use a photon overcharge.
Uh-oh.
Trap pulls the boys.
No way. No way. Polt, with hardly any medevacs, with hardly any economy, has been macroing.
Yeah, he had to steam too many times anyway, so this should be a hold for Trap, even though he's pulling back right now. That factory actually being very annoying, tanking a lot of those damage from the Stalkers. I do think there's going to be enough for Trap.
DTs continue to be a nightmare problem. We see no retreats from Polt. He's desperate to continue this assault, but it is going to have an end in sight.
Yeah, charge finish now.
GG.
1-1 score. Back to even. And Trap just a beautifully played style here. And finally, you know, it kind of feels like he's getting a little bit of fortune with the choice of build order, you know, in going for that quick Colossus. Not really cutting enough corners to really get punished from that attack, as opposed to parting, you know, we was kind of gambling.
And if you look at Trap's strengths and his weakness, you know, there's really 2 kinds of aggression. There's the non-stop aggression you see out of Cure, and then there's the timing-based attacks we see out of Polt. Polt almost universally has a timing attack that isn't going to have reinforcements, where there's going to be expansions behind it and add-ons behind it. And Trap is just looking for that. And once he sees the move out, he gets up just enough, and then it's a one-sided game from there. That, I think, highlighted exactly how Trap was able to 6-0 Polt at MLG. Once you defray the first attack, easy peasy.
Yeah, very well said. You know, against somebody like Polt who likes to be, I guess, leading the pace, or at least finding holes here and there where he can do damage. If you just play solid, I mean, that's also true about Cure. You know, when Cure played against Trap, I really feel like if you play defensively on 2 base for a long time, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with all that. And back to that Nimbus game, you know, it's really the one move of killing the observer, which Trap just hadn't planned for, you know. He hadn't planned for that. He didn't have a plan in case he got his observer sniped and then he wouldn't have any info as to where those units were going. You know, I mean, what plan can you have against that? I guess you can replace them with some hallucinated phoenixes to see what direction the army is going, but other than that...
I mean, I think that's exactly the way to beat Trap, though. Trap is great at dismantling plans. Plans like Polt's timing attack at 8 minutes, or his drop timing at 11 minutes. These are things we've seen out of Polt again and again and again and again. But the weakness from Trap is when there is a created timing, when a player uses judgment to see a vulnerability and punish that. That is how Trap lost 0-3 to Cure, and Polt only needs to do it once to get 3rd place. In the top left corner, one of the greatest PvTers around right now, needs one single game to secure 3rd place at the Red Bull Battlegrounds. It is Jin-Air's Trap. And in the bottom right corner, he too is one game away from 3rd place. He's an All-American, and his name is CM Storm's Polt.
You know how they say knowledge is power? Well, in StarCraft 2, knowledge is information. And in the 2 previous games, I feel like the player who had the information, or at least the most important piece of information, just basically won. First game, killing the observer, you know your opponent doesn't know what's up, he doesn't have the information where you're headed, he dies. Second game, that observer gets in there, sees the factory, and then Trap. He already saw the games of Polt versus Parting. He's like, well, a factory and 1 barrack, some bioforces, I think I know what might be heading my way. He gets a bunch of units, a Colossus holds, he's in a good position. So on this map, and just in general in this matchup, just being able to be the one who has more information and keeping your opponent in the dark is going to be very important. And
yeah, I mean, especially when you get to these complex situations, I think the biggest mistake that can be made in terms of logic when it comes to scouting is that you're not trying to beat what he is doing and trying to predict what he is doing. You're trying to you're trying to cross off. You're trying to see what he cannot be doing. If you scout in and you see a fast gas, you know that he cannot have an expansion at a certain time. You see this fast gas, you know he cannot be rushing you with 3 barracks. And it's so easy, though, to still fall into that trap, to see something and go, oh, he's definitely going for an SCV all-in, or oh, he's definitely going to be going for 1 gateway. And this is what we've seen both players fall into. If you try to predict the thing he's doing and you're wrong, just like you say, without the information, you're going to walk directly into a trap.
No pun intended.
Literally no pun intended. It's just a trap, and it's literally...
There is a few non-believers.
You're going to walk into a bear trap. Is that better? Because there's no player named Bear Trap in the game. Did I do it?
Okay.
Did I do it?
We'll give that one to you. Trap finally going for a scout on 13 here, by the way. There are 2 schools here. The school of people that go back home after the scout and school of people that hide the probe on the map. Trap is from the latter, and it looks, oh my god, for a second I really thought this was going to be found. Pulse game sense. Here we go, he's going to get the probe, so that means the probe, he's not going to be able to confirm whether or not there is a factory behind this or additional barracks. And now he even spots the Zealot in the middle of the map with his SCV. So he's going to be able to chase that down. And it's really important for Trap to be able to see that there is a factory behind this. And you know what Trap does all the time when this happens? He sends his mothership core across the map to make sure that he can confirm whether or not there is a factory quickly or a bunch of barracks. And actually, there was a game that he lost recently on this map. I think it might have been, it was against Maru, because his mothership core got across the map. At the same time, he was getting attacked, and then from there, he didn't see the units coming, he couldn't photon overcharge. I mean, his mothership core was across the map, and then he just died. So in this case, I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm not sure he can confirm whatever Polt is making without losing his mothership core. It's going to be tough. Polt is going to have to react quickly as well.
Mothership core does not have a very large sight radius right now, and where is... it gets spotted.
Only saw the factory, he didn't try to see anymore.
Wait. That is this This is game-changing.
Yeah, actually...
Polt's one of the only players who goes for double Hellion right now. Almost all players go for mines. Remember, you're trying to cross things off with scouting. So yeah, you know there's not going to be a stim timing push, but you haven't crossed off a mass Hellion play. You haven't crossed off mines. And the error you're going to make if you're Trap is to say, my player's going to rush for mines, and that's what can backfire.
Actually, Trap is really not cutting any corners this game. He's opening with a Zest build, which is you get a Twilight kill quickly, and then around the 6-minute mark, you get double additional gateways. So that means his gateways are going to line up extremely well with when his warp gate finishes. And as soon as that finishes, he can start warping in Stalkers 3x3, which is really going to help in defending, plus the Photon Overcharge. So he gets the Robo behind this to make observers. And again, having spotted that factory is going to be such a big deal. And I really thought this was going to get him in trouble, because if Polt had reacted properly, he could have moved out with the Marine, cut the retreat of that single mothership core, maybe even kill it, and then Trap would have been in trouble. But now, I really like Trap's position already.
Trap, I mean, Stalkers early game are the most versatile unit versus these sort of funky compositions, but I really think Polt is going to win the funky composition war.
Again, it's going to be about how many probes die.
Yeah, it looks like up at the top, we see the pylons are going to be able to spot it. There it comes.
Already a lot of Stalkers being warped into the natural. The Photon Overcharge is just going to help and defend the main. And those Hellions, I really don't know how much they can kill in natural. Blink is also almost finished. Polt, if he doesn't get in there quickly and do damage, this is going to be held easily.
Here he comes. It looks like the Marines are trying to stand in between.
Oh, he can blink back.
Polt, what are you doing? What are you doing, Polt?
There's the Photon Overcharge in the main. He's still going to get in there.
This is a huge risk.
This is such an easy hold for so far.
Oh,
Pylon block. He gets one. Oh my god.
Easy hold for Trap. Polt falling apart.
Trap is so far ahead right now. He might even go and counterattack if he keeps on warping in Stalkers from there. He could even drop down a bunch of initial gateways, but instead he's gonna go for the pure Zest style. The third base, he's gonna take Gases at the natural, tech to Colossus, and I'm guessing make a Warp Prism before the Robo finishes so he can counter drop as Polt moves out. Trap is so far ahead right now.
That is the perfect follow-up for Trap. I mean, it's hard for him to do anything wrong right now. He slaughtered the Medevac, the Hellions, and all the Marines. That means there is no useful output from the starport, the factory, or the early barracks remaining. It's all the follow-up units from Polt, and those follow-up units were built after the reactors, after the tech lab. Polt must stay defensive, and here Trap we see getting up his Robo, his third base at an accelerated pace at 10 minutes. Protoss is going to be at 3 base. This is a dream scenario for Trap.
I mean, we've seen Protoss take third bases as late as 14, 15 minutes, not only on Roddy or Mindstream, you know, but just getting into trouble before finally starting that third base and struggling taking it. But with this build, the strength is that you take the third base quickly, you have Blink Stalkers to defend pretty much everything, you get Colossus in support, you make pylons a little bit everywhere, you have observers in support, and you just see everything that's coming your way, and you defend, and you're just so far ahead with a quicker third. You try and transform that into a supply lead, and then you either attack, or you keep on taking more and basically attack later. Like, you have to attack at some point. Big gateway explosion happening with at least 3 more. It's good, but Zest makes 4. Just saying.
He's one short of Zest.
And also, a very important part of this build here is that usually you make a Warp Prism before you start your first Colossus. Whereas now, Trap is going to play fully defensively, at least for now. He's just made a single Colossus. So in the past, we've seen him go for that Warp Prism after 2 or 3. But I would have liked to see that earlier. But I guess he's proxy the pylon also on the bottom left-hand side of the map, which is going to help.
I wonder where Polt's possible edge can come from, because Trap is leaving nothing to chance. He's not spreading his units out too thinly. He's not going for a Warp Prism. I mean, everything really is nearby Polt's army. There's Blink, there's Colossus, very mobile units. Polt's getting that second starport.
Yeah.
I still don't see an armory, although he is very early in upgrades. I mean, he just has to hope to pick off this Colossus. And
oh, the army is a little bit out of position.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh, wait a minute. That's going to be a free Colossus.
Is it?
There it is.
Hesitating a little bit. Comes in from 2 sides.
But
hey,
the blink in.
Polt is overextending.
Polt overextending. Polt can't seem to find a weakness in the defenses of Trap.
Trap has really thrown Polt off his game in this map. Polt usually never attacks in one place like this, but right now Trap is chasing down Polt.
This was a nice little pickup for Polt, but he is still in dire straits.
The Vikings sniped all of the Colossi and the Mothership Core as well, so that's a win for Polt, but he's getting chased down. And Trap, I think, he might just go for the attack here. Polt has overextended. Trap has got a lot of Stalkers. He's warping in units in the middle of the map next to that pylon. And you know, this is not a very durable style as well from Trap here, because you don't have any forges with this. That's really one of the weaknesses of the builds.
Really? Where? That is going to be a big problem for him. I mean, he has some of the key upgrades. There's no charge yet.
Unless he kills Polt now, which I think he's looking to do here.
But Polt, with all his units in the middle of the map, they might look out of position, but they have been successfully blocking good lines of reinforcements for the Colossus. Right now, the third is under fire. We see Vikings stepping in.
Trap is committed. Trap is really committed to this. I think he's overextending himself here because he only has Stalkers. He does have Blink, but 0-0, and that many Stalkers against that many Marauders, I don't think he's going to do well. The only thing he has going for him is that one Colossus rejoining the army now. But I think Polt's just going to pull SCVs.
He's got to start considering the pull. He's got to start considering it. The medevac count is very high, though, with 6 medevacs. That's a substantial amount of healing. You don't really need Vikings if the armies are this size. And he manages to pick off the Colossus. There's not that many Marauders, but every single one has its own special medevac healing up. Polt trying to macro as best he can. There's another round of units coming in. This is so close.
Oh my god, I think Polt's barely gonna hold for now, but Trap is reinforcing quickly. He's up to 8 gateways against just 5 barracks.
And there's the next Colossus. We see Vikings have only just begun. This is nail-bitingly close.
Yeah, it's 4 of them, though. I really don't know why Polt didn't pull some SCVs, at least 10. You know, they really would have helped a lot in holding this. And as long as he holds, it's basically just 1. He's on 3 orbitals. Trap has literally no upgrade. Polt is already 1-0 attack upgrades. Trap really trying to force the engagement because he knows that there's going to be Vikings coming out. He doesn't even know, actually, that this 4x4. Oh, he evacuates. I really like that.
Barely able to evacuate. Barely misses the sight range of those Stalkers. I mean, Trap was in an absolutely dominating position, and then he lost 2 Colossus, and Polt was looking out of position, but pulled himself together, and it is now a very even game. The boys have been pulled. A pair of Colossus. This is the moment. Can Trap break through, or will Polt defend? 1 Colossus falls, 2 Colossus fall. It looks like the SCVs are down. The gateway count is still strong. The medevac energy is low, but Polt defends.
Is it time to go all in, though? He's down to 28 SCVs. Against 51 probes, I think he has to go all in. A Dark Shrine starts. Trap knows he has the economy to keep on making units out of his 8 gateways and get some DTs to maybe finish the game against only 2 orbitals and somebody that's spamming mills. Polt is now or never. It's going to be really hard for Trap to hold. He gets his Stalkers surrounded. What is he doing? He's still fighting.
Distracted. Zest, or Trap trying his best to stay alive. Every single Stalker is at risk of falling. 3 escape.
Trap was supposed to delay that fight as much as possible, but he took the fight in the middle of the map, and now he's lost a lot of important units. He's down to 27, army supply to 68.
I mean, Polt, I don't even know if he can afford going to the 3rd. He needs to find the production. He needs to kill off the probes. The Dark Shrine at 80% done. The Dark Shrine traps Ace in the hole. 103 supply to 83, and that's going to be tumbling down to 70 to 60. He is going to lose this expansion, lose the workers edit. A single Colossus has joined the fray, but even a single Colossus is not enough to deal with this onslaught. It's all up to DTs now.
Yeah, the Dark Shrine 9 seconds away from finishing. Polt is not spending his mules, so he's going to have a few scats. He gets in there. He kills the remaining army of Trap. I think he's just 1. As long as he doesn't use those mules, and I mean, even then.
Are there DTs out? It looks like there's no DTs. An overextension.
He forgot he has the Dark Shrine. And I guess he has no money now, except to maybe make 1 or 2. Oh my god.
I can't believe it. Trap overextended. Polt has had a miracle defense. He wasn't able to hold on to a 3rd base. It didn't matter. He's killed off the natural. Is there any DT in sight? The Ace in the whole play can't even be utilized. Polt's moving in 120 to 60. I think he's done it. I think he's broken through. He may not be in the finals, but he's a 3rd place player. He's broken the win streak. The Trap set at MLG. GG! Polt with an absolutely stunning defense in game number 3.
beats one of his nemesis in TVP. Polt struggled so much to find a weakness in Trap's defense, and it turns out there's really not that much of a weakness. It took a lot of heart, a lot of tough decisions. Trap clearly heartbroken after that final game.
Looking absolutely devastated, and I think I will be too, you know. I've had some throws myself, but this was a big one. Rather, you know, when you're in this situation, you know your opponent's counter-attacking. Yeah. His army is chasing yours. You're supposed to delay the fight for as long as possible. Yeah. Literally, you go home, you regroup, you even pull the probes. You pull your own boys if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of game where you start going into what-if mode. I mean, in the moment, you think, well, I don't need a Forge. He's weak. He messed up his attack. I have 7 gates. I'm just going to push and win. And then you say, uh-oh, he's held it off. Let me just try to get this Dark Shrine and stay alive. Whoops, I accidentally engaged too early. No problem, these Dark Temple will be out.
He turned around and just fought. I can't believe that happened.
That was a shock moment. He wanted to have the map control and the DTs out, but Trap was behind, and I mean, Polt was on razor's edge. He was about to lose that whole game. It's just impressive that he stuck in that long.
I mean, winning this kind of game is probably the happiest games you'll ever win. When you know you are basically about to type GG and leave, you're going for a last attack, you're like, oh god, I guess I have to. I know that, he knows that, he's probably gonna hold. And then somehow, somewhere in there, your opponent makes a massive mistake and they just lose the game.
Well, that means that Polt in 3rd place guarantees a top 3 for Terran at Red Bull Battlegrounds. He's no doubt in a great mood. We're no doubt still excited that...
Hashtag bring back the poll.
That's right. And Bomber versus Cure in the grand finals coming up next. But first, we're going to toss it to Roddy and Nate to talk about that incredible series.
Thank you very much, Sean. And pretty incredible series it was. Congratulations to Polt, of course, for another top 3 finish this year. He's just racking them up, man. Every single tournament he goes to, and he had to fight hard for this one. And I think finishing top 3, that feels good. But like Sean said, finally defeating Trap after Trap manhandled him at MLG Anaheim. That must feel really good as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit more on the line aside from just that place finishing. And of course, that means he gets himself a nice little extra stack of cash too. $2,000 on the line for that 3rd place decider. Still a very important series no matter what way you look at it.
Yeah, you could see them really playing their hearts out as well. Very interesting series. Game number 1, Polt played very well. Once more just showing how hard it is for Protoss to defend your natural base at Nimbus. And game number 2, I must say, excellent execution from Trap, or at least like excellent defense early on, not taking too much economic damage. Early this tournament, we saw Parting losing like 18-20 probes against the same build. Trap lost like 5 on merry-go-round, so that was very well done by him. And then, of course, that game 3, like Johan said, we have all thrown some games in the past. This was game number 2, but of course, you know, Trap just put himself in such a great position after not taking any damage early on.
Yeah, that early attack that Polt threw in there, it just one of those builds that worked very well versus Parting, but not against Trap. His style was just a little bit too set up, and his force fields, you know, like, I feel weird to say this, but actually it was his warpins that were basically force fields that made the attack fall off, and Polt's aggression just did not cut it.
Yeah, a lot of very cute small moves of how to deal with this early game aggression from Terran as a Protoss player. On this game on merry-go-round, he wiped in that line of Zealots, which made it so hard for these Hellions to enter. And in game 2, he pulled away, on game 3, he pulled away 1 probe, put it on hold position, then he also dropped the backup island. It's all these small things early on that can make the difference between losing 5 probes or losing 10 probes. This is, of course, you know, the final game, the final fight. This is a very, very heavy Stalker composition. And if there's one unit of the Terran army that's very good against Stalkers, Nate, it has to be the good old Marauder.
Yeah, Marauders absolutely lay waste to this army composition from Protoss. Not enough Zealots to really distract this army. And then you see with the power of Medivacs healing them, those Marauders, they're sick.
Even picking up a couple of these very low HP Marauders, that was well done by Polt. And like you said, if there are no Zealots in this mix, these Marauders are just so incredibly strong. Still, this one Colossus almost turned the tide. And Trap, of course, in a really good position after picking up that Orbital, but he just lost a few too many Colossus. Look over here. He loses that one Colossus very quickly, and the other one is taking so much damage from the Vikings. Like, the one Colossus in the left top side, that one dies against Vikings, okay, that can happen. But the other one should never die against those Marauders.
Yeah, if it's allowed to just get a few more volleys off, that can help to hammer it in for Trap rather than have to deal with this big counterplay. And, you know, once those Marauders get close enough without the Zealots, they just destroy them.
And let's not forget, after this one moment when Trap defended all 3 bases, he was already in a good position and it almost looked like it's game over. But then he separated his 2 Colossus from the rest of his army, and one of them got hit by the Widow Mine, and then there were 2 somehow misrallied Vikings that were actually having a field day, and 2 Vikings for 2 Colossus. That's obviously a trade that any Terran would love to make. So congratulations once more to Polt. Of course, a big shout out to Trap as well for giving us some really entertaining games this weekend. And overall, you know, he won MLG Anaheim. That was a fantastic achievement, and I think we will all remember him and we won't forget him, like he stated in one of his interviews.
Yeah, definitely glad to see Trap coming out and having such a good tournament run. It's been an awesome day 2 so far. All that remains, Roddy, is the grand final.
That is right, but of course, before we're going to throw it over to the grand final, I think Alex might be ready once more for another interview, perhaps the final one with Polt.
I'm Franca, Alex. I come from France and I'm the observer for Red Bull DC. I'm liking my life these days. Working in esports has been a blast, and that's basically all I'm doing. I'd say I've been full into esports since, a year, like 12 months. But I've been interested and following the scene since I'm like 12 years old. So it's like a major passion of mine. When they announced Starcraft 2, I was like, that's now. That's now that I break into the scene, that I do stuff with Starcraft. I knew I wanted to be involved into esports, and if that's what I have to do, being an observer, then that's fine by me because I like it. You need to be 100% focused on everything that's happening, listen really closely to the cast, and then it's like a matter of how much attention do I give to every single event that is going on. So you're always trying to figure out what's the most important, which is the most exciting, because when you've got a live audience like we have here in Red Bull DC, like you want the crowd to go crazy, and you've got a lot of maneuvers that can get the crowd up on their feet. I feel it's more of a director kind of thing, more than a camera operator, because okay, you're still moving around a camera like a virtual camera, but you're at the same time working with actors, players, and other actors, which are casters, and you need to find a way to show it in a proper way. It's not just about putting the camera at the right place, it's putting it at the right angle at the right time for the right amount of time. So it's like more questions, I guess, than just handling a camera and getting infos into your ears, because I think it's a little bit more than that. Eh bien, merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui me suivent et qui me supportent. Merci à O-Gaming, à ESL, qui m'aident beaucoup au jour le jour. Donc merci à vous tous, j'espère que vous appréciez mon travail et j'espère pouvoir continuer à faire ça encore un peu plus. Je vous aime.
Washington, D.C. It is time to meet the Red Bull Battlegrounds finalists! Bomber and Cure will face off in a best-of-7 Terran versus Terran to decide who will be crowned as the 2014 champion of the Red Bull circuit. Cure, I want to begin with you. You've been performing amazingly in the GSL, but this is your first big event outside of Korea. What were you expecting going into this tournament? Did you think you'd be in the finals today?
자, 결승 경기 전 인터뷰 김동욱 선수부터 먼저 하겠습니다. 김동욱 선수 이번 시즌 그슬에서 아주 좋은 활약을 펼치고 있으면서 첫 해외 대회에 나와서 이 정도 성적을 낼 수 있을 거라고 상상이나 하셨습니까? 오시기 전에?
전혀 못했고요. 저는 GSL 4강 올라가고 그냥 레드불은 즐긴다는 생각으로 왔는데 이렇게 좋은 성적 낼 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't expect this kind of result at all. Like from me. It's not like I doubted myself, but GSL semifinal was already overwhelming enough for me to handle. So this is just insane, insane.
Well, now you're in the finals. You're up against one of the most famous Starcraft players of all time, a GSL regular. What is it like to go up against Bomber? Can you defeat him in the finals?
자, 이번 결승에서 이제 최진서 선수랑 경기를 하시게 됐는데 최진서 선수 같은 많은 수식어가 따르잖아요. 뭐 북미 항상 해외 나가서 좋은 성적 거두고 GSL에서도 항상 꾸준한 성적을 거두고 했는데 어떻게 좀 긴장이 된다든지 어떤 식으로 잘할 수 있겠다라는 그런 생각이 좀 드시나요?
아무래도 첫 결승 무대라 좀 긴장도 되고 하긴 한데 긴장되는 만큼 즐긴다는 생각으로 하려고 생각 중이에요.
This is my first final on an individual league. So I'm just gonna have a lot of fun and let whatever happens happen.
Well, he's here to have a good time, but let's hear what Bomber's here for. Bomber, you're up against Cure, who has suddenly rose to amazing prominence. Have you heard about Cure from other players? What are people saying about Cure? What's your view of him going into this finals?
I think Cure is one of the best Terran now. But I want to show what is the final match.
And now, of course, a question for both of you, starting with Bomber. You've made it to the finals today. It was a close call in the semifinals. It's been a great tournament, and the crowd here is here to cheer you on. Any words for them before you step up to the main stage? Considering his words carefully.
Enjoy, thank you.
And of course, you guys are awesome. And of course, today marks another milestone. Cure, this is your first final match for an individual league, as you said. You get to play in front of an enormous crowd who've gotten the chance to see your amazing play all weekend long. Any words for them?
자, 이제 결승에서 지금 팬들도 살짝 상태가 안 좋아지고 있는 것 같은데 경기 시작하기 전에 팬들한테 마지막 한마디 하고 경기 시작하겠습니다.
결승전 처음인 만큼 어느 때보다 최선을 다할 테니까 재밌게 즐겨줬으면 좋겠어요.
I hear start is half to achieving anything. So I'm gonna put all I got into this final series, and we'll see how it happens.
Both players clearly have so much respect for each other. They've put on an incredible performance, and it's time for their match to begin. A best-of-7 Terran versus Terran. Washington, D.C., are you ready for the finals of Red Bull Battlegrounds? Then casters, take it away. Let's get this match started.
Thank
you very much, Sean. And we are so ready as well. My body is ready. What an amazing finals I think we have ahead of us. Two amazing Terran players, two of the best Terran players in the world. Two players that definitely have been on fire over the last few months. Bomber, pretty much everything he participated in, he's been doing well. But what about Cure? 4 months ago, nobody really cared too much about him. You know, like Cure, yeah, he's probably a very good Terran. He played a couple of matches in Pro League, but he didn't really have any results behind his name. Now this is a different story. Just to put things in perspective, Bomber has won over $170,000 playing Starcraft 2. Right now, this result, even if it's a top 2 finish, is already the most that Cure has ever won in his career. Of course, he's top 4 in the GSL as well, so he's going to have a good month regardless, Nate. He's going to earn more money than he has ever done playing StarCraft 2, but of course, he wants to go all the way.
That's right. Cure is such a cool story. We have Bomber, you know, a much older player here. He's been around forever in StarCraft 2. He's one of the most well-known, accomplished players, and there's almost no one that comes to an event like this saying, well, I don't really know who Bomber is. I can't wait to meet this guy. No, that's Cure here. It's the young blood versus the new, and this is versus the old, and this is Cure taking his chance to become potentially a big staple in the scene as he's getting his first high finishes in the GSL, in the Red Bull Battlegrounds, and this win for him would mean really, I think, the start of a lot more fans. Let's just say that.
Definitely. Of course, Cure made it to this tournament by winning the Red Bull Battlegrounds online. That was the only stop where there wasn't additional prize money, where you just played to qualify for this tournament. Bomber, he won Red Bull Battlegrounds Atlanta. But if you go over Cure's history, he has won the last 9 best of 3s or best of 5s he has played against Terrans. And those were no-name Terrans. Those were absolute stars. You know, players like Hart, players like Journey. He has defeated so many of them. Polt twice in a row as well. He has won 9 best of 3s or more in a row. That is ridiculous. This guy is on an absolute TVT madness streak. But then again, if there's one player who likes to go take an L or likes to stop streaks, it's probably Bomber.
Yeah, Bomber is the man you simply can never count out. There's no telling what he'll do. There's no telling what he'll go for. And the last thing that Bomber will ever let you be when you're playing against him is comfortable. Cure will need to have his eyes open at every possible opportunity. He played a very aggressive Terran versus Terran when we saw him qualify for the Battlegrounds DC through the online circuit. He had to play versus Yoda, he had to play versus Polt, and well, he had a really good run. Let's just leave it at that.
Yep, he beat both of those Terrans 2-0. The only map he dropped on the final day of Battlegrounds Online was against Hero, but he was allowed to even lose at best of 3, and he would have still made it. That is going to be the trophy. One of these two amazing Terran players will be able to lift this trophy after this best of 7 that we have ahead of us. I know that the first map is going to be played on Nimbus. I am incredibly stoked. Nate, if you have to make a prediction right now, who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, man. How dare you put me on this spot? I'm a Terran. I win either way, Roddy.
Yeah, you win either way. Who do you guys think is going to take it? All I heard was brrr.
I heard a lot of very excited StarCraft fans shouting a mix of things.
Yes.
I think some of you were shouting words that actually weren't Cure or Bomber at that point.
Maybe they just said us, because I think that is a safe thing to say. I think we can get ready for a truly amazing best of 7, and it's such a cool story. On one hand, you have the super accomplished Terran Bomber, who has won pretty much every single tournament there is to win out there, has won so many, has won so much prize money. And on the other hand, you had a player that, yes, definitely had hype around him going into this tournament, but I still don't think there were too many Terrans out there, or too many players in general, that thought that Cure was going to go all the way. Yes, he is extremely good. Yes, he is a GSL Codas top 4 player right now. But how often haven't we seen it in the past? Even when Maru was crazy in 2013. His first few tournaments overseas, he wasn't the same player. But Cure, he has done an absolutely phenomenal job in just adjusting to the environment and showing what he's made of.
Yeah, this is going to be such an interesting position to be in. You've played in the intense situations where you have a crowd, you know, at Pro League, at the studios they have there, but this is it. It's all on you. There's no team here to back you up at this point. These 7 games that we could see are all going to be decided merely between just the skill of these guys. And at this point, when you haven't played in tournaments outside of Korea before, when Bomber is someone who has so much experience playing in circuits all around the world, winning in Europe, winning in Korea, winning in America.
And he would win on the moon too if we would send him there.
If we could get him there, he'd win there too.
Yes. Of course, both these players won their respective groups as well. Yesterday we saw Cure winning Group B after defeating Polt 2-1 and Scarlett 2-1. And of course, Bomber, he was the one that aced his group, defeating Dongray Gu 2-0 and of course Trap 2-0 as well. Today, Bomber struggled a little more in his semifinals than Cure did, but overall both these players have shown dominance over the last 2 days.
Yeah, this has been a really cool tournament for both of them. A lot of people at the very beginning of this, you look at who's playing here and you say, well, Parting and SOS, goodness gracious, at least one of these guys has to win the whole thing, right? Yeah. I really liked Parting going into this tournament and just seeing the way that those players were eliminated. So it feels weird to say early on because there were only 8 players, but they weren't even able to make it to the second day. Really just goes to show how difficult it's been, but also how good these guys are to survive a match like that.
I totally agree. I definitely think it's been a tournament with a couple of upsets, but above all, a lot of great games, and that is, of course, what we will remember. But both these guys, they want to win. Of course, Bomber would love to win the tournament that is being put on by the team that he is sponsored by, or the company, we could say, and that is, of course, Red Bull. He would make them so proud, and I think he would be very proud of himself, as he's... I think he's definitely his biggest critic, because he's pretty hard on himself.
Yeah, he's very confident, but when he does make mistakes, it could be something that you don't really forget about. He had what seemed to be the potential for the semifinal to snowball out of his hands. You know, you make a very big mistake in having 7-fold medevacs get sniped out of the sky, and then you lose the next game very quickly. That's one of the things, if you snap at that point, it could be all over right there.
I think that truly speaks to how experienced Bomber is, that for some reason he's still able to just recollect himself and play a very, very solid Game 5 against Polt after he just lost 2 games in the time span of probably 6 minutes. I think it was no more than that. It was 6 in-game minutes. Those are even shorter than real minutes. And game number 1, it just ended so abruptly. But Bomber just showing what a champion he is. Nothing truly makes him nervous, but he's really gonna have to bust out his A++ game to defeat this Terran, who has won 9 series in a row against different Terran opponents around the globe, offline and online. Cure, he's on an absolute monster roll.
Yeah, Cure is one of the guys that just... I like to think of, some of these Kespa players we've seen finally starting to play a little bit more outside of just Pro League since the season came to a conclusion. Some former Kespa players, of course, we see now going in, more of the teamless sector, Parting being able to come out a bit more. Cure still with Janair, but we're seeing these guys come out, and it's so interesting because some of them, as you said before, they can snap under the pressure of, having all that stress just on you, the difficulties associated with traveling. Bomber's very experienced going around the world. He knows what it's like to show up and then basically play the very next day. And this isn't something that Cure has experience with, and I think that even adds more credit to his awesome run in this match.
Yep, both players just making sure all of their settings are good to go. The last thing you want is your mouse to be a little faster or a little slower in the finals of a tournament, and making sure that everything is as perfect as it can be. Because they know they're going to need it. Both of them know that they're going to have to play their absolute best. Cure probably has a lot of respect for Bomber. It's probably one of the Terrans that he was looking up to in 2013 and 2012. I don't know when Cure truly started to play a whole lot of Starcraft 2, but every Terran in a certain point in their career, Bomber has been an inspiration for them.
Yeah, definitely. And you have Bomber who, in their respective regions, you someone who is in top 4 of GSL. That's really nothing to dismiss, right? It's a very impressive result. Bomber has made very consistent results this year in WCS America. He had that second place finish against another former Kespa player, Pig Baby, who we really didn't know as much about. He was kind of in the same situation as Cure. It was like, yeah, okay, he played a little bit in Pro League. Maybe Cure's played more than him, but he was still able to tear through that tournament and take a first place in his first major breakout tournament outside of Korea. And that could be the same story here for Cure.
Yep. And for both of these players, it's of course extremely important. I mean, I think they're already very satisfied. They will walk away with $10,000 guaranteed, even if they lose the final. Of course, if you win it, you have the prestige, you have the glory, and you walk away with $20,000. But above all, both of them are still participating in their respective WCS regions as well. And there is still this small Cinderella story possible that Cure wins this tournament and then also wins the GSL Code showed ass, and then he could still make it to BlizzCon. Of course, the BlizzCon that Bomber is already qualified for. Bomber last year finished top 4. That was an extremely good result for him.
Yeah, I agree. You know, at this point, if you take first place in this tournament, first place GS, and you're close to first place in GSL, buy yourself a ticket to Stockholm and go play there, because then you need those WCS points.
Exactly. I think it's safe to say that if Cure would win the GSL and he would win it today, then he should go to Stockholm. It's a good investment, because of course making it to BlizzCon is already $5,000 guaranteed. And Cure in his current shape, I have a hard time imagining, Nate, that he would bomb out of DreamHack Stockholm without any WCS points.
I would be very surprised as well, Rotterdam. This is, you know, it's the end of the Battleground circuit. This is the final match for the year, and it's one of the final opportunities to get those points, as you mentioned, where players are running out of time. So it's it. It's the final mad dash, the final scramble, and this will be the final battle.
I knew it was, but when you say it like that, Nate, suddenly I get a little sad. It feels like just yesterday that we started with the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2014 with our very first qualifiers for the North American region, for the North American Battlegrounds. This was 3-4 months ago, and since then we had Battlegrounds Online, we had Battlegrounds Global, some of the best Korean players in the world coming out to Santa Monica. We went to Atlanta, we went to Detroit, and of course everything came together here. This amazing weekend so far in Washington, D.C. One more time, of course, you guys have been absolutely amazing. There have been people coming out from Tennessee, Maryland, so many different states. Of course, a lot of students from Penn State are here as well. This has been a truly amazing crowd, and it's awesome to see so many of these people here driving out for 4, 5, sometimes even 8, 9 hours to make it to this event.
Yeah, thank you. You guys, you the fans, you're who make this happen. And a big thanks to everybody online cheering as well. Spamming your kappas, but you know what, Roddy? It's time to begin the grand finals of the Battlegrounds 2014. Our first player in the bottom left position, the blue Terran, the new kid on the block from Jin Air Green Wings. He is Cure.
The new kid against the veteran. This man, Red Bull's very own Bomber.
We've seen a nice amount of Terran versus Terran today, Rotterdam. If there's one advantage that Cure has going into this series, it's that he just got 5 game full of Terran versus Terran to watch of Bomber, as he was able to defeat Polt, but it didn't come that easily to him.
Now, of course, he was able to watch that series, but then again, Bomber has a lot of variety in his playstyle, and he's also such a unique player. I think this is something that Cure has to remember throughout the entire series. Expect the unexpected from Bomber, because he is not your ordinary player, especially in this day and age of Starcraft 2.
Yeah, I think make a very good point. To kick off the series, Bomber played very passive, very economic openings against Polt in the first 2 games that he won, and even going into the third match. So on this series, he's immediately going out the gate with the gas first. Both players are going to open with very quick factories. There's the potential for a really explosive start, and being cross-spawn Nimbus, you have about as much space as possible between 2 players in the current map pool, which means it's going to be interesting. You have aggressive builds, but long distances for both.
The polls are still running as well, even throughout the finals. And as you guys can see, this is the first poll that is up. You guys can head over to redbullbattlegrounds.com to vote. Who do you think will be the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals champion? So far, it seems like the majority of the people here and the majority of the people at home think that Bomber is going to take it all, Nate. Well, it would be a beautiful story. It would be amazing for Bomber. Probably one of the victories that will mean the most to him.
Yeah, it's been a good year for Bomber, but he is not done just yet. Would be a great first individual victory as far as tournaments go for Cure. And I think either way, it'll be hard to be disappointed with the results as long as we have some really good games, which both of these guys are definitely going to give us.
Yep, the starport is already going down for Bomber as his first winter mine is in production as well. No starport yet for Cure, but he is starting off to produce some Hellions, Nate.
So there was a period of time where Gas First was popular, but I started to talk about how during online, these Reaper openings off of Gas First were a bit unusual for Cure. Then more players started to do it. And now Cure is actually going double Reaper. With the Hellion coming across the map, he's picked a build that gives him an unusual amount of steadfast units that don't die very easily because you have the fast Hellions, you have the Reapers with their regeneration, and suddenly it's just a hell of a lot of pressure being brought to Bomber's base.
Yeah, it's a little bit of pressure. I don't think Bomber is sweating it just yet. Now the Hellion shows up, and Bomber is like, all right, then I want to be careful because there is a lot of micro potential in the Reaper, in the Hellion. Bomber decides to move out when he has access to his own Heli, and he of course
this.
Yeah, he still has that Widow Mine as well. Let's not forget about that bad boy.
Yeah, that Widow Mine is important to have in a good spot to lock this down. The follow-up for both of these players, the Medevac's about to finish her Bomber. He's even getting an engineering bay. Oh, well,
what?
You know, that's not your standard engineering bay placement, Rotterdam.
Since when does that work, Nate? What do you get out of that? Oh, at the same time, we see that Curious is going to bomb rush up this ramp, but so far it seems like Bomber had his units in the right position.
Medevac does a fantastic job, and this is a nightmare scenario for Cure.
This is terrible.
This usually doesn't happen. You're like, okay, there's an SCV here. I'm going to have a unit to save this, but now he has to build the Viking instead of the Banshee. This gives Bomber so much time to prepare. You don't have to sweat it at all.
Now, Bomber might not even expect that this is coming anymore. That's how late it is going to arrive, which maybe in a weird way will work out for Cure. But like you said, Bomber has done a great job in slowing this down. And of course, Bomber still has potential to do a little bit of economic damage because he does have access to that Medevac. And we know how important Medevacs can be. The Banshee is not out yet. The Widow Mine is not out yet. This SUV will get picked off, I think. With the Hellions, I think Cure will be okay.
Yeah, this is interesting that he moved his SCV up there as if to expand, but still has yet to start his command center. Bomber, in the meantime, says, well, I'm just going to expand so much faster than you. I'm going to even go for a third command center, because why not?
We saw him play mech earlier this day against Polt on Nimbus. There is, of course, a chance that he's going to do this once more, but this time it's cross-map, which I feel is a little bit better for the Bio player. That is, of course, if Cure decides to play Bio.
Yeah, I think when you look at Bio versus mech, it's mostly interesting in my eyes because Bomber is a self-professed Bio player. I've talked to him about this. We had a lot of chance to spend time with him. He's like, most players don't expect me to go mech, so I throw it out every once in a while, but it's not my favorite way to play. And I think against Polt, one of the reasons you have a lot of success is Polt was definitely not expecting to play versus a meching Bomber. So I think it opens up a couple of interesting options. This late Banshee, you know, it's funny that you mentioned it, Roddy. It's like, well, it's coming so late, there's no way he'd actually still do it.
Exactly. Often people just give up on this strategy when it gets disrupted as much as Bomber disrupted this Banshee build. Cloak is activated and deactivated immediately, but that's nice for Cure. Catches a little bit of a break. That early game scenario didn't really play out the way he had in mind, but now he's still 5 workers ahead. Of course, Bomber has another command center that's about to finish up a little bit before the one of Cure.
Yeah, and so, I mean, all the mid-game steps make a lot of sense. And, we actually are going to have Bomber once again go for a mech build. It seems he's found a comfortable place on this map, and I have to say, after the way that he used the Hellbat Medevac heavy mobile force to deter attacks as well as make his pushes work, I actually really like it. Bomber, as a veteran player, there's something about this map that he just really seems to like.
Oh man, these Banshees are really going to town. Bomber, where are your missile turrets? You really should have had a few. Of course, there is a Raven, but these Banshees are getting way more damage done than I think Cure could have even hoped for, especially because it was delayed so much. He has lost 11 SCVs. It's not detrimental because he is working a force of 3 orbital commands, but it's still a few more SCVs than Bomber should have lost over there.
Yeah, Cure was able to get in and deal a little bit of damage. He has yet to see the armory or the second factory, so you can't be 100% sure that Bomber is going for, you know, a mech style, but
he did see that game that he played against Polt, of course, so it is in the back of his mind. Now this Widow Mine is definitely going to see these Hellions. That is a very juicy shot. Of course, these Hellions are trying to get some splash damage on these
Those Marines are lined up really nicely.
Yeah, but with the tank and the Banshee, it's just a risky move. Bomber knows what happened in that previous game, and I think he also is aware of the fact that he got away pretty good in that phase in the game where Polt decided to back off with those tanks. So I think this time Bomber is going to try to complicate that just a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is, there are some players in the history of StarCraft that, you know, when you look for basic things, you can defend really well with Mass Hellion. And I love this Raven harass. Cure's like, I found my Raven I left in that match against Polt. He's back.
The Commander Raven.
He wants to become the little Raven that could once again.
Another Cloak Banshee is going to fly into the main base. The Raven from Bomber is a little bit out of position. Bomber does have a lot of energy on this Raven, like I said before. So you could potentially drop 2 Seeker missiles on these tanks if Cure decides to go for it. And of course, Cure is going to have to babysit his tanks because Bomber will be able to produce way more of those than he is.
Yeah, I like this for the soft contain. This is not enough of a force to actually kill this army head-to-head of Bomber, especially without Stim. But what it's going to do is hold him away and say, you can't move down this ramp without eating tank fire.
And of course, during all this, Cure is comfortably going up to 3 bases as well. His orbital has just completed, and he's slowly but steady starting to saturate that mineral line. So
Bomber's like, I want my 3rd.
Yep. No more economic advantage for Bomber. He's going to pick up those 8 Hellbats once more.
Oh my goodness, the auto turrets, man. You know, this would have been a really sick play if he moves the Medivacs in from behind and then drops on the tanks as he rolls down his ramp.
I mean, this
but
is
now
basically...
it's a really awkward spot because he kind of knows that the Medivacs are out there.
Taking a look at the main base of Cure, there are not too many units, and a couple of those units are just moving across the map now as well. Cure has to be careful of that. He saw those Medivacs. He can...
Yeah, his Medivac saw them again, so he knows, and Bomber will have to hang back just a little bit longer, and he reinforced this contain. He's really delaying the 3rd. You need that 3rd base gas when you're playing mech. You can't win without this the 4th and 6th refinery.
Nimbus is still such a large map, though, that by the time that these reinforcements arrive, he still has less units than Bomber has. This is where it went wrong for Polt. Bomber's gonna go for it.
Good splits on the Marines so far, but there's still a lot of firepower. The auto turrets also giving a lot of extra force with Bomber's army, and now the meching player ahead in supply is always a good position because those bio units build quickly. You know, Cure will have another army ready to fight within the next minute or 2. Bomber still doesn't have quite the force you can really make a big push with without at least exposing yourself quite heavily to counterattacks. But one thing Bomber's done a really good job of with this style is focusing on his upgrades. His +2 attack is on the way for his tanks, and I can't stress enough, once you have +1 attack, it only takes this 1 less volley for your tanks to kill the other ones. And when you get that armor, it negates that first attack. So really having the +2 quickly just sets himself up so well for these siege wars.
I think it's very important for Cure to keep Bomber on his side of the map. The last thing you want is just to give freedom to a meching player, because if that army starts knocking on your front door, it's going to be very hard to break it. So having control of this Xel'Naga Watchtower, just having the potential trap of those Medivacs flying around, that is exactly what Cure needs.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Bomber doesn't have a lot of pressure on him. He cleaned up one army pretty nicely. And another important thing as this force gets moved away is because he keeps his army at home, Mech is almost always going to trade much more cost effectively than Bio in a defensive position. If you charge in on those tanks, Hellbats will rain all over you. And Marauders, they're not light units, but when they're clumped up enough, you know, Banelings, Hellbats, they all do well.
Economically, it's still very even while we see both players dropping their forward command center pretty much at the exact same time. Bomber sees this little army moving in as well. It's actually forced to cancel his 4th base. He's going to try, of course, to intercept these reinforcements, but Cure will be able to get out of there. That is nice. Those small victories, that's what you need as a bio player. You just need a lot of small victories against Mech to eventually make the power go away.
Yeah, and this army is almost at full power, Rotterdam. A lot of Hellbats for Bomber. This is very tanky. He's actually just going to go in and fight this. Those Marauders take quite a few hits. The siege tanks on the high ground without upgrades, not really effective against the forces of Bomber.
Cure lost
and this is a great
there.
position.
Cure lost a lot. Look at the units lost resource step. 6,000 against 3,400 now. There was only 1,000 difference before this fight. Of course, it's still such a large map, which worked against Cure first, but after losing a fight, it works for him. Because especially with that mech army being as slow as it is, he will always have time to bounce back and swing around and, you know, try to keep Bomber on his side of the map. But Bomber is going to go for it. He's close to being maxed out. He probably left quite a few units at home as well. +2 has finished up for his mech units as well. +2 is not ready yet for these bio units. Cure is going to have to be very careful, and he's going to have to think very hard about his upcoming choices.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. Trying to defend in this position, there's no switch to air coming. The siege tanks for Pure don't have +2 attack, so they're still less effective than Bomber's tanks in a straight-up fight. And now the Hellbats rain in. Yeah, you can run, but now the tanks are at your base.
Oh, these Hellbats doing so much damage. Of course, there is a Marauder hit squad coming in from behind. Those are definitely doing a lot of damage to the tanks, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Bomber has
too much
so
from
many
Bomber.
units.
There's just too much. These Hellbats are being drugged all over this army. Bomber's taking a 100 supply lead and still has command centers for days back home.
Bomber is meching like a champ. He's throwing down the mules as well, and GG is called. Bomber takes a 1-0 lead in his best-of-7 finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds in Washington, D.C.
Really awesome first game to kick off the grand finals. Bomber pulling out that mech style once again on Nimbus, and man, did he make that look good.
He makes it look so solid, and I feel that both games, you know, this one and the one against Polt, they played out pretty identical. It's just that first moment when the Terran player or the bio player decides to go for that soft contain, Bomber just waits, and he knows when he has enough to crush it, and he just wins that first fight, and he definitely won the second fight, just dropping those Hellbats in a really good position. He's making this style look very strong, and I wonder if we're going to see it perhaps one more time in this series.
I would really like to see it. The only Terran player that I've seen do this with any success as of late is Flash. This is, I think, one of his trademark styles, because not many Terrans play around with the heavy medevacs in medevac Hellbat composition, where it's part of your army and not just used as harass. Most Terrans just use Hellbat drops to try to kill SCVs. Bomber keeps them at home at all times because it helps shut down any drops that the opposing player might make.
Second map is going to be played on a map that we have rarely seen this weekend. I wonder actually if a single game has been played on this map throughout the entire weekend. I don't recall any, Nate, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. And I am, of course, talking about Foxtrot Labs. So that's going to be interesting. I think, in general, also not a map that either of these two guys plays a whole lot on.
For TVT, this map gets really weird. Based on the spawns, you can siege the natural from a very safe location on that gas. You can siege the main from the low ground. There's a lot of ways that Terran versus Terran gets messed up on Foxtrot.
I definitely haven't seen a whole lot of TVTs on this map yet, and I certainly haven't played a whole lot, Nate, but I'm excited. And this, of course, could be that map where Bomber maybe does something cheeky and getting up 2-0, or being up 2-0 in the best-of-7. That is amazing.
Yeah, you know, this is a tough spot, because I know Bomber likes mech on this map, too. In the bottom right position, the blue Terran, he's down 1-0. He needs your support. It's Jinair Cure.
Left top side of Foxtrot Labs. We have the man who has a lot of builds. He's a little crazy, but he's amazing. Give it up for Bomber.
And this is the map, you know, one of the first times we got to hang out. I got to hang out with Bomber. He was playing the new maps. They had just been announced for Season 3. He loaded up a game, and it was Foxtrot. He had a TVT, and he was like, I'll show you, sick build. And it was a very quick push off of 2 bases with a lot of Hellbats. Yeah. Basically timed it all around his armory and only had a handful of tanks. And he's like, really good because open space. The natural, there's no ramp leading there. This makes siege tank pushes in that mid-early stage incredibly effective because you don't have to rely on high ground vision from a Viking or a medevac to allow you to go for an early attack.
I remember that conversation very well. So we'll see. So far the refinery is going down in the main base of Cure. No gases have been taken yet for... Actually, Bomber's gas is already up, excuse me. So he's mining gas as well. Pretty even, just a little later refinery for Cure.
Yeah, this the gas first play is still always going to be good. Almost on any map in this matchup, because you just have so many different angles on most of this map's season's pool that you can hit from a lot of different ways. There's maybe not that many cliffs for... Well, this poll has completely caught me off guard, Ronnie.
Neil Poll, the polls will keep running throughout the entire final. Like I said before, you can vote at redbullbattlegrounds.com. And in which resolution are you watching the Red Bull Battlegrounds in? 480, 720, 1080, or Nate?
Kappa HD.
Well, I know what you would be watching it in.
You know what it is, Kev.
I know what it is.
So it's a Reaper opening from Cure. not too bad on this map. You have a couple different areas where you can jump into the base, and the factory opening from Bomber just makes a lot of sense. That's that beautiful little cliff that Funk is showing us, and these little mineral patch areas.
Yeah, the man who designed Foxtrot Labs definitely had a lot of love for Reapers.
Yeah, it's really, I think this map has the most unique design, which might be why it gets vetoed a lot, because it opens the door for so many crazy strategies. This is probably the more standard of the two possible spawn locations, since you only have 2 ways into your natural instead of like 3 in the other spawn.
Starport going down already for Bomber in the main base. It would be awesome for Cure if he's able to spot that. He will see the Marines and he didn't see anything else, so that may give him an idea of what is going on. Bomber is still working on a single refinery, so a Banshee opening is very unlikely. It could, of course, very well... Oh, that's actually really cool. That's
the SCV blocked himself in. That's great, because you blocked the Reaper from running in, but that poor worker could not escape. I am actually going to start doing that now. That is... That Reaper barely escapes, but take notes, Terrans that are watching. Apparently one depot will block a Reaper that jumps from coming in.
Obviously, the Reapers like living on the edge, Nate.
Yeah, well, if you can cut the edge off, that definitely makes it a bit easier to defend.
So it is a Banshee opening, but of a single refinery, so needless to say, it's not going to be a Cloak Banshee opening, as he doesn't really have any gas for that. There is a Widow Mine in production for Cure, and his starport just started. Will soon be halfway done. So if he picks up on this, he shouldn't take too much damage, but I think it can cut him off guard.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those older style strategies, because it was from a time where Cloak was so expensive that you didn't really always want to commit to it because it could put you behind with how much gas it costs. But since in Heart of the Swarm, Banshees only require 100 gas to get Cloak, most players just get it anyway. So Bomber just wants to save his resources.
Probably just a single Banshee, right? Reaper is going to sacrifice himself in the main base, but we will get a good scout off, and he sees the Banshee leave, and he also saw that the tech lab isn't spinning, so that is very important. He might actually be able to pick up an SCV over here.
You know, Bomber starts Caduceus Reactor just in case that Reaper runs by, but he already saw that there was nothing researching, so unless he just wants really buff Medivacs later on, you don't finish that upgrade.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see it just being a single Banshee. I think what Bomber hopes to achieve here
is
forcing out missile turrets, and obviously if he can get a couple of SCVs, that would be amazing. There is a Widow Mine hidden over here as well, so Bomber has to be very careful, but he's forcing out 3 missile turrets. I think that's pretty much what he wanted to do.
Yeah, there's a reason why when Polt does this against a Cloak Banshee, it looks brilliant, because you can save your add-ons, you can save your production area, and you don't have to get pulled between your bases where there's no turret. Now, when Cure does it in this situation, it kind of sucks, because you spend all these resources getting detection that you don't need, because a Viking will do a good enough job zoning away a Banshee. This is just Bomber winning that mind game war.
Did you see that, by the way? Like, Cure had a medevac that was like 60-70% in, and then he cancelled it. That's really weird. And now he starts it again.
Yeah, sometimes you tap through your production, man. You think you queued an extra Marine, and then you're like your hands fly, and you're on that starport, and you're very sad. Or maybe you just wanted to start the tank earlier, too.
Yeah, that could be the thing. I mean, I think actually the tank was already in production. I'm not sure. Anyways, third command center is going down for Cure. Stimpack is already going down for Bomber, and Bomber's, of course, third command center is actually already finished up. What is Cure exactly doing then, Nate? Why does Bomber start Stim before he does, but Bomber's already up to 3 command centers?
I think it's just the investment that you make, right? The 3 missile turrets and the engineering bay. Like, I guess engineering bays make sense in this matchup when you're playing Bio, but 3 missile turrets, the time SCVs spend building them, that is pretty much enough resources to get that 3rd command center a little bit faster.
Interesting. So far you could say that on paper, Bomber's build has been working out pretty well for him. He still has that Banshee alive as well. It can help dealing with a drop, for instance, some additional DPS, or at least, absorb some damage from some of these Marines. Second engineering bay is going down for Cure. I don't think he has any upgrades yet. No, he doesn't. So Bomber is ahead in his upgrade, as he started +1 a while ago. His Stim is halfway done. Actually, for some weird reason, it seems like Bomber is doing very, very well. The only thing that Cure is going for himself, I guess, is he has slightly more army supply. He's up 10 army supply, and he could potentially go for a very early attack, but I don't have the idea that he wants to do that.
I love this medevac. It's out here. Of course, medevac can't kill the one that's coming in for Cure, but it has eyes, Roddy. So Bomber gets just a little bit of extra time to prepare against this. And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to move in against that. There's a missile turret, maybe something else waiting. I know that you see me.
All right. Economically, it's very even, as both players have pretty much the same amount of workers. Cure is ahead by a few, but of course he had a few less mules to work with. Bomber's additional add-ons are finishing up at the Rexes. Not a whole lot of units have died yet in this game. I think the Reaper is pretty much Reaper and SCV. That's about it. That Stim is very late for Cure. Are you worried?
You know what? Considering how well Cure did without Stim until 23 minutes against Polt, I'm not really that worried. You can still play slow and passive. You know, the obvious thing here is that because you don't have the fast mobile bio units with the Stim upgrade, you have to sit back. You can't really get aggressive. And against Bomber, Bomber also likes to play passively. So you're basically just saying, okay, Bomber, I guess neither of us can really do too much.
That's true, of course, but we're already reaching the point where Bomber is going to be over 100 supply. All of his Rexes are running. He's producing 9 Marines at a time. The tank production is up to full force. He will soon be able to stabilize on 3 bases as well.
I'm surprised Bomber hasn't moved that 3rd command center out yet. That's I don't think we're going to see him be aggressive until he has that base situated, at least mining a little bit. So now the command center's on the move. He's going to kill the rocks. Then we might see him move out. But by that time, Stim should be pretty close.
You know, there will be a small window in this game where Bomber is going to have Stim and Combat Shield before Cure has either of those. So obviously if Bomber can fight then, that would be an absolute dream scenario for him. Cure will most likely try to buy as much time for himself to make sure that he doesn't find himself in that position. He did get a nice worker lead because that base was already on location, I guess. He's actually 14 workers ahead now, which is kind of weird.
The situation for Cure is great, but that's also because you you are going to die. That was pretty clever.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Picking up a medevac with 8 Marines in this phase in the game. Stimpack is almost finishing up for Cure, and he did have a second tech lab running as well, and that one is researching Combat Shield. If he would have done that one by one, it would have taken forever. But of course, that does mean that his Marine production is a little less optimal as the one of Bomber.
Yeah. Well, the other important thing to note is that Cure, despite everything that we said about upgrades, man, he's got his 2-2 on the way, super fast compared to Bomber. And at this stage of the game, the upgrades for the Marines are going to be the most important. I know I sound like a broken record to talk about. This is like my favorite thing to talk about, but upgrades like this have such a big impact when you're playing Marine versus Marine. And even the tank upgrades still have a very large impact too.
Yeah, Bomber still doesn't have an armory, and Bomber still doesn't have a second engineering bay either, which is kind of weird because he definitely could have done it. So I think he was just waiting for his +1 armor upgrade to finish up.
It has to be a mistake that he gets his second factory before an armory. He maybe doesn't realize it, but I tell you what, once he loses a fight decisively and sees that his opponent has 2-2 versus his 1-1, he's going to really regret not having that armory done.
But he must know that he only has a single engineering bay as well. Cure's going to siege up his tanks. Bomber, right now you're still even on upgrades, so this fight can truly go either way. It will all come down to engagements and siege tank positioning. Bomber does have 20... Bomber has 20 more Marines right now than Cure. This might actually be the moment that Bomber wants to just go for it.
Yeah, all the tanks unsieged. They have to reposition themselves. Now both players will trade out the majority of their Marine forces, but Bomber steps forward.
Bomber still has a few Marines remaining, and he picked
Banshee, the Banshee's still alive, which is just so frustrating to deal with. But without Raven Energy, without anti-air, you know, it can't do too much more.
Tank count right now 8 against 3 though, and Marine count 44 against 19. I really feel that as soon as those reinforcements have arrived, Bomber is going to try to push the issue. He's still producing a few more Marines than Cure is.
It's really important that if Bomber takes another fight, he does so before that +2 upgrade finishes. These Marines are going to become almost literal gods in this fight with that upgrade set
Well, Bomber is going to go for it, and this is a perfect moment for him to fight. He has way more tanks, he has way more Marines, and 2-2 is not ready yet for Cure.
Right before +2 for Cure. This is such an
important
stage of the game. The tank count 10 versus 2.
Okay,
10 siege tanks.
Yeah, this drop from Cure will do a lot of damage, but that doesn't matter if he can't stabilize at home. He has those 2-2 Marines. If he survives this pressure from Bomber, he is going to find himself in an excellent position with more SCVs, much better upgrades, and being basically on an additional base as well if this orbital eventually falls. But will he be able to muster out enough units to ever get there, Nate?
Yeah, Bomber's continuing to rally across the map, not concerned with defending these Marines. Yeah, they've got +2, but the number advantage is starting to just swing so heavily in favor Bomber runs into the third base as well. There's some production cut off here. SCD's pulled off the line. Bomber's tanks target firing down on these Marines. And Cure, this is his last chance to defend himself and save this game, but it's not going to be enough.
Just a few too many siege tanks still alive for Bomber, and Bomber takes a 2-0 lead in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Final in a way that I guess we should never ever question Bomber about his build. Bomber doesn't have a second engineering bay, Bomber doesn't have an armory. It's probably Nate because he planned it like that all along.
I'm really surprised to see Bomber do a push like this while also getting a third command center. It's not common. Most of the time that we've seen Bomber do this, and he has done it before with just 2 command centers, we've seen Polt do this. It's all about crushing your opponent because they invest in the third, they invest in the 2-2, and you usually try to kill them before that. But of course, Bomber would be the guy to say, no, I can also get a third and still just kill you because you got upgrades.
Well, Cure, it's been a long time, Nate, that he has lost 2 maps in a row against another Terran player. That actually 10 series ago, the last Terran that was able to defeat him in a best of 3 was Reality. Now he knows how it feels again. Good news for Cure is that this is a best of 7. Look at this is like on this moment I think Bomber is already in such a good position because his tanks, he had like 8 or 9 siege tanks against the 3 of Cure.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point how many more Marines or how better upgrade the Marines are. As long as those Marines can buffer for the tanks will seal the deal. And with this endless stream of reinforcements, the Marine count didn't even matter. No, medevacs, no, not useful. You need to have some backbone in your army, and that's what tanks are. Tanks give your army spine.
That very confused Widowmine in that army was pretty adorable. He's just like running between Marine fire. He's like, so many bullets flying around. What do I do? What do I do? You could have burrowed, but he didn't.
I mean, he was just sightseeing, right? he's like the Foxtrot Rover at that point.
He's very, very adventurous if he's sightseeing between a line of Marine fire.
2 siege lines.
Yeah.
Well, he was the brave little mine.
Map number 3 is going to be played on Merry-Go-Round. I think in general a map that Bomber feels pretty damn comfortable on. It's a map that is very common in the current map pool. I think it's one of the 4 most popular maps, I would say. We've seen quite a few TVTs on this map, but it's also a map which is small. We all know Bomber with his excellent game sense and his excellent ability to just read the state of the game. Whenever he feels like he's the head, he will just pretty much try to win the game immediately, and he will like either do it or die trying. And I feel that the smaller the map is, often the better it is for Bomber.
And I agree. He loves his slower, controlled pace games, and now he has a chance to put himself 1 map win away from securing the crown for the 2014 Battleground Circuit. In the top right, representing Red Bull himself, it is none other than Bomber.
Over here, the left top side of Merry-Go-Round, the new kid on the block. He's been on an absolute tear lately. Give it up for Cure.
You know, Kev, it just feels so silly when I think about that last game. Cure did not really make any mistakes except for overreacting to the Cloakless Banshee. The 3 missile turrets didn't end up being useful, but aside from that, everything looked pretty damn good. His third was up really fast, he had good upgrade timing, he had a decent amount of tanks and Marines. Just Bomber is that guy that just does things that don't seem to make sense, but end up working brilliantly anyway.
I mean, of course, Bomber saves himself some resources by not dropping a second engineering bay, by not investing in those upgrades, and by not dropping an armory, and that will eventually translate into a few more Marines. He also had those reactors up quite a bit quicker than Cure had, so he was able to produce more Marines, and Cure was researching both Stim and Combat Shield at the same time, which forced him, of course, to have 2 tech labs on those Rexes, and I guess that will explain the 20 or so Marine advantage that Bomber had.
That's a really good point. I still think when you're dealing with numbers of Marines that high, the combat shield's definitely better than having a couple of extra Marines because you want to be able to stim once without being. Like the thing is, if you stim and you don't have combat shields, you drop straight to 35 hit points, which is enough for a tank to kill you in a single shot. So your Marines will be killed twice as fast, basically, by those siege tanks. And It's a hard compromising position to be in, but Bomber is the kind of guy that puts you in those spots.
But it's safe to say that Cure maybe shouldn't have been in that position though, because he was not the one opening up with a Banshee. So I don't really understand why his upgrades would have been later in the first place. Of course, he did get quicker siege tanks and stuff. Anyways, Cure opened up with a gas this map, as you guys could see, and he dropped a very, very quick refinery. It was 3 minutes sharp. Bomber's refinery is going to be a little bit later, but will give him access to the same amount of units. We do see the second refinery going down for Cure, so he could be going back to those Cloak Banshees. They did pretty well for themselves on Nimbus, despite him not winning the game. It was definitely not because of what the Cloak Banshees achieved.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Cloak Banshees have kind of been agreed, I'd say, across the board in Terran vs. Terran to never be a bad choice, because they always force out pretty close to some form of equal or opposite reaction. You kind of have to get an engineering bay and turrets. If you open Raven, you leave yourself vulnerable to other fast, aggressive plays. But in this instance, with both players getting that quick factory, it's not as big of a deal. Bomber's going to be slightly behind in this regard, but with the tech lab here, I think we saw this against Polt, just going for a somewhat delayed Raven and expanding behind it.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way, Nate. I think it's going to be a Raven into a Viking, which should allow him not to take too much damage from those Banshees. But we thought the same thing on Nimbus, and back then Cure was still able to kill 12 or so SCVs.
Yeah, I like this tweet. The one is like, can't cure Bomber because he's too sick.
He is kind of a sick puppy, let's be honest.
Yeah, and big thanks to all of you that have been tweeting with hashtag Battlegrounds this whole tournament. You guys have given us some good comedic relief.
Yeah, and they've been very active as well. It's been non-stop fresh tweets over the last few days, and a lot of funny tweets as well.
Yeah, everybody that's participated has been pretty cool, I'd say, so far. But
Bomber does the thing again where he puts the racks in the factory on top of this ramp, so it makes it very hard for anything to enter.
Yep, it makes it very difficult. You're not really going to be able to squeeze Hellions in if you're one of those guys. But here comes that Banshee. Cloak is almost done. We said it, Roddy. Delayed Raven, expand. This just gives an economic advantage to Bomber, and when you're up 2-0, you know, you want to put yourself in that match point. Then you can maybe take a risk if you're up 3-0, but you just want to lock that down, because Bomber did come very close to throwing away that series he had a lead against Polt with.
Yeah, it's never over when you play against players that are as good as Polt or Cure. You can be up 3-0, and it wouldn't be the first time in SC2 history that you will still end up losing the finals. Funny that we mentioned that, because of course Innovation is going to be the opponent of Cure.
I'm sure he's watching all these games.
I think Innovation is probably tuning in. Hi, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Something in.
Might actually tweet at us. Maybe Innovations to send a few tweets. I'm really enjoying these games, Kappa. Please make it go all 7. Cloak Banshee didn't really achieve a whole lot over there. Got a couple of shots up, picked up 1 SCV, I believe. But of course, with the Raven, it's very hard for a Cloak Banshee to be extremely effective. It's always a good feeling, I think, as a Terran player, Nate, when you open up with your Raven and you see a Cloak Banshee fly into your base and you have your Marines in the right position.
Yeah, you know, there are other aggressive builds that a Raven has trouble with on a map like this. If Hellions run in and that auto turret, it's powerful, but it doesn't move, so you can get caught off guard. But delaying that attack is always quite nice, because then you get the Viking follow-up, and that really locks down your defense. Most Terrans follow up with the siege tanks, but in this situation, both players will expand pretty heavily. But what's really important to note is that the infrastructure is up much faster for Cure this game, because Bomber got that third command center.
You know, and what is so typical Bomber, he spots that this is a Cloak Banshee opening, and he realized, I think, like, hey, on Nimbus, I still took a little bit too much damage. There's a Widow Mine and a missile turret here, but just to show how careful Bomber is with spending any resources, he only drops 1 missile turret because he has a Raven as well. So he knows, if I just keep my Raven and my Vikings in my natural, I only need 1 additional turret, because the Raven obviously can be at 2 places at once, but I think that is just so Bomber to only spend 75. Well, you could be like, you know, it's Cloak Banshees, I should just drop 2 missile turrets to be safe. No, not Bomber. Right now, he can spend those 75 minerals somewhere else, and he's doing it.
You know, if that's the difference between getting your supply depot a little bit earlier so that you hit your next production cycle, getting your add-on a couple seconds earlier so you can get a couple Marine advantage, those are the very seemingly small things that give players like Bomber a huge advantage in matchups like this. And, you know, being able to just somehow get dozens more Marines than his opponent when it doesn't really seem like the game gave him an advantage.
Cure is moving across the map now with a couple of his tanks, and well, this Banshee is actually being annoying. Might be able to pick up 1 or 2 SUVs here, but Cure is taking absolute map control. Of course, Bomber went up to 3 bases already. He doesn't have it on location yet, but he's working off 3 command centers, so that was an investment. If we take a look at the army supply right now, we can see that Cure has a little more to work with. 43 against 31. That is, of course, because Bomber is investing in that command center. But Cure also, he has to make something happen with this push, and he's going to have to be very methodical about it, because if this goes wrong, Nate, Bomber is going to find himself in an absolutely dream scenario.
The posture that Bomber is in is absolutely
there are 2 tanks.
fantastic.
He throws down a scan.
There's a tank in Bomber's main. He has the Widow Mine. He has Vikings. He has
Seeker
Marines.
missiles. Oh my god, I'm not sure about this one, Cure.
He's like, get out of my base. I did not invite you. Now, the tanks will still land, but without the Marines, you can't really push forward, and you lose any vision advantage.
This is not the damage that he was looking for. There is a Banshee. No, actually.
That guy's arm went really high up.
Oh man, Cure is in trouble, Nate. This really had to do way more damage. Bomber is going to be able to clean this up without losing too many resources. And Cure is still only working off 2 command centers.
That's right.
And you know, just now, like a solid 2-3 minutes later, that's when Bomber added that second missile turret in his natural, which was so important because there was still a Cloak Banshee there. That if now he didn't have the Raven anymore because he needed the Raven to defend, it's all these small things. But Bomber, he's actually playing very, very beautiful TVT over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's bad to get the second turret. It's just if you can delay it, well, then you're spending money in a time where you're just making more, so it's not as big of an investment to defend your natural. Now, with the extra barracks being added on, actually a couple Marines pretty sloppy getting picked off here by Cure, and the 3rd command center gets pushed back. Bomber's not going to take that 3rd yet.
Okay.
Cure is committing himself to basically what is essentially a 2-base all-in.
I think it's very important that Bomber didn't commit to taking that base yet, because it would have almost been impossible for him to cover everything. Either he would lose too many units in his main base and he would lose the 3rd base, or he would not protect his main base and then a big Doom drop could really mess him over. I think it's very smart. Of course, you know, Bomber doesn't really know as he picks up that Banshee as well. Bomber doesn't exactly know if Cure is on 3 bases or not, but he's probably wondering, he's like, hey, I feel like I'm doing pretty good here. I had an economical build and you just keep attacking me.
Cure needs to be careful. He's very close to just being bum rushed down that ramp. I think Bomber's realizing, he's like, I have a pretty big army. My economy is really starting to pay off at this point.
And his +1 armor on the Marines is also a solid 30 seconds ahead of the +1 from Cure. It's going to finish up real soon. Cure is still just running around with that army, almost like a chicken without its head. It seems like he doesn't really know what he wants to do, but he has to do something soon, because Bomber, every second that goes by now, I feel is a really good second for him.
Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities for Cure, but at this stage in the game, you can't be afraid to make some big decisions because you're just behind, period. There's no advantage in this game anymore since Bomber's finished enough barracks to have an equal amount of production to him.
He has 2 more medevacs. That's the only advantage that Cure has.
This position is really good, though. He's going to try to lock Bomber out of his natural. Bomber does a lot of tanks. He drops the auto turret, soaks up the first wave of tank fire, and it's going pretty damn nicely for him. He's cleaned up all the Marines of
Bomber.
Cure, and
oh my God, so many reinforcements.
Bomber sweeps house once again.
Bomber is a sick puppy. Again, he takes a 30 supply lead in game number 3. This is ridiculous. He's playing TVT against a Terran that's currently in the GSL Codas semi-finals, but Bomber is just taking absolute control of this series. Of course, you know, it can still go wrong if your tanks are on siege, if your opponent has a massive engagement, then maybe this can go into Cure's way, but a 30 supply advantage in Bomber's hands, Nate, I know what I would put my money on.
When you're a 2-base Terran about to be contained and pressed in by a 3-base Terran, you know some mistakes were made. And this is it, the last attack. He's going to try to overwhelm this army. You know what, Kev? You said it perfectly. Bomber's a sick-butted puppy, and there is no Cure.
Oh, Bomber takes a 3-0 lead in this best-of-7 finals. He now has 4 championship points. Bomber only needs to win 1 of the upcoming 4 games against the Terran player that is Cure. The Terran player, Nate, that did not lose against another Terran player in 9 series in a row. This would have already been a defeat normally. If this wouldn't have been... Bomber is so good at Starcraft. How do people ever doubt him? Just because he wants to play WCS America, people think he doesn't have what it takes anymore.
So it's so silly.
It is silly.
The doubters, the Kespa elitists have definitely had their last laugh today. But there's still hope for Cure.
Yes, it's not over
It
yet.
just, you know, regardless of if Cure makes the greatest comeback ever, Bomber has certainly shown a phenomenal series so far.
A phenomenal tournament already, and basically it's been a great year for Bomber. And of course, last year, once again, Bomber finished top 4 at BlizzCon, which I think was a really good result, only losing against the eventual champion, SOS, that is the same SOS that was in this tournament as well. Bomber, he just keeps on doing it for all these years. He has been such a steady performer. Of course, he had his ups and downs in his career, but it is really impressive to see someone from the days, you know, when MVP was winning everything, from when Marine King was a dominant force. And of course, you know, big shout out to Dongregu, because he too is one of those guys that's still around. But Bomber now in the grand finals being up 3-0 against Cure, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is, as you said, he is 4 match points. He could lose the next 3 and still just need to win 1 more to take the whole crown. But this is it. This could be the last game of the Battlegrounds in 2014, period.
What a phenomenal tournament circuit has it been, and what a phenomenal year has it been so far already for this guy. This could be the last game, guys, so I want you to be very loud. Give it up for Bomber.
We've had such action-packed games, and this man, he has certainly impressed to get here, but he has a long road ahead of him. Give it up for Jiniers Cure.
What do you do, Nate? You're a Terran player yourself. What is the craziest thing that you can think of in a TVT when you're able to afford to lose 3 of the next maps and then still be in the series? What is something that is very hit or miss, but you think has a realistic shot of being successful?
I mean, Bomber could go for another one of those very fast Marine Hellion drop plays. Now, if you're asking me, crazy build, I mean, there are a lot of weird builds in Terranverse. I don't think we're gonna see ye old proxy Thor or anything like that. Not from Bomber. He's a crazy old man, but he's not that crazy.
Wouldn't be surprised, Nate. It wouldn't be the first time. What a tournament it's been so far for Bomber. He has only dropped 2 maps in this entire tournament. He aced this group. He did drop 2 maps, and that happened within a time period of 6-7 minutes or a time frame. Now he's up 3-0 in the grand final. I actually can't believe what we are watching. It's almost like somebody has scripted this.
Yeah, well, I couldn't have written a script this good, because Bomber would not have been the player winning it in my book, man. He's good, sure, but with the caliber of players in this tournament, you'd think, okay, you go down fighting, it's a good tournament for him, but surely it has to be someone like Parting, like an SOS. But man, Bomber is just showing, he's like, yeah, I belong here. He's like, I don't have to talk the most to be the guy that wins, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, he's not a man of a lot of words, but most of his words do carry some weight behind them. It's funny how I love listening to Bomber. He's very straightforward.
Yeah, he doesn't really beat around the bush a lot when it comes to getting to the point in a conversation.
And one of the other things where you can get very excited over, Bomber doesn't really get too excited at all. It's like, Bomber, that's going to be a great series. And then he just looks at you, is like, no, easy.
Easy peasy, man.
He's kind of like the Korean Idra.
You know, to me, I find it funny because I'm sure at some point somebody asked him what he thought about this grand final. And I'm sure at some point he told someone, oh, it's going to be easy. Yeah. And that person sitting here like, oh my God, he's actually up 3-0.
In the pregame interview, he did show a lot of respect for Cure. He said he's one of the best Terrans in the world, and definitely the track record over the last few months for Cure has proven that. Anyways, the openings were very identical for a while. Now they start to be a little different. Both players rushed up to that factory, but Bomber is once again adding a tech lab to it, so it could once more be a non-cloaked benchy opening. Which worked out very, very well for him on Foxtrot Labs.
Yeah, both players opening up gas first it's just a good build, really. There used to be a time when you would say that it was weak to some cheese, but gas first can hold off pretty much anything. Bomber, once again, positions his buildings to block Hellions from coming in, and he's going to rush up straight to that Banshee. Could have been a Raven, but with only 1 gas, you don't really have that many choices. Still not a bad play because he could once again force out a lot of missile turrets.
We had the luxury of spending a lot of time with Bomber over the last few months, and he's an interesting character in many ways. We asked him how he practices, and he's like, oh, I just kind of like to play ladder. I don't really enjoy living in a team house. I don't really even enjoy playing custom games. I like being by myself. And when you ask him, where do you get your inspiration from? He said, pretty much all of my builds are my own builds. I just look at the game in a different way than most other people do. I don't really copy. I watched other Terrans, and I like what they do, but in the end, I do what I think is best. And that's why, you know, perhaps he's so successful, Nate. He just does everything a little different. Now we see a medevac heading over to his main base. Bomber is going to spot this pretty much immediately. This Widow Mine can complicate things.
Yeah, he already preemptively pulled SCVs just to make sure that if he needed some extra horsepower there, he could pull it out. And she's on its way out, though. There is a Viking on the way, and with no missile turrets, this is one of those times where you're like, okay, well, it's good. Because you don't want to invest in them when you have a Viking against a Cloakless Banshee. This is still a nice aggressive posture for Cure if he gets in the bottom of this ramp. I'm mostly wondering now, as Cure takes his third command center, where Bomber wants to go in this mid-game.
It is, of course, important that he doesn't end up losing this factory. I think we saw that once in one of his games. Can he kill? Yes, he does cancel that command center, at least for now. And it's going to be a little bit tricky for Cure to finish that one up.
Who killed this factory that we saw before? Was it Polt?
Yeah, I think it was Polt. I think it was Polt. And I think it also was an Overgrowth. Bomber is like, I remembered that, guys. Thanks.
It's like, let me move that out of the way.
Oh man, this Banshee is actually wreaking havoc in the main base of Cure. That command center, Nate, has still not completed. It will complete now as one SCV sneaked by, as a couple of Marines were working on it.
Cure is very tenacious with this pressure, but
I feel he's losing a lot,
hang on,
Cure.
Where is Cure's Viking? Didn't he build a Viking?
I think it just spawned. I think it literally just came out. There we go. In the end, he will be able to take care of that Banshee, but not before losing 12 SCVs.
There's no
and he
way.
killed nothing. Bomber is on 30 SCVs right now. His co-orbital command is already ready against the 19 of Cure. This is just ridiculous every single game.
I can't. Oh my.
Oh.
Well.
How did we not see that?
That's
a pretty big building that we missed, Nate.
That must be where that Viking was.
Yes.
So, well, instead of building it, I just set it at a third command center and lose all my SCVs.
In future, may I ask yourself, what is that big blue square on the minimap? Might just be that 400 resource investment.
So I was like, why on earth can't you afford to build a Viking? Well, that's generally a good reason.
Well, because it's 2.5 times as expensive as a Viking, dear sir. You know what it is. All right, all right.
Well, if there's one thing that losing a lot of your SCVs can be fixed with, it's really fast third command center. So if Cure gets some time,
hey, and this I kind of like this play. Because let's not forget, I mean, Bomber's third command is actually already ready as well.
Cure still has a better army, by the way, which is also really important to note. The tanks, having more tanks at this stage of the game, he's already going to be looking to defend the third position, which also saves him from the potential of being hit by the natural attack.
Bomber positions one of his Hellions on the right side of this map. Bomber is not a player that scouts a whole lot, and I think that Cure has perhaps picked up on that during this series, and that's why he tried to get away with this very, very quick 3 command center opening. Of course, in the end, Bomber, he's not even that far behind, if he's even behind at all. In SCVs, he's still 7 SCVs ahead, and his third orbital is also ready. It's just not on location yet. And yeah, the one issue is Bomber might actually misread this game. In general, one of Bomber's biggest strengths is just the ability to read the state of the game and realize when he's ahead and when he can win. This game, he might be a little confused because he doesn't know.
Yeah, there's not really any information. And if you're Bomber, I tell you what, as a Terran player myself, if I want to go in and kill 15 or so SCVs at my first Banshee, and I see that the natural expansion is delayed, I don't think to myself, oh, he probably has a third command center hidden in the bottom right of the map. No, you think to yourself, I need to be careful because he might just go for a really fast counterattack to try to get an advantage.
Then again, Bomber is so good that he probably was a little bit surprised that his Banshee did the amount of damage that it did, and that Cure didn't put more emphasis on making something happen on the other side of the map.
It's still a really crazy read to make.
Yeah, it is, but you know, these guys, I've seen Tasia make a read once that he felt something was missing because he saw 11 SCVs instead of 12. It's just like, wow,
yeah.
Tasia, you're gross. Go away.
Sometimes these guys are too good.
Yes, I know. It's just like, can we like pinch him to see if he bleeds or something? You know?
Well, turns out it's just circuitry, man. I really like how, by the way, Bomber had a Widow Mine next to his mineral, like across the gap from his mineral line earlier on, just in case. because I still think that on this map you always have to keep your eyes open for those fast tank plays, and it was quite nice.
Yep. The polls are still going on as well. Who is your player's choice from Group B? A lot of people voting for Scarlett, as of course she played some amazing games. She played very entertaining games yesterday. In the end, unfortunately for her, it wasn't enough. But I can totally understand that a lot of people are voting for her.
She brought us a lot
the
of
Widowmine, Nate. This Widowmine can bring the paint tray. Oh, yes.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
She got medevacs though,
I got
so
excited.
we should be okay. Yeah, I mean, it was a moment of intensity, to say the least.
I'm actually very happy though that Cure had that third command center. Otherwise, I think it would have been borderline impossible for him to claw his way back into this game.
You're dead. You're dead otherwise.
Bomber has still not officially seen it. He may smell it, he may expect it.
At this point, you should.
Yeah,
but, you know, you just wouldn't expect those minerals to be maybe as low as they're going to be.
I do think that Bomber is going to be relatively surprised by the amount of units that Cure is going to have.
That should be a big shock.
Cure doesn't necessarily have more units than Bomber. Actually, he has less. He has 2 more tanks, but he has 16 SCVs less.
Well, that's a nice little...
Cure has a lot of units.
Sometimes I just love, you know, there's just some awesome things in StarCraft, and when a couple of Marines unknowingly walk into tank fire, even as a Terran, you can always appreciate how awesome that looks. He's trying to posture himself so that he can attack either the third or the natural. Breaking down the rocks gives Cure a much easier way to defend both. Still needs to be careful, but with the high ground, it's difficult to make anything happen.
Yeah.
This Raven, though, Ravens...
Yeah, Cure has a few more siege tanks, but actually the Raven gave a lot of high ground vision. The Seeker missile doing quite a bit of damage as well.
Not bad.
And like Funkai is showing us, Nate, once again, Bomber doesn't have a second engineering bay. Bomber doesn't have an armory. This is Foxtrot Labs all over again. So this is kind of the phase in the game where Bomber, he wants to make the magic happen.
Yeah.
Then again, because Cure took so much damage economically early on, he doesn't have any upgrades himself at all. So this time it's not a race against the clock.
This is a very different situation, and I know it feels weird to say that because it's really almost the same situation where Bomber's just going to be able to hammer him down. It's just going to be easier because there's no upgrades for, for Cure.
Yeah, it's the same situation, but the clock is not ticking. The tanks were on siege. Bomber's going to try his luck, but Cure has a lot of units over here as well, Nate.
This is a fantastic position for Cure. Even though he loses a lot of supply, he still has a good defensive hold on his base. He's not losing any economy yet, so really just needs to hang in there because the clock is... You know, it's ticking in a different way where Cure, it will get easier for him to hold the longer this game goes on.
Bomber has those 1-1 upgrades now. Cure doesn't have any upgrades himself. There are 55 Marines for Bomber. He's slowly but steady making his way forward. Again, excellent position on that medevac.
All the Ravens back. Any energy? Well, yeah, Seeker missile.
Come on, Raven, you're the chosen one.
How much health is on those tanks? Can he kill anything with a single Seeker? I don't think so.
But he has video. Whoa! Okay, well.
Raven's like my revenge.
Could have picked up that tank.
Yeah, it's
okay, Bomber could still try. He saw that most of the tanks were out of position. He's really looking for openings. He still has that upgraded advantage. He's probably clicking on those Marines from Cure as well. And he's like, all right, still 0-0. Then he has to know that Cure most likely is getting both upgrades at once. Otherwise, he should have had at least one. He's trying to just spread them out all over the place. There are a few tanks siege. This might be the moment for Bomber.
Yeah, Cure has a lot of tank siege up on the left side, but if these Marines can move in from the right, oh God, it's just so close.
You know, they're not too many.
Yeah, Bomber's getting this tank lead a little bit out of hand, I'd say.
Exactly. Bomber has one Viking as well that he's actually not using, but he might be using soon because it's chilling with the reinforcements Marines. And like you said, Bomber has quite a few more siege tanks, and one of these tanks is actually in range of the mineral line. 2 tanks are in range of the orbital command. Bomber is putting some serious pressure on Cure. Will he be able to clean sweep the GSL Code as semi-finalist of this season, who has to play a TVT in that series as well?
A truly impressive result for Bomber if he can finish this one out. 2-2 starts up for Cure. He is...
Bomber is setting up the ultimate sandwich.
He is settling in for the long run. And Bomber, I think once you sandwich this many tanks, it's...
Well, he's maxed out. Like, I feel kind of this is the moment for Bomber. He's even on upgrades. He's maxed out. He has way more vision. At least he had way more vision than Cure for the longest amount of time. And look at all these units that are about to storm up this ramp. He's going to storm that ramp, Nate.
Here he goes. None of the tanks in position to defend the natural of Cure. A lot of Marines versus Marines. The medevac counts are high, but now Bomber, with more tanks on this side, will be able to overwhelm the ground forces. He can run to the natural. He can go wherever he wants, and it's going to be towards the place where there are no tanks at all to defend. Bomber up 60 supply, dropping tanks on Cure, dropping Marines on Cure's tanks, is going to knock down these bases one after another. The natural expansion of Cure under fire. He'll be able to force Bomber back just for a moment.
And what does Bomber's power level say, Nate? It's almost over 9,000 as he wins the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals here in Washington, D.C. Red Bull's very own Bomber wins their biggest tournament of the year, and he will walk away with $20,000.
Bomber dropping a mule on that mineral patch prize. A fantastic series, a fantastic tournament, and truly a fantastic result for Red Bull's very own esports athlete.
Against the guy who looked almost invincible in TVT for a while, who has won 9 series in a row. And what a beautiful final game on the Overgrove. Nate, he stormed that ramp like it was Normandy. It was Bomber's game, it was Bomber's tournament. What a great tournament it has been, and what a great player he is. Unbelievable. I'm really happy for him.
Bomber has shut down all those naysayers who play in the American region. You can't beat top Koreans well. Bomber didn't get that memo, Roddy.
No, he didn't. He wins this tournament while only dropping 2 maps in the entire tournament. Both maps against Polt. You know, one of those maps was even so short as well. Bomber looked close to invincible. What a performance. I'm almost lost for words, Nate.
Yeah, there's not really much else that can be said. He had to fight his way through Atlanta to qualify for the finals. He is your champion for the 2014 Battleground Series.
Yep. And this must give him so much momentum as well. You know, this is just the beginning.
It is time to once again congratulate the champion, not just of this event, but of all of Red Bull's 2014 circuit. It is Red Bull Bomber! As many of you know, Bomber came on the scene early in 2010. He was crushing in GSL, but there were years where Bomber struggled, and this year has been an amazing one for him. I mean, Bomber, I have to ask, leading up to this tournament, some people were still having some doubts in your play style. How are you feeling about your own play before this event?
최진 선수 hello, there we go. 최진 선수 한 2년 전에는 정말 뭐 아무도 범접할 수 없는 포스를 보여주시다가 사실 작년에 살짝 떨어진 게 아닌가 하다 또 다시 올라오고 올 시즌에도 뭔가 좀 위태위태한가 뭔가 이러면서 분명히 좋은 성적 올해 내내 계속 거두긴 했지만 이번 대회 오면서도 강력한 우승 후보다라고는 사실 이렇게 많은 전문가들한테서 이렇게 낙인을 못 받으셨거든요. 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
저도 제 경기력이 왔다 갔다 하는 거에 대해서 좀 인지를 하고 있지만 뭐 사실 항상 우승 후보로 거론되지 않더라도 이런 식으로 우승하는 게 더 의미가 있지 않나 생각합니다.
I know I have ups and downs. I'm only a human. People go through that process. But I think there's a higher value in winning a championship when people doubt my skills.
That is a great answer. And there was that moment of doubt in the semifinals where you were up 2-0 against Polt, and then there was the catastrophic loss of the Medevacs in Game 3, and then Game 4 was so fast and it was tied 2-2, and you broke through. I know you said that you were happy to just be in the finals, but were you feeling doubtful of your own skills when you stepped into Game 1 against Cure?
아까 준결승전에서도 얘기했듯이 2대0으로 리드를 하고 있다가 동점이 되면서 3경기에서는 이제 미니맵을 놓치면서 의료선을 다 잃고 그리고 4경기는 초반에 무너지고 이러면서 뭔가 올라올 수 있을까 이런 생각들이 많은 팬들이 했을 텐데 물론 최인 선수도 마찬가지였을 거고 그 최인 선수가 결국 이제 결승 올라오면서 사실 이번 대회 시작하기 전에 결승만 가도 저번에 못했기 때문에 결승만 가도 나는 한 반은 한 것 같다라고 얘기를 하셨는데 우승을 하셨습니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신지요?
지금 제가 레드불 배틀그라운드에서 우승한 거는 다른 데에서 우승한 것보다 훨씬 큰 의미가 있기 때문에 정말 기쁘고 올해 남은 대회가 WCS 시즌 3하고 블리츠컨이 남았는데 남은 대회도 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
I'm not saying for the sake of saying this, but as a Red Bull player, the only one in a Red Bull event, obviously it means a lot. And I hope I keep this up, keep the run up for the upcoming WCS and also in other events left in the season.
And of course, whether Bomber won this event or not, he was already guaranteed a spot at the World Championship. It will be held at BlizzCon at the start of November. Anything you'd like to say for your fans before you head off to BlizzCon in about one short month?
이제 최희선 선수 불콘 사실 여기 오시기도 전부터 벌써 확정이 난 상태였는데 또 이것까지 또 먹고 가시네요. 욕심쟁이인 만큼 블리즈콘에 대해서 각오 한마디 다지겠습니다.
가장 중요한 대회인 만큼 준비 많이 해서 좋은 경기력으로 보답할 수 있었으면 좋겠고 여기 현장에 와주신 많은 팬분들께서 호응을 정말 많이 해주셨는데 정말 감사드립니다.
There's incredible number of fans that came out to see the event. I am overwhelmed, I'm excited, and I'm even more excited and appreciative to you guys that I was able to take this championship in front of all the fans out here. And with the BlizzCon, like I said before, I'll do well. You just wait.
Dominating players in all three matchups. Strongest of all, Bomber 4-0 Cure, making TVT look easy. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise once again for the champion, Red Bull Bomber!